Okay, just show me which scientist and what was the experiment.
Do. Wait, there was one. Oh, you can use a pendulum, for example.
How would that be a scientific experiment to swing a pendulum?
What's
your observed natural phenomena?
This is
your science has to start. Your science has to start with an observed natural phenomena. So, what's your observed natural phenomena? Like, what are you witnessing in the natural world that you're going to test?
I mean, that's a good question. Who was actually the first person to assume the Earth is round?
Good question. Maybe you should look into that.
Yes. Do you know?
Yeah, I have an idea. Well, I know what they tell us, at least. In the general histories. You ever heard of a guy called Pythagoras?
Yeah, a Greek mathematician named Eratosthenes.
So he wasn't the first that conceived of the idea, but he's who they credit as having measured curvature of the Earth. Even though he never measured any curvature of the Earth. So look into what Eratosthenes did. What does it say he did?
Wait, let me... Leben, Werkeleistungen, Geografie, Schiffe der Epileptik. Oh shit, this is in German. Wait. I need the English.
Kids.
Well, you can read in German, you can understand it, and then you can just speak it.
Yeah, but it's about like scientific terminology, which is like hard to translate.
Okay, well, we're pretty proficient in scientific terminology in English, at least, so...
Yeah, but we use, like, other words. That's
fine. You read it so that you understand it, and then any words that you don't know how to translate, just put them into a translator, and we can help you figure it out.
This is the most famous measurement. Estimated that the material...
Cyclone, I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. I swear, I'm gonna mute myself. Unless I have a interesting question. If you read the chat, I'm sorry. I behave like a donkey, and it's borderline disrespectful, but I can change. I can fix myself. You have a question from Vinci in the chat.
What's his question?
I don't think he has a microphone, but he asked, is there a flat earther who reached outer space and looked back at Earth?
Space is fake. I answered him already. Space is fake, and he wants me to answer his question anyway.
Yes.
Yes. Space doesn't exist, so no one's been to space.
Oh, it's fake.
You have your
Did you do
answer.
some research there?
Vinci,
Did you go there? Did you do some research or something? How it's fake? Tell me.
Yeah, we understand that gas pressure requires
facts. Give me facts. Don't tell me just.
I am. Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is? So, dude, you asked the question. Yeah, you asked the question, but you don't want to hear the answer.
Your
so
answer
do you know what gas pressure is? Do you know what gas pressure is? Just follow along. Answer the question.
You're telling him his answers is wrong before he gives it.
Vinci, don't be disrespectful. Just listen to Cyclone. He's gonna answer you.
So, Vinci, do you know what gas pressure is? Yes. No.
Vinci, do you know what gas pressure is?
Of course, I let his answer you in the chat.
So
you told me to mute myself, so I muted myself.
No, we didn't tell you to mute yourself. We told you to answer in voice.
What the hell you just told me? Another guy just told me to listen.
So gas pressure, Vinci, is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container, yeah? So when the gas is pressing against a container, it's pressurized. Yeah? Yes? You understand? Okay, you're too slow, Vinci. Much too
He
slow.
answered for you. I'll answer for him.
Check the
Yes.
chat. Check the chat, bro. I told you I will listen.
No, I'm not reading the chat. If you're talking, you're talking. If you're not, you're not. Put yourself on mute. Anyway, I'm gonna have to do a bit of work.
If you don't
so I'm gonna go
talk
on
in the
mute too.
chat, if you don't, yeah, hold on. If you don't talk in the chat, we can't hear the tone when you're crying about something, when you want to spaz out. We can't hear any of that, and we're not reading your chat.
Bro, I'm just asking a genuine question here.
Well, I was answering
trying
you,
to-
and you didn't respond, dude. So I'll give you another chance. So, do you know that gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container?
Of course.
Of course. Okay, so if I take that container away and there's no container, can I have gas pressing and making pressure?
What do you mean?
So if the gas pressure requires a container to press against, if I remove the container, will I have gas pressure?
I mean, it depends if the outside is in a vacuum.
Hold on. If you have a pressure cooker, do you guys know what a pressure cooker is? That's pressure, pressurized air. You heat
Yes,
it up.
yes.
It pressure cooks. If you remove the pressure cooker, can you still have the pressurized air?
Nope.
Can you repeat?
Nope.
If you remove the pressure,
Oh, jeez. If you remove the container, you will
no,
no
I mean the
longer
other guy,
have
the other guy.
The pressure has to go somewhere. The pressure is released, right?
Exactly,
Yes,
that's why
the
I'm
pressure
confused.
has to press against the container. So if you don't have
But
a
release to
container,
where? Cyclone,
you
release to
don't
where?
have pressure. You don't have pressure if you don't have a
Release to
container.
where? That's the question. Release to where?
Right. So,
Yes.
Kiri,
That's why I'm
Kiri, I
confused.
thought you weren't going to be
Why you
rude.
keep talking like that?
So, Kiri, put yourself on mute before you continue to interrupt. So, Vinci, the air that you breathe is a pressurized gas. You understand that?
Okay, continue.
It's like pulling
Well, do
teeth.
you agree? Do you agree or not? The
I
air
agree,
you
yes.
breathe is a pressurized gas. Great. Okay, so
Yes,
it must be pressing.
it's a different kind of. Well, it's a different kind of.
No,
gas.
it's
If
no,
you
it's
ask
just
me.
gas. It's just gas pressure. It's a pressurized gas. So it must be pressing
it's
off
a
of a
different
container then.
gas.
So it must be pressing off of a container to be pressurized, yeah?
Yeah, you have a point there. Okay.
Right, so space is debunked. You're in a container.
What do you mean? That's it.
You're in a
That's
container.
That's your answer.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
That's
You
it.
can't go to space. Space is fake, like I told you, and now you explained why.
Yeah, there you go. I'm going to go on mute for a bit, so I'm sure he'll spiral out at this point, so someone else is
My
here.
favorite part of the day.
I said, but can you answer the first question?
Yeah,
What was
space is fake. Nobody travels to space.
Ciao.
You guys are funny.
Okay, listen. We have according to you guys, where space is, it's a giant vacuum, right? Nearly infinite vacuum, right? Is that correct? We ask if it's correct because we don't want to straw man your guys' position and say we're not understanding what you think. So we're just verifying like every step of the way. Space is a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Okay, so space is a vacuum, and we're breathing air. That's pressurized. There must be some sort of container.
I mean, pressure is accumulation of gases, right? A vacuum
Yeah.
would.
So
would be
Yeah, so
there's no
high
gas.
pressure goes to low pressure, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why is the high pressure air we're breathing not fucking off into the vacuum?
Because there's something called gravity.
Okay, so when I look up the molecular kinetic theory of
That's my
gases,
point.
when I
And
pull
the-
out the
and
text,
the-
hold on,
and
let me
density.
answer.
Yes.
Let me answer. So if I look up the behavior of gases, I look up the gas laws. I go through the molecular kinetic theory of gases. I look in the textbooks. I don't see any gravity in there. There's no no little g. There's no little g. You're interrupting me. There's no little g in the formulas.
Bro, gravity.
Because it doesn't. Why is there no little g in any of the formula?
Which for
You guys are
Sorry,
both
Indio,
interrupting me because you guys. Are you guys okay?
Sorry.
Are you having an emotional problem?
I just wanted to clarify that.
No.
I mean, when there's
I'm just
density,
answering you.
No.
Okay,
Listen.
go. Your
Tell
first
me what I said then.
Okay.
Tell me what I said about the textbook gas behavior, gas laws. Yeah, that's what I thought. You weren't listening. Okay, so now you can listen. If I look in the textbook on how in the physics books on how gas behaves, there's no G value. They don't account for the acceleration of gravity when they want to know how gases behave. So just saying gravity does it is not an answer because there's no physics model, there's no demonstration by experiment how this is possible.
So what is this? Flat
Can
Earth?
I-
Okay, you
answer
can
the-
just go on mute, dude. Why are you people so rude?
Okay, can I answer now?
Yeah.
If there's no gravity, then if there's no gravity, then you will float, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. We don't fly,
Let me tell you,
therefore Earth's a globe.
wait. That's why there's gravity because if there's none, then we will fly. Of course, gravity.
Okay.
acts towards
Why
the
do you
center of
Globers
mass,
always
right?
want to fly places?
Yeah, so
Gravity
we're
acts towards the
hold
center
on,
of
brother.
mass.
We're not a gas.
Listen,
Are you
am I
made of
right
gas?
or wrong?
Are you made
Am
of
I right or
gas?
wrong? Gravity acts
Right.
towards the center of.
Yeah, but it doesn't affect gas.
Which for
It doesn't affect gas.
spherical Earth, right?
Yeah, you're just chanting now, like a religious nut. It doesn't affect gas.
Bro, it affects gas. The air.
No.
Gases. It affects gases. Can you show us in an experiment how it affects gases?
Which one? Which one? Affects what?
How gravity holding gas down to the floor. So this is one of the things that you can talk about. You can say gravity holds the gas, but you can't show it in an experiment. So science
What
works
I mean
by
is gravity acts toward the center of mass.
that's not the theory of gravity, buddy.
Okay.
The theory of gravity is every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It isn't things get pulled to the center. Okay, that's not the theory of gravity. But that is a different theory. That's not what you're talking about. That's what's called big G gravity. We're talking about little g gravity. The acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration to the surface of the Earth. That acceleration is not observed in gases.
Okay, I have another question then. So,
Yeah,
as a flat earther, what's
hold on, no,
the
you're not just moving on, man.
Oh,
No, dude, I know it's hard to accept. No, you're trying to just like whistle past the graveyard because you don't want to deal with what I just said. Okay,
So what's your
so if we do an experiment, so say we have a vacuum chamber, right? We have a vacuum chamber, and that's the vacuum of space. And if we put gas in the vacuum chamber, now our experiment is on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, right? So if I put gas in the vacuum chamber, the gas doesn't sink to the bottom, held down by gravity, like you would need to have gas pressure in a vacuum. Okay, so gravity is not an answer because it can't be demonstrated experimentally, and experimentally it's shown to not happen. Now you can go with an ideology of what you want to believe, or you can go with the experiment, the empirical evidence, and the scientific method. I mean,
Can I ask a
you
question?
choose. Yeah.
If you don't believe in gravity, for example,
Is it a belief?
But let's say you don't believe. I don't know.
Okay, so this is the problem. It's not about belief or disbelief. Hold on, Arthur. Arthur, 1 second. 1 second, because this is narrative nonsense. We know things fall to the ground. You guys say things like, well, you don't believe in gravity? To try and imply we don't believe things fall to the ground. Things fall to the ground. Why they fall to the ground is a different question, right?
You have other explanations, right?
Did you answer my question? No, you did not.
What's your question?
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Things fall, right?
Yes.
We all agree. Things fall. Why do they fall?
Because of gravity.
Okay. So gravity is the cause.
Yes.
Okay. What is the act of falling then? What do we call that? We also call that gravity. So gravity, listen, you guys are trying to say that gravity is the cause and the effect. That's not possible. You're either the cause or the effect. I'm talking about the effect. That 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration down to the surface of the earth, right? That we all experience when we throw a ball or jump out of a tree. That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is why that happened.
Mass.
You guys are like guessing like you're trying to get the answer on a test. It's kind of funny. Masses can't even be defined what that is. But that's not the point. Let's take your hypothesis and run it through the scientific method. Mass is the cause of objects falling. Okay, so if we did the experiment, right, we would manipulate mass to see if we can get a change in the effect. So let's take 1,000 kilogram mass and a 10 kilogram mass. We drop them at the same time. Do we get a different effect? No. We'll measure the same acceleration. So that can't be the cause.
The same acceleration because gravity is the same for both.
Okay. Well, how can it be the cause then? Because we know how to figure out the cause of an effect in a scientific experiment. You observe a natural phenomenon, and that would be your effect or your dependent variable. You vary and manipulate the independent variable, which is your presumed cause, to see if there's an effect, a change in the effect, right? So if I want to say I want to know what causes water to boil, right?
The heat.
I'll vary and manipulate. Yeah, I'll vary and manipulate the heat to figure out if that's the cause. I won't heat it, and then I will heat it. Oh my God, I manipulated the cause. I changed the effect. It doesn't boil, then it does boil, right? So I know the cause of the effect. This is how you do in a scientific experiment. With gravity, this can't be done. And this is acknowledged within science itself. It's not like we're making it up. It's within the philosophy of science, they admit that this is the case. They don't know what causes gravity. What they say is, we can just describe the way objects move because of this thing we call gravity. They don't know what causes it. Right? You can do the formula, like if I have a cannon, right? I could take that little g, 9.8 meters per second squared, shoot a cannonball, and predict where that cannonball will land. But I don't use, mass times mass formula, right? F equals g times m1 times m2 equals r squared. We don't use that formula to figure out how far a cannonball falls. But that's what they say is the cause of that 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration. Okay? So just saying gravity, it don't do it, dude, because if I have a gas, gravity has no effect on it. It doesn't fall. The gas molecules aren't taking little parabolic arcs like cannonballs and falling back to the earth.
Why do you think there's more gas near the ground than the?
Because this is where because the gas comes from the ground.
The gas comes from the ground.
Yes. So all the chemical processes. Well, I'll tell you, where are all the plants? What do plants do when they hit with sunlight?
They convert CO2 into oxygen.
Exactly. So gas produces on the ground. What happens on the oceans? Oceans also have that photosynthesis cycle, but they also have another cycle. So when water gets warmer, it actually it absorbs CO2, and then when it gets colder, it releases it. So the Earth is a dynamic system in which it's always trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium and can't, right? So pressure varies depending on where you're standing, but the pressure is created at the ground through cycles, right? The water cycle and the various other cycles. It's created at the ground and being diffused upward.
But those natural cycles does not exclude the gravity.
They don't have gravity in chemical reactions. You didn't take a chemistry test that had gravity in it.
I know, but those cycles don't nullify the theory of gravity.
There's no gravity in any of those cycles, brother.
I know, but you're taking different aspects of nature and comparing them.
You brought it up, brother. You said, where's the gas come from? I told you where.
I didn't say where the gas comes from.
Okay.
I said that gravity keeps the gas on the ground, most of them, and like in the Everest and outer space, there's no gas because
there is no outer space. You're begging the question, brother. I'm proving that outer space can't exist. Not doesn't exist, can't. That it's impossibility because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
What's beyond the atmosphere, the dome?
There is no atmosphere. You need a sphere for that. We don't make a claim as to whatever shape the container is.
The atmosphere is the dome.
The atmosphere is the dome. Why has it got to be a dome?
No, the atmosphere is the gas.
The dome that you guys believe is the atmosphere.
I don't believe in no dome, dude.
No, sorry. The atmosphere, atmo, that's gas. That's oxygen and nitrogen. So the atmo doesn't contain itself. You need a container to contain the gas. Right? It's not atmosphere's got some magic properties that it stops itself expanding. No, that's gas. The sphere on the edge of the atmosphere, you're going to need a container like Injo pointed out. But the gas, that's going to expand if there isn't a container.
Gravity contains it.
Yeah, I just went all the way through that and showed how that can't be the case.
Nice answer, bro.
You have an ideology, but you don't have actually any. Yeah, I know what they tell you. I heard the story too. But if you look deeper into it, it can't be the case, no matter what they say. Let me ask you this. Is science itself, right, the study of science, is it based upon empirical evidence and experiment?
Some of them, yes. But I don't believe
all of science is based upon experiment, or you're not doing science.
Depends. There's a lot of ideology behind it.
Well, I just want to know how you can do science. Well, I agree with that part. That's one thing we agree on. There's a lot of ideology in science.
For example, I don't believe in climate change.
Well, it's more like a grift, but we're not going to talk about that. No, there's ideology as far as, okay, let's put it this way. People ask, how do you explain this? How do you explain that? Explanations are worthless. They don't mean anything. The only thing that really matters in science is experiment. Because if I can do an experiment, and you can do the same experiment, and Jedi can do the same experiment, now we know what's true about nature. But if we just tell each other stories, hey man, black holes are caused by collapsing stars and blah, 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 that's just bullshit story. There's no way to even test whether that's true, right? We can't test what causes a black hole. Can we?
No.
Yeah, so those things are stories. This is the same thing. Gravity holds the gas into an atmosphere is a story because there's no experimental evidence to support it. This story is way more ancient than modern times. It didn't modern men didn't invent the idea of outer space vacuum. It was invented in like 300 BC. You think they had any evidence for that in 300 BC?
You can do a simple experiment to
Well,
prove
they just fucking-
the shape of objects on the vacuum, for example. Have you ever seen water on vacuum? What's the shape of the water in the vacuum?
Water
Turns into
boils in
gas.
vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might not know this. That's true. Yeah, water turns to a gas in the vacuum. You're kind of confused.
No,
This is-
I'm
this-
talking
this is
about
why you-
the
This is why you don't
free
listen.
space
Pay attention,
vacuum.
homie. In a vacuum, water boils in a vacuum. That's why you have to change your cooking pressure, your cooking temperatures based on pressure. The higher altitude requires you to change recipes to cook things.
And Radwin
now-
brought up a pressure cooker. So,
So
you
now-
increase the pressure, now you can get the water hotter and it won't boil.
So now when you look at your outer space myth, you've got frozen comets, frozen ice in water in space. It's a direct contradiction to science. You know this. You know what water does in a vacuum. Then you look through a telescope and they tell you you're seeing frozen ice in a vacuum. Doesn't add up. That's why they have to slap astro in front of the physics, because it's no longer physics. It's astrophysics.
Can I ask you a question, Chris? I'm scared I'm gonna get muted.
Why would you be scared?
And do anything to you, man.
Because-
You're pretty respectful.
I'm sorry. If I sound
Dude,
retarded,
you don't
have
need
to
to
mute me.
No, hold on. Let me say
I'm
something,
scared.
Chris. Listen, Gary. Everybody says the same thing, okay? Like, everybody comes in, like, to this topic, and they're like,
Yes.
man, I don't fucking know anything about this. I feel stupid. That's everybody. We've talked to people with PhDs in astrophysics, cosmology, physics.
All
They
right, I
say
respect
this.
your
Hold on,
perspective.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. They'll say the same things you say. You feel retarded? Well, they must be even more retarded because they went all the way through university and they say the same things someone
No, I mean,
that only graduated ninth grade say. So you're not retarded, right? It's just
No, because
the level of
English
knowledge
is
of
not
this
my-
top. Hold on, dude. Why don't you let
English
me
is not
finish?
my main language. I'm from France. That's why I'm
Okay.
struggling to ask a question.
Oh,
It takes
okay.
me. Yeah,
Okay.
I sound
You're
retarded
not
because
retarded. You're not
it's not my main
retarded.
language.
Okay.
I just had a question. I hope you guys. I mean, I feel it's a very hot topic, right? So hear me out. I'm asking just this simple question, and then I'll mute myself, and you guys can tell me what you think about it. Lunar eclipses. How do you guys explain this on a flat Earth? I mean, from the
Okay.
base of.
Did you hear me say
You could-
explanations are
You could
useless?
literally see the shape of the Earth on the moon.
That's a problem. Well, that's a
How do
problem.
you explain? Okay, I rephrase.
Okay.
How do you explain lunar eclipses? I mean,
Did you hear me say explanations are useless?
Flat Earth doesn't explain anything.
Well, explanations are useless. We can explain.
Right.
Listen, we can explain every single
Your
thing. You can
perspective.
No. Listen. We
How
can
come it's
explain
useless?
every. God damn. Anybody else want to interrupt for a second? I'll give you all a
Give me a
chance to
second,
interrupt. So, thanks, Jedi. We can explain everything you explain. We can just make shit up, like the globe does. We can just make it up and say, "Hey, yeah, we got an explanation. Frickin' Santa Claus did it. There's my explanation. What's your Evan Claus? Santa Claus did it. Well, if the Earth was a globe, Santa Claus did it. Or if Santa Claus did it, Earth was flat. The Earth is flat because Santa Claus did it. We'll just affirm the consequent. So explanations are useless because they're nothing but what's called an affirming the consequent logical fallacy. Now,
I'm
I'm
not
going to address the
looking for- I'm not
eclipses, dude.
yeah, sorry.
I'm going to address the eclipses. So
Yes.
you say, hey, that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. How do you know that?
I mean, through
Well,
the
that
light.
could
I
be-
mean,
Hold on. How do you know that, Kiri? How do you know that what you're seeing is the shadow of the Earth?
I mean, light is telling us. It's
What do you mean?
showing us a shape. Like, how do you explain this? Very
How do you know that is a
circular
shadow, dude?
Okay, so it's circular.
Okay, but how do you know it's a shadow?
It could be flat.
On the moon, you're looking at the moon, right? You're looking at the moon. It starts getting darker. How do you know that darkness is a shadow?
Because you can still see the
God,
moon if
dude.
you have a telescope.
Okay, the things only get dark because it's. Let me ask you. The things only get. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, have you ever watched a projector, like a movie on a screen projected?
Yeah. So I'm asking you, what is this shape?
I'm going to
How
ask
do you
you.
explain it?
Listen. Well, dude.
Okay.
Dude. Okay. I've heard this 1,000 times, dude. I don't know what you're in a big hurry for. How does the black get on the screen? Does the projector project black?
No, there's something obstructing the light. So
In a movie projector.
could be anything.
In a
I mean,
movie
light in and of itself
projector
is
the
energy, right?
absence of light.
Okay. Movie projectors don't project black light. Okay.
But
you look at the screen and it's
ignore the example of movie projector.
no
Light in and of
listen,
itself
I'm asking
is
you.
energy. Yes, it's energy.
Okay, cool.
When you
dude.
burn something,
You're not
when you burn something, produce lights.
okay. Fine. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is you looked at the moon, it got darker on part of the moon, and you're like, that's a shadow. I said, how do you know that? You said, that's the only way it can happen. And I'm giving you an example of that's not true. Okay? It's only the relative brightness. So part of the moon looks bright, part of it looks dark. That just means a relative brightness. It doesn't mean the light's being blocked. Okay? Secondarily, so here's the key part, is that if Earth was a ball and that was the shadow of the Earth, it would not look like that because the moon is supposed to be a ball. So have you ever seen stairs and there's like a railing on the stairs, your hand railing, and the shadow is cast on the stairs? Is that shadow a straight line? No, it conforms to the stairs. So if the moon is a ball and the Earth is a ball, its shadow on the moon will get distorted because when you project a shadow onto a curved surface, it's going to conform to that surface. So the shadow on the Earth, on the so-called shadow on the moon, if it was a shadow, it wouldn't be round. It would be some other shape.
Yeah, but what is it?
You can test this yourself, Gary.
In this way.
You can take two balls and a light source and test this.
Okay,
you will not be able to cast a round shadow with a ball onto another ball.
If you allow me to send a picture, I can do that.
Fantastic. Is it a picture of a ball on a ball?
That's interesting.
Yeah, and there's more than that. That's just one piece. That's just like, so there's other problems, right? So there's a lunar eclipse that's observed called an impossible eclipse. It's where the sun and the moon are in the sky. And the thing that everybody thinks is a shadow is on the moon coming down. Now, how can the shadow of the Earth, which is under your feet, go in between the sun and the moon, which are both in the sky? Think about that for a second. The light source and the thing with the shadow on it are both over your head, and the thing that's casting the shadow is under your feet. It's impossible. Okay? They call it the impossible eclipse.
Impossible eclipse.
Yeah, so it's Selenilian. The technical name is Selenilian. It's Selenenion or something.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, Selenilian. I'll post the name of it in the chat. I can actually. Yeah, Drace, awesome, Drace. You're the best, man. So this is observed. There's actually a video of someone in Ohio, the United States, filming this, and he's with his girlfriend. You know, it's just a person with a regular camera, and he's trying to explain it. And you can he can't, right? He's trying to like explain it to the camera, and he's like, well, the light must come under that, like, because it's geometrically impossible. It can't happen. Not if it can't happen if it happens the way they say. If it's 3 balls in a row and 1 ball is in the way, it can't happen that way.
I just received some good news. I'm super happy. Very positive.
Good. Congratulations.
I mean,
Win the lottery?
no, it's just I'm looking for
Well,
work.
you said good news, man. I was hoping for it.
Yeah, and I'm looking for work, and the good news. I mean, it's in the bag. Let's say.
Awesome.
Your perspective is very interesting. Very, very interesting, because no matter how many arguments or what someone could say, you have a different perspective, and I respect that. I mean, we don't know shit about the universe. We don't know shit about ourselves. We don't know what's around us.
Yeah,
can you define reality, or what is life? You know, that kind of questions.
He's collapsing. Help him.
Yeah, switch mine, bro. You think so, Radwin? You think he's going to go to we don't know anything?
He just said we don't know what's real. Basically, he doesn't know what reality is anymore.
Are you a brain in a jar, buddy?
Questioning reality is in and of itself. It's healthy, very healthy conversation. I don't have any other arguments. I mean, the observable universe.
Listen, can I tell you how we view everything?
Up for
we try to just, first of all, the first thing you do is just describe reality accurately, right? That's the first step. What is it that thing actually doing? So, okay, for instance, I'll give you an example. When you describe the eclipse, you didn't just describe what you see. You put the explanation of why you think it happens into the description, right? But what if you just describe what I see? Like, I looked at the moon. It started getting darker and darker and darker on part of it, and it, was curved on one side of that dark part, and that's just the description.
Then it turned red.
Okay.
Why are you human garbage, dude? Like, why are you people human garbage? Like, it amazes me.
Do you guys still call it phases of the moon, or when it's fading?
The phases are different than eclipse. I just want to finish what I was saying. So when you say, hey, that's the shadow of the moon, that's your explanation. You're putting the explanation into the description. We try to just describe reality as it is, base everything on what we can prove only, not on what it could possibly be. We try not to speculate. Like, for the Earth looks flat. Okay, it looks flat because it is flat. Where the globe explanation is, it looks flat, but I imagine it's a gigantic ball that looks flat because I'm so small. You understand? It's like we just take it at face value. Hey, it looks flat, that's what it is. We see the sun move, that's what it's doing. We don't add all this extra shit to it. Okay, that is our perspective. If you really want to know where we're coming from, that's where.
It's simple observation.
Yeah, just take it for what it is instead of adding stuff, right?
I hope I'm not gonna get. I wanted to re-ask something. Ask Cyclone earlier. He gave me his opinion about it. Indio, can I rephrase the question?
I don't care.
Ask earlier. So there is this company, Elon Musk, SpaceX.
What about them?
They launch Starlink satellites.
Okay.
Twice a week.
Okay.
And you can literally see an uncutted feed where it goes from ground level to outer space.
Not uncut.
How do you explain that? And we can literally see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, you listening to me? It's not uncut. It's not uncut. First of all, you're wrong about that. It's actually illegal to show the uncut footage. You're not allowed to show because private spaceflight in the United States is regulated by the Department of Commerce, and there's a regulation where they can't show any footage after second stage of the rocket because of
my
the
question
military.
would be, what do we see?
It isn't uncut. Okay, so your premise is wrong. Secondarily, they show curve. Both cameras, they show curve. You sure about that? because they send up the double booster, right? It's got two boosters. There's a camera on each booster. One shows curved, the other side doesn't. So is the Earth curved on one side and flat on the other, or something? You have to watch these videos closer and not just like. Yeah. You just have to watch closer, okay? And on top of that, that's not even high enough to see Earth curve. The satellites only go something like 247 kilometers or something.
It's not high enough to tell.
To see Earth curve. No, it's not high enough. It's not high enough.
Okay.
It's not high enough. Like, you got to think. They say the Earth is a 8,000 mile diameter ball. Going 200 miles into the air is not high enough.
So
the Chinese space station, did you know the Chinese space station shows a flat horizon? Did you know that?
The Chinese space station?
The Chinese space station shows a flat horizon.
Flat. Really? But
yeah, it's in the chat. Look in the chat real quick.
Another picture.
Look in the chat.
Look in the chat. What the fuck?
That's the Chinese space. Well, Chinese people can do math and Westerners can't.
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, I can just say, hey, that's what the Earth looks like, right?
Shadow on the sphere.
Why does the Chinese space station show a flat horizon? That's proof the Earth is flat. That would be dumb, right?
Oh, you guys have some good arguments. I mean, I'm not a flat earther, but...
No, it's fine. We're not trying to make you a flat earther. We're just giving you information you didn't have, and now you have it.
Like I said earlier, it's a healthy conversation.
We should not have sacred. We should not have sacred cows that can't be questioned, right?
Yes. I mean, to me, it's a healthy conversation. I have no questions.
Yeah.
Let someone intervene or ask something.
You have a question?
I have a question that you guys probably heard a million times already. For example,
go
the guy on France.
Answered you already in chat.
What are you asking now? What was the question, Radwin?
He wants to know how the top flat earthers that went to the North Pole and saw the 24 hours. That's what he said.
The top flat earthers.
There's a couple of things wrong with that statement.
Who voted on the top flat earthers? Maybe I know you voted for the top flat earthers.
Yeah, number one, they're not flat earthers. They're true earthers. And they're not top if they were. So.
Yeah, we're the top flat earthers there are, period. You can't get any better than this.
Yeah, this is it right here, man.
That one's got it.
Everybody else is, repeating canned responses or doing things that, not even logically consistent, you would think about it. Why would you go to Antarctica to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe or to provide evidence that the Earth is flat? Either one. Why would you go over there to do it?
Let me ask Arthur. Arthur, the globe earther that organized that, okay? He said like a couple weeks ago that you can't look at the sun to prove the shape of the Earth. He admitted it himself. The globe earther that organized the entire thing said that. Look, Arthur, if you wanted to know what your house was and what it was made out of, would you go to your neighbor's house and look at his house, or would you look at your house?
That's not the same thing.
It is, because the sun's not the Earth, and looking at the sun don't tell you what the Earth is.
Why everything on the sky is round?
Okay.
Are you understanding what he just told you, dude?
Yes. I know.
What is the logic? What's the logic behind what he just told you? Let's see if you understand logic. What did he just tell you?
I understand.
Well, I want you to repeat it because it doesn't sound like you do. What did he just give you an example of?
I know.
No, you don't. Repeat the example. Let me hear you say it. What is the example?
That one thing being round doesn't mean everything is round. Basically.
Okay, so then why would you think that it is?
And why do you think it's not?
Answer the question, dude. Why would you think it is?
Because you can see million stars on the sky and they are all round.
Yeah, and why would you think we are?
You
That's
don't,
broken
you don't see
logic.
round stars, first of all. If I said draw a star, you wouldn't write a circle on a piece of paper.
Yeah, why would you think that we're one of those things? What similarities do we have to one of those things? Waiting.
I'm not a science guy. I'm just.
No, I know, but you're a common. You listen. You apply common sense, right? So if you're looking at something, you see something up there. What similarity do we have down here that looks like those things? You can do observations, right? You're a person that does observations. You can see those things up there. What similarity do we have to those things up there? Point out one similarity.
The shape.
Yeah. Okay. So the shape. How can you see the shape from down here?
You can see the shape of the Earth with the eclipse.
Where can you see the shape of the Earth?
The lunar eclipse.
No. We're talking about looking at the Earth, not something else. You're still looking at something else. The moon. We're not looking. Don't look at the moon. Look at the Earth. Where can you see the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. Tell me.
No, that's the problem of logic. You need to be doing your own thinking for yourself. You need to be the one to be like, oh, I see the similarity right here. Now I'm going to compare it to that thing I'm looking at. But if you don't see a similarity, you can't do that. It's not logically consistent, bro.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, why can't me on Paris, for example, why can't I see the Mount Everest that is 12 kilometers high?
Well, think about it like this, man. Where do you live? If you don't live near the area, then things as they get away from you get smaller. Is that true or false, that statement?
But it's 12 kilometers.
Is that true? Is that true or false, that statement?
It's true because of the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's true. It's true because things as they get away from you they reduce in angular size. That's a true statement. Things that move away from you get smaller.
Yes, but they disappear in the horizon because of the curvature.
Oh yeah. Well, think about it. If it gets smaller, how far do you think you're gonna be able to see that thing once it reduces to an angle you can't see anymore?
The angle only changes because of the curvature.
No. Changes because of the human eye. You're looking, so things to you that get further away appear to get smaller. Doesn't matter whether the Earth is flat or whether it's a globe, you are looking. So must take account of this first and foremost. You must understand this, right?
So the problem is the human eye, right?
The problem is how you're processing information right now. You think that we're supposed to see infinitely, but that problem of angular size change is where you're failing to understand. Things get smaller in the distance, and at some point you're not going to be able to see it anymore. This is very well understood.
But if you use, for example, a super binocular,
no, we're not doing that. We're not going to super binoculars that you're making up in your mind. We're going just to the basic principle. We're going to the basic principle. Things reduce in size as they get away from you. That statement is true.
Yes.
Okay, so you can't see forever. That statement is also true.
Yes, but you can use machines to see further.
Yeah, what machine can you see something at the distance you're requiring, sir?
You can use a telescope, for example, to see more.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What is the angular distance for the telescope to see things appear and reduce in size? What would be that distance to the telescope?
I don't know, but they have to do this.
You don't. Okay, yeah, that's the answer. You don't know. That's the answer. You don't know. There you go. The answer is you don't know. So then how can you propose that it's going to be a possibility if you don't know? Let's use the old thinking right now for this. You don't know something and you saying it's possible that it can happen. There's a problem with logic there. Yeah?
Also, the atmosphere that we're looking through is going to be, well, it's opaque, isn't it? So the more of the gas that you look through, the less and less light's going to be able to look through it. The atmospheric extinction coefficient rate is about 300 kilometers, I think, off the top of my head. So eventually, the atmosphere that you're looking through with your super telescope isn't going to be able to look through the atmosphere because it's too thick.
Yep, there's a lot of problems. But namely, you can't see over distance because things get smaller as they get away from you. But also the problem that Jedi just told you as well.
I mean, let's make the claim in our heads out loudly. The reason why those things over there are getting smaller is only because the surface is curving. It's got nothing to do with optics. Let's listen to what we're saying. Fucking ridiculous.
For example, if you see something and it disappears because it's far, right?
Yeah.
Can you see that thing if you put a telescope in that direction?
Depends how far away it is, its angular size, as Alpha and I have just pointed out.
If it's the right distance that your eye can't see, but a machine can see.
Yeah. So when we use optics, we literally have the limitation of the optic, not Earth curvature. The reason why we can see so far is because of the limitation of our eye, the super telescope, and the meteorological conditions.
I don't know if you guys understood me. My English is not that good.
We understand what you're saying, okay? If you get a bigger optical device like a telescope or something like that. But regardless, light comes to the telescope, right? You don't see out. Yeah, so light has to come to the telescope. There's always going to be a limit to how far you can see because of the air is not transparent, right? You got weather. If you look up your local weather report right now, it might be a clear sunny day, but it'll still say the visibility is like, I don't know, 17 kilometers, maybe 30 kilometers. You can't see forever, buddy.
But I'm not seeing something that far. For example, a tower that 1 kilometer away you can't see anymore with a naked eye, but you can see with a machine like a telescope.
I've seen things 30 miles away, which is, I think that's like something like 47 kilometers. No, it'd be more than 47, it'd be like 51 kilometers or something. So we can see far depending on the conditions, but a telescope can help only so much.
Hey, Kiri, call your new boss. Tell them that your vision is now flawed. You're not sure what you're looking at anymore as you're posting in text. And tell them you're probably better off not working because you're not sure of anything. You can't walk around and you can no longer drive a car.
Are you guys all from the USA?
No, we're from everywhere.
Yeah. We got we're worldwide. You notice I didn't say around the world. I said worldwide.
You can go around the world.
Yeah, sure.
You can go around the North Pole. You can go around my neighborhood. You can go around a lot of places.
I love how when they
How
say
do you
across
guys-
the globe. There is no across the globe.
So
How do you
yeah,
guys explain flights from Chile to Australia?
I can go around Lake Erie because there's a sign. Follow this, and you can go around Lake Erie. Goes all the way around through Canada. Same sign, all through wherever it comes up. Where is that? In Pennsylvania, New York, right there. Down to Ohio. Same signs. You can go around the lake.
Sorry, why do we need to explain a flight from Australia to Sydney? Sydney, Australia to Chile. Why is that a question?
Let me try to bring up the wait a bit.
Yeah, okay.
People are amazed that airplanes can fly these days. After they found out the Earth was flat, they no longer believe planes can fly.
People are just surprised how we fly to places. It's weird.
People, we've been flying for quite a while now. This isn't a new thing. Take a walk, like in your town, you probably have an airport nearby. Believe it or not, you can see planes take off and land there.
Nobody really flies over the southern oceans anyway. Very rarely like to go over bodies of water where they're like, it's a full engined aircraft. They've got to be even like about 3 hours of like land or a suitable aircraft. I know the South.
They generally fly near land.
Yeah, they generally don't cross the South Atlantic. I know that they go like north and then across the not so widest part around the equator, wherever it is. But the South Atlantic, they don't cross that. Southern Indian Ocean, what's the fucking point? There's nothing bloody there. I mean, just follow the land all the way around. And same with the South Pacific. It's like a few islands that can't really have large aircraft, and New Zealand. There's nothing there.
I think the trip to Europe is up the coast of the United States and Canada and then over to Europe, I think.
Yeah, it's north across the south coast of Greenland, go south of Iceland, and then you start going south again. It's weird.
So no straight lines. They just make turns. They actually fly in a designated path where they're supposed to fly. I think they're under the impression that when you get in an airplane, the pilot tells the co-pilot, we're going that direction today. And then they just call the tower and say, listen, guys, we're flying that direction. Keep it clear.
They're going to take the scenic route.
I sent it on the chat.
Yeah, I hate flying. I've done it so many times. The airport. If I could just go private, I would fly everywhere. But just having to go to the airport and deal with people in general and the hassle, nah, I'll drive a car.
All right. I've read through your thing. This is why I asked the question. It says, on a flat Earth map, the South is a ring. No one's making this claim. People make this claim for us, right? This map with a circumference south that's an ice ring around the world. That's never been our claim. That was given to us when we all got here by whoever, I don't bloody know. But that's a global projection. So with this straw man, people come along and say, well, how do flights work? Thinking that this is our claim. This isn't our claim, my friend. So we don't really need to explain how flights work on this map. It's not ours.
Flights work by manufacturing an airplane and flying it.
The South Pole that nobody
South
can
Pole?
cross.
So cross the South Pole. What's the South Pole?
Antarctica.
No, that's a continent. What's the
Yes.
South Pole?
It's the south pole of the planet.
No, how do we define the North and South Pole? How do we know when we got there? What is it?
It's the south of the magnetism of the planet. It's
The south of the magnetism of the planet, but the south of the magnetism of the planet's in two places. One just south of Australia, in the middle of the ocean, and one in Antarctica. There's one in the north, but that wanders around. These aren't true geographical locations, right? Magnetic north isn't the same as geographic north now, is it?
No, it's a bit to the side.
Yeah, it's a bit to the side. It's handy. We can use that because it's a bit to the side of the actual geographical position. The geographical position is denoted by the celestial position in the sky, like Polaris, the circumpolar star. It denotes directly underneath it on the surface where the north is. Like, same with the south. It's directly underneath the southern celestial rotation. So if you're going to ask what happens when you cross the South Pole, not much. You just walked over a bit of land underneath a star or rotation in the sky. It's like asking what happens when you cross the North Pole. Not much. You're just walking over some ice.
But do you think if you keep walking, you'll fall over the Earth or something? What's the explanation?
I don't
Where would you
know.
fall to, brother? Did you think this through? Where are you going to fall to? You're going to fall to space?
That's what I'm asking.
Yes. How do you fall to space?
That's what I am asking you guys.
We don't think there's an edge to fall off of, or jump off of, or fly off of, or any of that.
So the planet is infinite.
It's not a planet. Okay, it's not in the category planet. All right.
Okay,
Planet is the shit. Planet is
infinite. Right?
Planets are in the sky, right? Do you see Earth in the sky?
No, but if you go to the sky, you see the planet Earth.
How do you know that?
He did it, I assume. He did this, right?
Someone told you that, and you believe what they told you. What if I told you that I have a wardrobe, and if you go to the back of it, there's a mystical door that'll take me to Narnia where there's talking lions, and I'll come back with photographs of lions and talking frickin' elk and every other thing. Would you believe all that?
No.
Okay, why not? I got pictures.
Because you're just one person.
Oh. Just one person?
Hey, I went too. I got snow on my shoes.
And now we got two. I'm sure Radwin's been there.
Where?
In Narnia, that's where we met.
Yeah.
So what's the limit of Earth? It's not infinite.
So 14.7 psi indicates a fixed volume, so it's the defined area. So I don't know where it's at. It stops somewhere.
If you get a plane in the flat Earth, you keep flying straight.
You'll run out of gas. Yeah, you just run out of gas and crash and die, and nobody will be able to find you because you didn't tell anybody. So you'll die.
So assuming you have infinite gas.
Can't.
Oh, wow.
You keep going straight.
No, you can't. What are you going to fix your position for to know that you're flying straight?
You don't change directions. You can look up the sky.
Wow. I guess you've never heard of crosswinds before.
You can look at the stars.
Arthur, let me break this down. When you travel in a fluid, like air for airplane, or in water for a boat, you have your heading, and that's the direction the plane is pointed in, right? So say your plane is pointed north. But that's not your direction of travel, because there's wind or flowing water. So it pushes you diagonally, right? And that would be your course, the direction you're actually going. So it's hard to tell what straight even is.
You can follow the stars.
So we like Arthur, what you're saying is like where we go by like what we can prove and like what it is. Not we don't go into imagination land. What if I could go straight? You can't go straight.
You follow the
What if it's
stars,
infinite?
the
Nothing is
stars move.
infinite.
The stars move, so you just follow a star, you'll go in a circle.
We try to stay in reality. I mean, these hypotheticals, they're hypotheticals that can never happen. And you're asking us, hey, how would that work on a flat Earth? I mean, just you're already using your imagination. Just keep going then.
I'm trying to understand.
No, imagination isn't understanding what the Earth is. You can't go straight.
You got my question. What's the point of it, right?
Yeah, but you can't go straight, Arthur. Arthur, what happens when people are lost in the woods? What do they do if they try to walk straight? Do they actually walk straight? No, they don't. They walk in a circle.
Circles.
Yeah, they walk in circles. It's impossible to walk straight without some external reference. So say I want to go 1,000 miles. Now my external reference, like say the reference was a mountain. If I go 1,000 miles, now I can't see that mountain no more. Now how do I know I'm going straight relative to that first external reference that told me I was going straight? Now I can't see it anymore. But now I can't see it anymore. So how do I know I'm still going straight?
If you have a compass.
No, that won't work.
Why not?
Compasses don't point towards the poles. They align to the magnetic field of the Earth. And that magnetic field doesn't point north and south.
If you keep walking only to the north, using a compass, you're walking in a straight line, right?
Look, if you can walk to the north until you hit the magnetic pole, you're Jesus Christ because you're going to have to walk on water.
Magnetic field lines bend and curve. I said this earlier, we have to correct for this field line problem. Right, so they're not straight, they curve around. You can almost be 45, 50 degrees off where you're facing, like off of true north if you follow your compass sometimes. You have to correct for it.
My compass moves when I'm driving and I'm going in a straight line and I'm not driving that far.
Yeah, so look in the chat, Arthur. Look in the chat. That's a magnetic declination map. So the lines are the direction your compass is going to point when you're in that location. So as you can see, some of those lines go east and west. Your compass is going to point east-west.
That's 90 degrees, of course.
Oh, shit. Sprague got the good map.
Mic check 1 2.
Oh, you sound lovely.
Oh, baby. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You getting rid of the can and the string?
Yeah. Well, I've upgraded from what I had to a Rode microphone, so.
What do you mean a Rode microphone? What is that?
Yeah, it's a brand name.
Oh.
I have 2 of them actually, but this one is one you can put on top of a SLR.
Dude, I wish Sporadic was in here. I always want to take one of these magnetic declination maps, put it over the latitude longitude lines, and then distort the latitude and longitude lines to straighten out the magnetic field lines, right? To make them point north and south by twisting the latitude longitude coordinate system, right? Flip it, right? Straighten the magnetic field lines and curve the latitude and longitude lines, just see what it would look like.
And move the land.
Yeah, dude. Exactly, dude.
Probably give you a better image of how you're traveling.
And you know what? They'd be mathematically equivalent, and you would never be able to tell the difference in reality.
Yeah.
Somebody put that in AI and have it do that. Should somebody in here's got that talent to write
Don't
that?
you think that this has been the difficulty of cartography, to try to have the placement of the continents on a overall worldview? I think that's.
I actually tried to do this in Adobe Photoshop with using they have a warp tool. I tried to warp. It was too difficult. There's too many freaking warp points. But yeah, so yeah, keep going, AV. I'm gonna go get a map that actually from the 1800s that say we made this map because the compass needle don't freaking work right, basically, compared to whatever.
Yeah, this was the problem that I was talking with Sporadic about, the contemplation of why they would even think about putting the continents in a certain orientation, and then having that consistently be applied to how you navigate. How do you know from continent to continent the orientation is the way it's supposed to be if what you use for navigation, you're not following straight paths, you're just following the magnetic field lines. You know what I mean? This is the important part about it. It's it's easy to think that you could walk in a straight line, right? But the problem is, overall, when you're trying to navigate, there's certain tools that you use to help you go in the specific direction you're going. So it's not the same as if you're saying, well, why don't you just walk in a straight line like the Great Circle course? Examine it. See, what does it have any consistency? Why would people think that it's that if in their mind they think they're going in a straight line? You know what I mean?
Yeah, in their mind.
Yeah. So travel, I think that's been the biggest thing for people, how we travel. You think that it's okay, whatever tool that you're using to travel with, you think that thing that's guiding you is keeping you on a straight path. How do you know that? How do you know it's a straight line,
I remember when Antonio was building his map, he did look at declination and inconsistencies in shipping line or shipping travel routes, especially in the south. The further south, the worse it was.
I think that's always been the problem of map making and placement of continents and continent sizes. People have always just worked off of the idea of somebody else having everything placed where there are, in relation to one another, and or the sizes of the continents in relation to another. You could tell different maps have always got it wrong. And so I think it was yesterday there were a guy was in here, not in here, but in the other server that we're in, was asking for just give me a map, give me a flat earth map. But really their globe earth overall worldview map is not consistent as well. How can you depend on that being the exact layout of all the continents and the positions of things in relation to where you are? How do you know that?
So what part of the map is wrong?
Well, it's correct within purpose.
You're asking what part of the map is wrong. How is the map constructed to be right? Whoever asked that.
The only thing wrong in the map, it's because it's a Mercator map. Some countries get discarded.
Really? What is the what's the construction of a cartographer's way that he makes the map? How does he do it, Arthur? Because you seem to have you're very informed, right? I want to know how you're so informed that you know that something is right. Show me that you're informed, sir. How does the cartographer actually make the map?
I don't know how they make the map.
Then why would you say it's correct?
And why do you say it's false?
Did I say it was false? I say that there's inconsistencies in the different maps that they're showing in comparison to one another. So you have to first present what you think is true, show us a standard, give us something to say that, okay, we got a gold standard here. This is the map that we should be working with. What projection is that, sir? What map projection is that we should be using? And then any other map that comes against it will be like, okay, that's not right because we have a standard. What map standard do we have, Arthur?
So to prove something is true, I have to do 7,000 years of human history and science to prove something is true.
Okay, you're trying to go from a premise where something is already true. How do you know the thing that you say is true is true? How do you know that? You don't know that, right? Would that be the answer? Because I'm going to speed things along here. You don't know how it is true. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is your logic. You think something is already true and you don't know how it's true. So we're asking you, if you're so informed, tell us how this is true that you think is true. But the other problem we have is that you don't know what map to point at to say that something is true. You wouldn't even know where to start. There's hundreds of maps, Arthur.
I know.
How would you know where to begin?
I don't know.
You see the problem? This is the problem in logic when we speak to people that think that the Earth is a globe. You guys think there's already an answer out there. There's a certain layout to the Earth and everything the way it looks. So we have to go by that standard. And now I'm asking you, what standard is that? Show me the map that you think that's showing the Earth the way it looks like. Show me that map.
Sure, I'm just a normal dude.
I know that, and what I'm doing, Arthur.
It's not for some.
Hold on, Kiri, 1 second. What I'm doing right now is showing you that you're just a guy who thinks that there's something that's true that's being presented to them. I'm showing you this. I'm walking you through the fact that you don't know what's true. So you can't say, "Well, show me a map, Flat Earther," because you don't even know what's true. So that's what I'm showing you right now, Arthur. You and everybody else who think that the Earth is a globe, you think there's an answer to this question because you already have something right now. Like you have a standard. And I'm showing you that's not true.
Consensus. Avi, it's a common consensus, but...
Okay, now let me ask you, Kiri. Common consensus. Hold on. I do want to talk to you about that. So, Kiri, I'm going to speak to you, Kiri. Relax. I'm going to speak to you. So if that's... hold on, Kiri. Yeah, wait a minute.
If it's to explain his arguments,
dude, you need to relax. You need to just relax. How do you know the consensus has already agreed on something that's true? That's all I was going to ask you.
It's common knowledge that is taught in schools. So
okay, what map? Right, what map are we talking about, Kiri? Because this is a subject right now. That's what we're talking about. The map. Which map are we talking about?
All of our references from our education refers back.
Okay,
to
thank you. Thank you for that. Which map is that?
Mercator.
What do you mean, the globe? Which map?
No, the map projection in question that is the standard for all knowledge for what everything is supposed to be. What map are we looking at?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Let me look it up. Yeah, it's called the I'm looking. If you give me just
you can look it up. I don't care, dude. Like I want you. Listen, this what I'm showing you right now should be educational for you. It's a teachable moment so that you can understand. Hold on, Kiri.
Sorry.
So that you can know what's true and what's not true. So I'm going to put this in a truth statement. Is it true that you know that there is a standard for a map that we all use that you say is consensus that we all agree that is the true map?
Yeah, I'm from France, so in French we call it Mercator map. I mean
Mercator. Yeah, Mercator.
Yeah, the Mercator. Yeah.
Okay, so the Mercator projection. Can you post what that? Can you
in the chat?
Do that,
yes,
please?
I want to see.
Let's be on using the same.
That's the common. Yeah, that's the basic map. We are talking in school.
You see this map here, right? And does Arthur see this map too that you presented? Arthur, do you see the map that Kiri presented? Okay, would you agree that that's the map that we all use?
Yes, it's the Mercator projection.
Okay, so the Mercator projection, do you think that is the gold standard for maps? That is the one that we should all rely on as the one we look at to say, okay, that's what the Earth looks like, and every other map is going to have to compete against this one.
That's the one they use a lot.
Okay. Would you agree that this is the map that we rely on to say that this is what the Earth looks like? Masking.
Yes. Yes.
How about you, Kiri?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Okay, so the layout of where the continents are is exactly what it should be in reality?
No, it's an extrapolation because.
Okay, so it's not. So the question is, it either is or is not where the continents should be. Is this where all the continents are on our Earth in relation to one another?
Yes,
in relation to one another, yes, through distance, but not in shape. I mean,
the size is
wow. We got problems here. Kiri's not agreeing with it. We got problems, don't we? Okay, so Arthur,
hold on.
Go ahead,
Davey. How can the distances be correct but the shape incorrect? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So let me show you something else.
Because the shape, the distance dictates the shape. So they're both wrong or neither are wrong.
You can check the site.
The projection is used for.
What's
just
it
for?
What's
for illustration only.
Oh, really?
You can also like the time zones. We use it for time zones and yeah.
Okay, so where's Arthur? Arthur, do you agree with everything that Kiri's saying?
I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. All right, so he doesn't know, but maybe Kiri's more informed, right? We're going with Kiri at the moment. Kiri seems to have a better handle at this.
Look like this on a globe.
Okay, it looks like that on a globe. But what you're trying to do right now is to figure out how you're going to put that flat map on a sphere, yeah? That's what you're doing.
I mean, if you fold it on a sphere, you could embrace like the shape and like give you a globe.
Yeah, you can put it around any shape, really.
That's the model we are using right now.
Yeah.
What do you do with all the wrinkly parts that are extra sticking off? Do you trim them with a pair of scissors?
Yeah, you'd have to. Yeah, you'd have to. But here's the thing, right? I'm giving you guys something to think about. You've probably never looked at this argument ever in your life. Now it's time to revisit this whole idea. How do you know that is exactly where all the continents are? That's my question to you, Kiri, because Arthur is a little bit more behind than you are. How do you know that's where all the continents?
I'm looking for an answer.
Well, no, I mean,
like I said, if you, okay, what's the chat?
So let me just get this straight, Kiri. You didn't know before this question came up, Kiri. Speak to me truthfully,
yes.
Dude. Speak to me truthfully. You didn't know any of this information that I'm talking about until I just now spoke of it, and you're looking it up right now.
No, I'm just looking for arguments.
I know. I listened to the words that I'm saying and answer. Respond to me. You didn't know this question that I'm asking you until I just now said it to you, and you're now looking up the answer.
I mean, before you're questioning it, I won't look it up on Google.
No, I know that you're looking it up. I get it. But you didn't know the answer until just now looking for it.
Yeah, my knowledge is limited. I mean,
okay,
it's been years.
So all right, it's been years. So Kiri, think about this, okay? I'm giving you something to think about. You and Arthur both had the idea that you think that you know what the Earth layout is based on a map projection that's been shown to you, but you don't know how they have obtained this information. Is this statement true?
We know how they obtained it.
To an extent, yes. It is true.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
So now I'm bringing it to your mind that you had an idea of what you think the Earth is based on a map projection, the Mercator projection, which is what you presented, but you don't know how they've obtained the information as to how that map was even made.
I mean, cartography is one thing.
Okay, both of you speaking at the same time is not going to work.
Cartography is one thing. I mean, that's what we use to draw maps.
Yeah, that's a nice word, cartography. But what do they do within that method?
In order to have full knowledge of how the shape looks, we need to send satellites in outer space. So
You said satellites, and Arthur says navigate. Which one came first?
Navigation came first.
Navigation, yes.
Okay, so navigation came first. So what do they do in navigation to obtain, the physical world reference to what the
measure
map
distances? The measure distance.
Really? So how do they measure distances?
Time spent, from a point, a specific point. You measure.
What did you say? Time spent? Is that what you said?
You have 1 point, and you measure the distance between.
How do you do that?
By time spent, by looking at the stars.
Okay, so you don't know, right? Kiri, you don't know?
The motion of the stars.
Be honest. I want listen when you speak to me. I want you to be honest. Do you know the method or not?
I do not, but I was referring to.
Thank you. You do not. That's where you should start to investigate. Right there, that point where you say you do not. So here's what I'm showing you. Right after all this time, you've taken information in and just thought it to be the true case. The Earth looks exactly what's been presented to you without any question. Now I'm giving you the opportunity to look into and investigate these questions. And now that we're doing it, you can't just presume that you already know the answer of something like, "Hey, I know what the world looks like." You can't know that because right now we've drilled down to your thought process. We've just figured out there's a gap of knowledge. You don't know how things were constructed to be true. So now, now's the time.
You haven't presented any evidence in the chat.
The challenge is right now to figure out how cartography is done. You got to figure that out, right? So does Arthur. And then once you start to realize how the method,
I send you multiple illustrations.
Kerry, just relax, bro, relax. Once you figure out how it's done, then you can present a case for how you know the methodology.
Like I said earlier, I send you multiple things in the chat.
Yes, you send multiple things, but that's information that you just curated right now.
You also send yours.
Yeah, Kerry.
It works both ways.
Kerry, you're not. Yes. Look at the bigger picture here, right? This is the greater point. You didn't know prior to this moment in time about how cartography is done until I even questioned you about it.
Then
you always, Kerry, you always thought in your mind that this was already something that was just done. Everybody knows. And the information that you're receiving is something that's true. You and everybody else in here have taken that for granted.
Show me how cartography should be done. You measure.
Well, the question is, why have you been carrying the notion that you've thought that the Earth was what you perceive it to be based on something you don't know? How they've obtained.
That's not what I'm saying. Show me.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying. Like the fundamental problem. Yeah, hold on a second. The fundamental problem is that you think that things are already known and that we shouldn't look back and research and figure out maybe what was the method that they've obtained this information. This is what I'm trying to get you to realize. Critical thinking on this. Hold on, Kerry. It's not even a counter-argument. I'm not countering something that you're presenting. I'm actually getting you to getting you to realize. Hold on, Kerry. I'm getting you to realize that you didn't know the information existed of the methodology.
You said that 20 times.
Okay, so are you actually going to research, or are you just going to tell me that I need to rebut something you said?
I'm going to do more research. I'm going to be more knowledgeable on how to defend my arguments in terms of what I know. Right, but
you don't know. That's the problem. So you don't know.
Like I said earlier, I presented you multiple arguments, multiple illustrations
of something you don't know. Of something you don't know.
You didn't counter-argue, so
I did. I said you don't know the information that supports
how
what
you measure distance on the flat Earth.
Okay, so the Mercator projection is what you presented, yes? And I asked you what was the methodology that they constructed this map? What was your answer?
No. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Yes, that's how it works, dude. You can't present something.
It's globe versus flat.
No. That's you not knowing what the Earth is.
There's no discussion. There's no discussion.
It is a discussion. It's an exposition of how you don't know what you're talking about.
No, there's only you refuting globe arguments.
No, it's me refuting your lack of ability to explain something you thought you knew. That's what it is.
Okay, I tried.
I'm exposing the fact that you thought you already knew you had the answer, but you don't really. Because when you presented the Mercator projection, I said, how did they obtain this information? You came up with tits. You didn't know. You don't know.
What about
I tried to ask you to come up with... Okay.
Say, what?
What about the old maps?
What about old maps?
They already knew the shape of the countries in the...
How do you know that, Arthur? How do you know that?
We know because we have old maps.
Okay, great. We have old maps. How did they figure that out? What was the method they used for those old maps?
Navigation around the country.
Yeah. Around the country. Go ahead and tell me the method that they've obtained the information of the shape of the continent. Go ahead, since you know.
They went around the country with a boat and drew it.
Really? How did they do that?
How did they, for example, get distances between locations?
No, I'm talking about the shape, not
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to be sailing, that's going to be a coastline. So you're going to have features along the coastline that you're going to need to demark distance between.
Yes.
You're not. How? Yes, you're. He doesn't know how. He's basically Jedi's feeding you, Arthur, and you're just agreeing with him. But he has to tell you this. This is what I'm trying to get across to you guys who think that you know what the Earth is based on it being a globe. You don't have information to support the case that you know what you're talking about.
The UN flag is interesting.
Oh my God, dude! Like really? You want to go to the UN flag? Yeah, Kiri. Here's the fundamental problem. Is the way you process information, brother. You and everybody else who thinks the Earth is a globe process information as in here's the information, I accept it. That's what it's just a present. Wherever you get this information from, you've just accepted it. You haven't challenged yourself of how you know what you know.
No, I mean, journalism used that map. I mean,
and why should we believe you instead of the common?
Okay, so it's not about believing me. It's in how you process information. How are you doing that?
Eric Dubé and journalism used that map all the time.
So who cares about those guys? Did they tell you how they got the method?
First.
Oh yeah. So let's put it this way. Did Eric Dubé tell you how?
You idiot! Stop saying dumb shit.
Did Eric Dubé teach you how to look at the UN map and tell you how he constructed that as a flat Earth map?
No, I mean, he used it. He used it in.
Who cares? Who cares? Yeah, who cares? There's a lot of people that can be fallacious and have the reasoning to be questioned. It doesn't matter who they are. Doesn't matter who they are. You could question anyone, right? How do you know that information is true, right? You can ask that from just about anything. And if they can't support the information they're presenting to you, then how do they know what they know? That could apply to anyone, myself included.
Let me add something real quick. Is old boy here? Are you saying that the AE projection is wrong?
I'm sorry, you're asking me?
Yeah. Is your current understanding that the UN flag or the AE projection is wrong?
No, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, I wanted to add it to the debates, and from what I recall, Eric Dubé and journalism,
they're not here.
Always use like that portrayal of flat Earth. I want to see the flat Earth map. If you have one,
don't worry about that. You need to worry about what other people do that aren't in this room. What do you say? Is this map wrong or is that map right?
I mean, that map makes sense because it's the Earth, right? It's the continents. You can clearly see it, but the thing is, it's a dot. It's a site
like
that pinpoints.
Okay,
right.
Let me help you out. All maps are wrong. It's called a reification. When you say this,
especially that UN map, I mean, it makes no sense.
Yeah, that map is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we get to look at why it's wrong. Why you think it's wrong?
I'm just sharing that to challenge you guys to share.
No, you're not challenging us, bro. You're not challenging us. We're challenging you. It's how you're processing. It's how you're processing
but
information.
Still, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any
He's trying to. It's like this is more narrative nonsense. That's what he's trying to do. Create a narrative. Oh, flat earthers don't have a map. We're aware of your narrative nonsense, right? We have a map, but you have no way to check it.
Well, where is it? I want to see it.
Okay.
Come on, guys.
And then what? And then what? After you see it,
We've
then
been
what?
talking for flat.
Hold on. After you see it, then what?
Show us the truth.
Then what? You're gonna see the Earth don't look like that. Well, how do you know what the Earth looks like?
There'll be more food for thought and more arguments for the debate.
I'm asking you again. You're going to look at it, and then what?
May I throw a hammer into this?
We can discuss it.
You're going to compare it to something else, right?
No, so you can rely on, I don't know, a common ground for the discussion.
Okay. So doesn't matter.
You can't even think critical.
Hold on. And unlike you, I can tell you how this map was made. Okay. So this map was made using shipping times, like how long it takes to travel by ship, and the official reported the official areas that individual countries report to the UN. How big is your country? Okay, 200 something square miles. Okay, so that's what they report. This is how this map was made. Okay.
You're talking about the UN.
Before you compare it to some other map, listen, this is the problem. You guys will say that map is wrong. You have no way to say that map is wrong because you don't know what the true map is.
It is.
That's what he was asking you. He wants to know what's the true map so we can figure out any other map what to compare it to.
Everything is wrong about the UN map. I mean, the shape of the continents and everything.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know?
Because we measured it.
Oh, really? Show us.
He doesn't know how.
For the millennials.
Show us.
The problem.
No. Show us.
What do you mean, show us?
Show us.
I already showed you the Mercator map.
You're just
that's the most accurate map
we have. You're just making assertions that you're trying to cash it. You're trying to write a check your ass can't cash, dude.
I respect your perspective, but you haven't produced any map
of the flat Earth. How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? What are you comparing it to?
He's like,
did you see the Earth from that
questioning and never producing any?
Hold on, dude. You're spiraling, brother. Okay. Did you see the Earth from that point of view?
No.
Okay, so you don't know from that. So how do you know that's what the Earth looks like? The Earth you have in your head, the continents look like this. That's in your head because you've never seen it, right? But you're imagining it to be that way. How do you know that's the way it is?
Because I trust the science.
There it is, right there.
There we go.
That's it right there. That's it right there. There you go, Kerry. That's what we want to hear from you guys. We want to hear that you guys say that you trust. You've never investigated this. These are true statements that I'm saying right now. But hold on, Kerry. Based on wait, just shut your yapper, bro.
Yeah.
What we're saying is you only trust, you don't investigate, you don't research, you don't do your due diligence. When you come to this forum and you think you have in your mind, I have the knowledge of the Earth being a globe. You don't, because he just asked you a bunch of questions you could not answer. And then at the end of all of that, you said, I just trust. That's it, brother. That's what all of this is based on your trust on somebody giving you information. Yeah? And now you have an opportunity to critically think about what you thought you knew and kind of go over in your head how you know what you know. But that's not for us in the discussion. You can do that on your own time,
you said
bro.
Earlier, but I'm not here to be disrespectful. I'm just here to debate. Come on.
No, this isn't a debate, bro. You don't have anything to stand on to debate. You don't have any knowledge based on what you just said. You just trust the information.
It's
so you don't have knowledge, bro.
Ask me anything or make a claim to
so
debate.
thank you for
you have to make a claim to debate.
You have to make a claim to debate.
It's not a debate.
You have to make. Go ahead, Crit. You tell him.
I have to make a claim. Okay.
You've got two things are fucked up with you right now. Number one, you're the most anti-science person that is in the room right now. As soon as you say you trust science, you just took the power of science away from it. Science is built on distrust. You verify, repeatable, observable, remeasurable, and falsifiable. As soon as you take that away and slap a trust sticker on it, it's no longer science.
of the
It's just
question,
a
everything that has
buzzword.
been taught to me and everything that I learned in
That's
school.
just a buzzword you're using now. For some reason, you won't explain or take questions on. So really, we should be doing an AMA for you. How did you take science, then call it
For
not
granted?
science, and call it
So-
something else? And number
So we
two,
can't believe,
if you
we
want
can't believe anything.
number two, if you want to debate, you need a claim first. Say my claim is this. You haven't done either of these things.
I mean, a debate is an open discussion where we present arguments and we
You
can
need to
talk
look up the
about
word
it.
You don't
debate.
have any arguments
You don't have
to
to be
present.
so
You don't know how
aggressive.
anything was done. You don't know what the evidence is. Like, what are you going to argue? From
Yeah.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you going to argue? Something that you don't know? That's interesting.
Okay, I'm done,
That's not a
guys. You-
debate. Yeah, I know you're done. You're cooked, bro.
You win.
You're
You
freaking
win. I'm gonna let someone
So,
else.
I want to
How about
address the
make a
other guy.
claim?
He was like,
Interact
so
with
we
you
can't
guys?
believe anything then. No, that's called an all or nothing fallacy. You have to use discernment. Every claim you analyze individually. You just don't make blanket, like, I believe all of this or I believe all that. I believe all my teachers. No, some of the shit your teachers say is false. Some of it's true. You have to not be lazy and parse through it all so you know what the truth is. There's no law that says you have to believe anything. Teacher said X and X. Well, you can choose to believe it, not believe it, or just have
This
no
guy-
opinion.
He's putting in the text, it's a complicated debate. No, it's only complicated because you don't know the answers to any of the things that have been asked you because you never researched them. Therefore, would you do that? Okay, imagine this. You go to a forum, it's a debate forum, and you present, the guy presents his case for the debate, and then the mic turns to you and say, okay, so what is your premise for the debate? Well, I'm going to present something that I don't know about, guys, and I'm going to open up with saying, I think this is true. But I don't have any way to substantiate it. Therefore, I'm right, and that guy over there is wrong. Is that how
I
you
got a
win?
Great analogy. Imagine you're debating who the greatest baseball player. Hold on, Arthur. Imagine you're debating who the greatest baseball player is, and you go in and you're like Babe Ruth. Oh yeah, why is he the greatest? I think he hit like 1 million home runs or something. I'm not really sure. Maybe I think he stole like 1,000 bases. I don't really know. And they're like, shut up. Like, how are you debating on a side when you don't know anything about the person is that you're saying is the best? He could have freaking did nothing. He might not even have played baseball. That might be even be imaginary character. Like, you have no clue. You shouldn't be even, you should just be listening.
This really puts you guys
Are you done
off
punching
kilter.
down this guy? Are you
Yeah,
done?
punching down, dude. This is a teachable moment, egg based. For those of you guys who don't realize, this is a moment of reflection. You should actually look at look at what you know and have an internal critique. What do I know? Take stock, egg based, as what we're telling you. And are you doing that too? Because we might even, you're like, I'm going to throw a hammer in the works. No, you're not. There isn't any hammers to throw. I mean, if you had something, that would be something, but you don't.
How about the Coriolis effect?
That's a derivative argument based on the fact that you already think the Earth is spinning on the premise, which is the Earth. You should be presenting how you know the Earth is actually in motion. It's a derivative topic.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not derivative because you.
It is.
No.
Dude, it is based off of the idea that the Earth is spinning. What do you mean it's not derivative?
How about air?
How about technology, dude?
If
I want you to talk about the Earth. Talk about the Earth, egg base.
If I plot a flight plan without taking the Coriolis effect,
No,
into
we're not
account,
talking
I'll
about.
end
We're
up,
not
like,
talking about a derivative
miles
topic just
away.
because you think you have an argument for that derivative topic. No, sir. You have to go back to the premise. Go back to the premise. Yeah. Go back to the premise of how you know the Earth's in motion, so then you could have your little Coriolis effect. Tell us how the Earth's in motion.
Premise one.
Talk about
if
that.
the Earth were not in motion, then plotting a flight plan directly from one destination to another would be completely functional.
Yeah, that's illogical. That's illogical. Sorry, it's illogical because your premise is not true. The first premise is a subjective statement, which doesn't make it conclusive, which is not true. So premise one, you're already wrong.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and define those words you just used, because you used half of them.
No, you understand what I'm talking about. So subjective means your interpretation of what that statement, the first statement, is incorrect because you just think it's true. It's not actually true. It's not conclusively true. It's not really true. It's just what you think is.
So on a
subjective,
a straight line between 2 points.
You didn't define globe Earth, sir. So you can't compare. You can't compare. Shut up, dude. Whoever's in the background. You can't compare the Earth to anything that you think it is based on what you just believe it to be. You have to present the information of how the Earth is an actual globe to compare it to a flat Earth, which you don't have. We can start there.
It's not that the Earth is flat. That's not the no.
Yeah, how do you know the Earth's a globe, egg base?
I'm sorry, Avi, for one.
You're gonna have to sit down. I'm not gonna allow people to interrupt. Sit down.
We're getting there. However, you've insisted that my first premise is completely subjective, which is
yes, it is.
A non-starter.
It started with an if statement. Started with an if statement. You can't do it.
That's a conditional, not a subjective statement.
Well, you can't start with if. You have to start with something that would make the statement to be true, as in the Earth is a globe, not if the Earth were a globe. Start with a true statement.
I don't have to. I don't have
Your
to.
syllogism is flawed, sir.
I don't have to go to you.
Well, then that's fine. Then it's not true. Then it's not true. Start with your if statement, but it won't make it true. How about that? It won't be true, so it's illogical.
In the case that the Earth were a flat and level plane.
Sorry, but you're not proving that the Earth is a globe. No. This isn't evidence that the Earth is a globe. Like I said before.
Let me try this way.
Like I said before, you have to provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe before you put it against. If the Earth was an actual globe, if the Earth was an actual globe, you'd have to present the case of it being an actual globe, and then anything that comes against it, whether it be flat Earth or concave or hollow or whatever it is, would come against the truth, right? That's how you do it. You have to first start with the true.
I got the one out about halfway.
Where's the if?
And you basically stopped me and said, "Nope, that doesn't work."
Okay, dude, you got to think about it this way. You're saying if this, where is the this? You haven't demonstrated the if.
Because it's premise one.
So where's the if?
Any course
you need to show the if.
Academic writing is required?
Yes, you'd have to demonstrate the if. You'd have to cite the if and show what that if is. So otherwise, you're just basically, it's a squawk. It's a vacuous statement. If you say, if the Earth is a meatball sandwich.
If you present a formal proof of something,
you'd have to show the if.
Premises.
No, you don't. Okay. If you say nothing, a vacuous statement, if you're not paying attention, if the if is vacuous, meaning it doesn't have any form or function, it's just a word that doesn't mean anything.
So
if the Earth is a spoon,
if premise one doesn't stand on its own, then
there's nothing there. You haven't given the premise one.
The conclusion is formed by two true statements in a syllogism that you're going to perform is that it's a logical statement. So you can't do that if they're conditional or if or maybe perhaps if. You can't do it that way. Dude, it has to be two true premises, and the logical conclusion would be that it's born out of those two true premises. So can you do that? Two true statements.
You're not limited to two premises, and they don't.
It doesn't matter, but they have to be true. And if you're going to do it that way, like the statements themselves would be conclusive. Because then it would be the two true premises, or how you saying you want to add more, they have to be true. So start there.
The only argument that you'll accept is a conclusive, assertion based
for the Earth being a globe. Yes, for the Earth being a globe. Yes.
You'll only accept a one-part conclusion based on two completely true axioms.
Yeah, can you do that with the Earth being a globe? Let's see how well you can prove the Earth being a globe with that.
Your standard of evidence is preposterous, and I refuse.
No, it's actually empirical, sir. It's not preposterous. That means that we're verifying and falsifying and repeating the test that we would if it were true, but it's not true. That's the problem. It is not true. So you can't do it based on the standard that would be empirical. So your argument falls flat on its face, pun intended. Any more for any more? You're not in a realm of let's just imagine the Earth being a globe. We're here to demonstrate to the public that the Earth is not a globe based on any information you can present. Guaranteed. 100%. We stand on business when we come into this room, and you guys should know that. If you want to come up against anything, then you better come in here telling us how you know the Earth is an actual globe. Not, well, if we think about it, perhaps, and maybe, and hypothetically. No. You better know that the Earth is a globe and provide evidence of how it's a globe, empirically. Otherwise, what have you got? An imagination? Of course. That's all you've been holding on to, ladies and gentlemen, is an imagination.
Space, man.
Okay, all the images from space. I can address that guy. So how are you going to verify that those images, the content of what's on those images is true? How do you verify that?
I mean, I've seen rockets launch.
Yes, that's great. Rockets launch, it's great. I'm asking for whatever they're whatever they're presenting to you, right? The Earth looking like a globe. How do you know that you can validate that in any way?
Because we can.
How do you validate that the Earth looks exactly like that image that they're showing you?
I mean, they're not going to edit the photo. I mean, why would they?
Oh, no. We're not talking about them doing anything. I'm asking for how you know or you validate it. It doesn't matter. How is it validated?
Two eyes that I can see that it's, a globe. I mean, why would they?
Okay. Yeah, you can see it. So your standard of evidence is I see something in a photo, I believe it's content.
I mean, it's live streamed too. I mean, you can watch it.
I'm not worried about that, dude. I'm examining how you process the information, and it sounds like you're processing information like I see the image, I believe it's content, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll follow
okay, so by that standard, people can show you Bigfoot, they can show you the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus. All of those things are true as well because they showed you an image of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but there's no image.
Oh, really?
Of Bigfoot or Tooth Fairy or anything.
Yeah, there are. I bet you right now anybody can post any of those images I just said of the things that I just spoke of in the text chat right now. And you,
right, we'll move to a different set of evidence because I'm not here to argue with you. I just want to hear your explanations.
No, you got to stay here because this is your worldview being evaluated.
Yep.
So using your worldview, all it takes is a photograph. You could use NORAD has taken photographs of Santa Claus for about 40 years, 60 years.
Right? I'm not here to debate you. I just want to hear your explanation.
I know, because it's not a debate.
Your worldview is being evaluated right now. You came in here and said, if the Earth is flat, how would you explain a photograph of Santa Claus taken by NORAD?
Santa Claus doesn't exist. I'm not here to debate you guys.
There you go.
How do you know,
your explanations for these?
The explanation is
living in the North Pole.
Here's the explanation. Here's the explanation. You guys that come in here and think that the Earth is a globe, the explanation is it's not a globe based on your information. Otherwise, you'd be able to tell us how it is. Yeah? You'd be able to go through it and say, this is empirical fact. You can know this to be true. You don't have that. So it's an exposition on your thought process. Yeah?
Right.
Right. So now that's where we're at here. We're showing you kind of a mirror. I'm showing you a mirror. This is how you think. It sounds pretty ridiculous, right? When I actually put it the way I did. I'm giving you the exposition so you can start to now analyze information critically. Now you can go back and say, okay, wait a minute. Maybe I had a wrong way of thinking about this stuff. Maybe I can go back and try to rethink.
You guys think the Earth is flat, right? But how do you?
No, we don't think we know.
Okay, you know the Earth is flat. So how do you explain the sun? If there was a floating sun, why would it not illuminate the entire Earth the entire time?
Okay, have you critically thought about that question you just asked?
I want to hear your explanation.
No, I'm asking you. Have you critically thought about the question you just asked?
Yes, I have critically thought about it. Please explain.
Okay, let's examine the components of that question. You're asking me, how can I think about the sun moving across a flat plane?
No, I'm asking why wouldn't it light up the entire plane the entire time?
Right.
Why is
So
it
let's talk about that. So the sun illuminating the entire plane. What gives you the indication that that would be the case? Let's critically think about it. What gives you the indication that would be
If
the
I have
exact
if
case?
I have a light bulb in my room, which I do right now, when I turn it on,
Is that comparable
and I keep
to the
it
sun?
on, yes, it is. The sun is like a light bulb.
It's like a light bulb, but is it exactly like a light bulb, or is
Okay,
it
let
kind
me
of
let
like?
me hear your explanation. I want to hear your.
No. The explanation is your critical thinking about this question.
No, I'm asking for an
we're
explanation.
dissecting.
I want to hear your explanation.
We're
That's all I
dissecting
wanna hear.
we're dissecting the components of the question, right? So you're
I'm not
trying to
asking
give me a
for
question.
I'm not asking for you to dissect the components of the
Yeah, we
question.
are
I'm
doing
asking
that.
for an
Yeah, we are doing
explanation.
that.
I want an explanation.
So the explanation can only be given to somebody who can critically think about the information that's given to them.
I want an explanation. Otherwise,
yeah, you will get it. Yeah, you will get it. But the thing is, you don't know how to handle the information. That's the part that I'm getting you to ignite.
We'll skip the handling. I want to.
No, we're not skipping.
But will you answer his first?
Yeah.
We have an explanation, dude. Just hold on to your ass, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're getting. You're getting.
Think you're the first person to broach this question? You're not.
All right. Well, let me hear you guys'
man. We've heard this
explanation.
question 10,000 times. It's not new. We have an answer, but you need to answer his questions first.
All right. Well, all right. I'll listen.
Yeah. So the problem is that when we start giving you explanations and spoon feeding you, you don't know how to accept that because the process of how you critically think about things is not. It's vacuous. It's not there. So in order for you to consider what we're saying, you have to be able to understand components of your question. So if we're talking about the sun, do you understand light attenuation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so in different mediums, light attenuates differently, yes?
Yes, yeah, they do.
Okay, so is it possible that the lights from the sun is not reaching every part of the earth because of how it attenuates through the air?
Well, I mean, air is not like water. It's not a stick. If you're underwater,
I'm not saying it is.
If you're
I'm
like
not saying
underwater,
it
it's
is.
going to be thicker.
Also,
but
I'm
not saying it is.
Yes, buddy. Like water is completely dark in 400 meters. You're talking about thousands of miles, but we're talking about thousands of miles.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's like water.
Why doesn't it attenuate like? All right, how far is the sun up?
You just proved Alpha's point. You can't follow along.
That's what I've been trying to tell him. Like,
I'm asking you, how far up is the sun? That's all I'm asking. How far is up? How far?
So here's the thing. Here's the thing with the information that's.
I mean, that would affect how much the light attenuates.
Sam, with the information that's given to you, you can't process it. It's difficult for you to do that because you've never done it. So what I'm telling you right now,
I'm asking you a
you're
basic
not doing
question.
it now,
How far
sir.
up is the sun? How far up is the sun?
So this is the problem.
How is it irrelevant?
Okay, I'll tell you
That
how
would
it's
affect light
relevant. Because we can compare the brightness of when the sun's at noon versus when it's on the horizon.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's 23,000 times less bright. That's just at the horizon.
At all.
And if
the, see,
pardon me,
dude, this is the problem. This is why you can't understand.
If it was 23,000 times less bright, then it would be 23,000 times as dark.
That's right. It's 23,000 times less bright. If you looked at the sun at noon, you'd burn your eyes out. But you can look directly at the sun when it's at the horizon.
No, you cannot. You'll burn your eyes out.
Yes, you can. Dude.
My God. Dude.
Have you ever looked at the sun at noon with no eye protection? You're going to burn your eyes out.
I said, did you not follow? You cannot look at the sun at noon. You'll burn your eyes out.
You just said you
but
can.
When it's on the horizon, why are you talking over me?
At the horizon,
why are you talking over me again?
The sun with eye protection. I'm explaining.
You can look directly at the sun when it's on the horizon. Directly at it and not burn your eyes out.
Beach right now at sunset and try look at the sun, I burn my eyes out. That's basic.
No, you wouldn't.
I can see that with my two own eyes.
You're just a liar.
No, you wouldn't.
You're just a liar, bro.
I live
Everybody
right
knows
next
that's
to a beach.
incorrect.
Okay, I'm going to show you a photograph of a setting sun, and it's obvious that you can look directly at the sun.
I would like to see this.
Everybody's seen this, Sam. You're just being disingenuous, bro. Everybody's seen the sun at the. Yes, you are. We've all stared at the sun at the sunset and sunrise.
Yep.
We all have done this.
All right, let's see this.
Yeah, you've never been.
Everybody's done this, bro.
You'd never been on a romantic
You've never
side.
seen a sunset. You had to look away. Oh, I can't look at the sunset. I'm burning my eyes out.
There's literally pictures of people sitting and looking at the sun on the sunset, bro.
Right,
That's what romantic. Hold on, Sam. Hold on. Let's mute this clown real quick. Just hold on a second. There are literally
thousands, if not millions, of photographs and romantic encounters people have staring at the sunset, bro. You're saying that nobody can do that because they'll burn their eyes out. You're such a freaking clown. It's making these statements.
Yeah, this is embarrassing for you right now.
My God, sir.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how this guy says it's impossible to look at the sun during the sunset, and just how embarrassing that is for someone to be that clueless.
And or the implications that you guys who think that the Earth is a globe cannot critically think about the world around you. That's the big elephant in the room right now. You guys come in here, oh, the Earth is a globe. Yeah, you've never thought about how it's a globe. Yeah? That's the problem with the guys that come in here, and you think you have these logically constructed arguments, and they're not. They're just not. So we're going through and talking to everybody that comes in here. And guys, because we want you to engage too. You've never had this conversation being brought up to you as revisit how you know what you know. Now it's being presented to you, and you guys don't know what to do. You're losing your freaking minds. You're saying illogical things. It's just what it is, man. Whenever we bring this up, this is what happens to you guys. It's like your brain turns into spaghetti. You can't even think straight.
It's like severe brain damage. Imagine someone walk into a forum, like any channel, not just this one, any channel. You could go through the list. I got it minimized right now. But all the channels here, and you were to join them and say, hey, they're talking, and you tell them, I've never seen the sun because I can't look at it. And they say, what about sunset? And you start arguing with them about sunsets. What would they do?
You're going to tell them they're blind. They go blind if they do it, and they're all like, "Well, we have all done it," and they're like, "No, you'll go blind."
They think you're like some idiot troll. You're trying to get a reaction. You're rage baiting. That's the dumbest shit ever, dude.
I posted 2 photos of sunsets in the chat. You probably couldn't even read a book to the freaking light from the sun in one of those. And I posted a graph from the astronomy website,
be honest,
where I get my number from. I didn't just make the number up out of my head.
Sam doesn't have an argument.
I'm letting you guys talk. I mean, you guys got mad because I was talking over you.
Okay.
Yeah, what did he just say? Did you hear what he said?
You can see that the sun is not the same brightness on the horizon as it is at noon.
Yeah, concession is in order. Go on, Sam.
In fact, if you look up on Wikipedia for meteorological visibility, it'll tell you the farthest you can see at sea level due to the clarity of the air is 256 kilometers.
So can I ask, why does it go, under the sea when it sets?
It doesn't go under anything.
So why is it setting? If I might ask.
Because
it's a function of perspective.
Yeah, things that are higher than your head, things that are higher than you, as they go away, they appear to approach the horizon, the vanishing point.
It's a function of perspective, Sam.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
Because you've never thought about it, yeah?
I have thought about it, but it doesn't make any sense.
That's some bullshit, bro. Okay, so let's do this. Hold on, let's do this. Let's do this, right? What is perspective? We'll do that. What is it?
Perspective is how you see.
Yeah, and how do our eyes see, bro?
With your eyeballs.
You don't know perspective, do you? If that's your answer, you don't know perspective.
You asked me what is perspective.
And it's not with your eyes. With your eyeballs is not the answer. How does vision work, brother?
You take in light, photons, into your eyeballs, and your brain processes that information.
There's the sun. There you go.
No, we're talking about image formation.
Hold on, AJ.
We're talking about image formation. How does an image form? How do things look? Everything converges to a vanishing point, right? Trace posted a GIF in the a hallway GIF, right? That's how things look. The ground appears to ramp up. The sky appears to ramp down. You wonder why the sun goes down? Because why it looks like it goes down. It's not actually going down.
There's a lot of images in the side chat for you to look at, Sam, to kind of put an example of what we're saying. This is what your vision is doing functionally outside in the world.
Yeah, just like the hallway appears to be coming together, you see the ceiling appear to drop down, but it's not actually dropping down. You're not trapped in the tunnel. You can keep going. It's just perspective.
The tunnel don't become a pinhole.
So that's the answer to your question. Why does the sun go down? Well, it's a function of perspective.
Okay, I have a different question. Can I ask?
No, you're. Hold on. Let's see if Sam has. Just hold tight. X, H, X, Y, or whatever. Sam, go ahead.
I've heard that the gravity works by stuff moving up at 9.8 meters a second. Is that how it works?
No. Next question.
How does gravity work?
We don't make a claim.
What is it?
Nobody knows how it works. We can only describe it. We can describe that things fall. We can describe how fast they fall. That's all we can do.
Define what do you...
I'm asking, that's your explanation for gravity?
No, that's the consensus within the heights of academia. That's what they agree upon there. They don't know. They can describe it. They can measure it. They're trying to figure out new theories for it currently.
Yeah, so the cause and effect relationship and the understanding of cause and effect, you can only understand the effect. You don't know the cause.
Right.
That's it. And no one does, I would put it that way. The theories that you hear about what gravity is only the ideas of men trying to put to what the cause could be and not what it is.
Okay.
Anything else? We want to go to the other guy, so...
Yeah. Okay, so you deny the photo evidence published by space agencies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you deny it. Okay.
I have no reason to believe that they're authentic. I'm not denying anything.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you that is something authentic, okay? When you grab a telescope.
How do you know that?
Because you can test this yourself.
I can see the Earth with a telescope. How do I do that?
No, you're not Earth. You grab a telescope and you look at any stellar object that is not Earth. You look anywhere in the universe and you will see that they appear as a circle. And the fact that...
Not Earth, though.
Okay. Look.
But they're not Earth, right?
They're not Earth, but do you think it is statistically possible?
Then hold on. Then why would I think Earth is like them if they're not Earth?
But do you think it is statistically possible?
No, why would I think...
if everything else is a globe.
So Earth isn't. What do you mean everything else? What do you mean? Why are you even putting Earth in that category?
Because Earth is a stellar object too, isn't it?
You just said a stellar object. You need to see with a telescope. Now you're just saying Earth is a stellar object. But I look in the sky with my telescope. I don't see the Earth in the sky.
That's interesting. Okay.
You're just arbitrarily putting it in that category for no reason other than you want to.
That's a good argument. I actually like that argument.
Ninja's been killing it for the last 4 days, man. It's awesome.
No, this is a good argument. It is. One of the more well thought out ones.
You've adopted the Copernican principle where you think the Earth is not unique and it's just like everything else. But that is a philosophical position. It's not based upon evidence.
Agreed. And no answer would be a good answer, too, because he's probably contemplating how to rebut that, but there isn't any.
There is no rebuttal.
I did like it when he said statistically. That was good. I mean, statistically then, because there's more bacteria on the Earth, I should be a bacteria because there's more of them.
We're actually, I think the most dominant species is like some little freaking microbe that's in the dirt. It's supposed to be like 100 million of them per like freaking inch of dirt. We must be one of those.
No, it's like how close are we to a banana? Like DNA wise, like aren't we like similar? If we're going by statistics, yeah. But I mean, it's just think about it for the room, guys. If you have questions, you have to. One of the things that we do here is to get you guys to ignite your critical thinking. That's our mission. Our whole mission is not to convince you or twist your arm to say uncle, to say the earth is flat. Far be it, right? We want you to actually contemplate what you're asking. The questions that you present, have you thought about them at all? Because when we put the mirror up so you can realize that you don't have an answer, then it's just like, oh, you guys are wrong. No, you've never thought about the questions you're asking. So we want to ignite that critical thinking within you. It's actually not just to tear down, but it's to build you back up. Yeah.
Okay, I want to go back to this Copernicus approach, right? So why do you think the Earth is unique after everything else in the universe?
Because there's life here.
What does it compare? What can you compare what that's on the Earth to anything you see up there? HYX.
I mean, we orbit the sun.
What's in orbit, bro? What's in orbit?
Orbit is
How do you know the Earth orbits the sun in the first place? Have you seen that? Has anybody seen that?
But you can calculate it.
Really?
Different times.
Listen, you can calculate. You're not calculating the Earth, right? You're extrapolating Earth is in orbit from the way the sun changes.
Yes.
Right? But
And
we see the sun move. That's what we actually see.
But what is defined as a year? You see, the sun goes back to the
tropical
point.
year. Like, yeah, but it depends on what type of year you're talking about. There's a couple different. There's a draconic year. There's a tropical year. There's a sidereal year.
I'm talking about the one that is accepted by the Gregorian calendar.
Well, maybe
One revolution around the sun.
Can I ask a question? Just
Yeah, hold on. I was going to ask
Let's finish this. So, the only real year, okay, is the tropical year, and that's like if you took a stick and on the equinox you stuck it in the ground and lined it up to the sunrise. After 365 days, when the sun rose on the equinox again, it would line up with that stick.
Yep, that's the one.
365 times until the fourth year, then it would be 366 days until it rose again at the stick. Okay, so that's what a year is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the orbit of a sun. It's when the sunrise comes back to the stick.
I have a question, real quick. Hold on, guys. This is a moderation question. Is there any way possible, because we're running an event right now, right? It seems like it. I'm looking at the events. There's us and the vegans. It seems like it. Like when I click events, I think us and the vegans are having an event.
Oh yeah, it says Flat Earth Q&A. Oh, so, that's why it's hopping.
Well, yeah. No, what I'm saying though is, can we just throw this up to a staged event so we can have speakers and then we can bring people up that want to participate and then bring them back down so we don't get the, guys just throwing their bodies in the gears?
I mean, that's up to you, man. I wish we could just switch this channel to a stage, man. That would just make it easier.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it can, hold on, guys. I think it can do that. That's why I'm saying if I turn it into that,
I'm fine with that.
All right.
Can I ask that question real quick?
I just don't know how to do it. I don't know. I don't know if I have the power to do it. Basically,
let me just see here.
Is the stick guy flat earther?
Stick guy.
The stick guy.
Yes, you gave the example.
Yeah, for the tropical year. Yes.
Yeah. We calculate the 1 year to orbit, not a stick. Firstly, if Earth is flat, there is no orbit, right?
How do you observe an orbit? Are you watching the orbit and see when the Earth comes back to the same place?
Yes, that means a year.
Oh, really? From where do we see that?
How can you see a round movement?
What?
And you are observing that from you're inside the orbit. You can see other orbits in the galaxy, right?
Really?
Yes.
Okay, show me in a full orbit. Post it in the chat. A video or time lapse or whatever of a full orbit.
I'm setting something up, but holy smokes,
tell you, brother, nobody has ever observed the orbit ever. No human being has ever observed an object orbit around another object. We've inferred orbits from seeing celestial objects transit other objects, but we've never seen a full orbit.
Wait, like would under your gosh, what's the word? Under your explanation, would like other stars, like their planets orbiting them, count?
Yes.
Planets other than what?
Like other than our solar system, like exoplanets.
Dude,
oh
do you know how they infer the existence of exoplanets? Do you know the methodology?
Yeah, they use the light method where the planet.
They measure brightness curves, and if it dims and gets brighter, then there's a planet there. They don't see planets. They infer it from changes in brightness of the light.
What about direct imaging, though?
They don't have direct imaging.
They don't have direct imaging.
Yeah,
look in chat. This is what they see. Look in chat. This is what they see, and then the bottom image is what you get.
So which pixel is planet 7?
Hold on, let me see the thing has updated.
Or are all those planets in the red circle? Is that where they all are?
I don't know. I just added the red circle, just like maybe over here.
I mean, like this. This is what I'm talking about. Hold on. I posted the GIF in the chat.
Really?
That's not what they see, dude. Do you think that's a photograph or something?
This is a time lapse using one of NASA's telescopes.
Time lapse of what?
A star.
Yeah, like how was this
star 133 light years away?
I think you're just too happy to accept anything that they give you and put it onto your narrative as you think that you're some floating speck of dust.
Like the question I was going to ask.
Can you tell us how this image? Can you tell us how this was generated? This GIF?
Yes, this says it in the article really quick.
Wow. Like, what was the instrument this was captured with, and how was that data taken and generated into an image?
This was used by taking imaging data of the extra planetary solar system collected over the last 12 years.
Imaging? What wavelength of light was it?
Do what?
What wavelength of light was it?
This was in ultraviolet.
So this is an you're saying that this is an ultraviolet image of exoplanets?
Yes, this is a...
Okay, how far away is this? Well, I'm going to just do the calculation in my head because they say a lot of stupid shit that's not possible, such as the black hole image. You can't take images that are beyond the diffraction limit, so they claim that they took that and it's 1,700 times beyond the diffraction limit. So they're claiming to basically break the Rayleigh criterion and just physics and everything. So I need to know if this image is beyond the diffraction limit of ultraviolet radiation. Like, how large is the telescope?
This was used taking imaging data. Let me see what telescope it's using.
Only thing I need to know about the telescope is the diameter.
Let me check really quick.
Can I ask something?
Go ahead. Is it in relation to the topic, Kerry? Or are you going to take us on a tangent?
Yes. What is AU? Astronomical units, and how is it measured?
Oh, interesting.
This was the telescope was the Keck Observatory in Mauna Kea.
Yeah. Well, Kerry's question is it to Sam or to us?
Oh, to Sam. Yes. I forgot.
Okay.
Astronomical units. I don't remember.
How did they obtain that, Sam?
They used imaging data by the Keck Observatory in Mauna Kea.
What? Measure light?
Yeah, using ultraviolet.
I mean,
I don't know who asked the diameter, but it's 10 meters.
Yeah, but how do you measure an astronomical unit?
You tell us, dude.
Yeah.
Well, we're waiting for... I think Sam's going to answer this one.
Wait, what was the question? How do I measure what?
An astronomical
unit.
The one astronomical unit is the distance between the sun and the Earth.
Okay. How was that measured?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No, thank you for what? He didn't tell you how it's measured?
It's measured by the distance between the sun and the Earth.
Yeah.
How is it measured?
One astronomical unit.
Yeah, that's great.
So
that's a standard. So how did they measure that?
What do you mean? Like,
How did they measure that?
The orbit of the sun and the Earth. Yeah.
The distance from the Earth to the sun.
Which is 93 million 93 million miles.
Okay. Thank you for the fact that
right there in Google says 93 million miles, dude. Right there. It says it right there in Google.
Okay.
So how do we get that number? How do we get that number?
That's the distance from the Earth to the sun.
Yeah.
How do you know that, dude? How is that measured? You're dancing around.
You can. Okay, this is how they do it scientifically. They take the light time from the sun. How
They
long
would need
it
a
takes.
priori knowledge of the distance to time it. Because you need to know the time it left the sun, right? And then time it, and then now you know the distance. But you would already have to know when it left the sun.
It's 8 minutes.
Dude, that assumes you already know the 93 million miles, dude.
It's a calculation after the fact. That's not a measurement.
Use your noodle, Sam.
You need the distance to then calculate the time the light takes to get here, dude.
Critical thinking, brother. That's
I mean,
what we're telling you.
we can calculate the speed of light. Like I don't.
Really, how they do that?
Know the distance before we can say how long that light took to get
You can
here.
see how fast light moves in a vacuum.
We still need the distance. Why is this not getting through to you?
Because you guys
three
are making
people,
no
including
sense.
myself, have tried to tell you, and I've said it 3 times now.
Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, there's you know the speed of sound, right?
Yeah.
You don't know how far away something is. You don't know when the sound left that thing because you're not at that thing. Because then you would already know the distance because you're there too. You hear a sound. How far away is it?
You can calculate based on how long the sound takes.
Yeah, we know the speed of sound, 700 miles per hour. I know that's not the value. I'm just saying it's 700 miles per hour.
A little more.
You know the speed of sound.
Yeah, it's.
How far away is it?
You can calculate by how long it takes to reach you. So if it was.
Okay, when did it leave the emitter?
It depends on how far you are.
Round and round and round we go. It's going to depend on how far you are. Yeah. So how do we measure that distance to then calculate how long it took the light to get here?
We can calculate the speed of light in a vacuum, like I said earlier.
I'm going to slap him.
Okay, can I have your guys'
explanation? Out of your mouth, dude. It literally came out of your mouth in conversation with Indio.
No, you need to understand this first before you jump onto something else. Otherwise, you're just gonna do a disservice to yourself. Yeah. You already showed that you understood that you need the distance. That's how we calculate the, for instance, the brightness of the sun. We see certain brightness here on Earth, but based on the assumed distance, we assume the sun is X bright near its surface. Just like based on the assumed distance, we assume it's this big. Did you not know that in the heliocentric model, they've moved the sun from 3 million miles to 93 million miles?
Yeah, Sam, hold on, Sam. But you got to
the heliocentric model is where.
Hold
the
on,
sun orbits the
Sam.
Earth.
That's great. You got to focus on Jedi's question, though. It's going to put you on track.
What was his question again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear him.
How do we measure the distance from the Earth to the sun?
Okay, I'm going to read to you. So just to pause this and go back to what he posted. The image, which he pulled off of Wikipedia, it says the creation of the image is this. This footage consists of 7 images of HR 8799 taken from the Keck Observatory over 7 years. Video made by Jason Wang with data reduced by Christian Marcos, and orbits were fitted by Quinn Kenopaki, Bruce McNosh, and Travis Barman and Ben Zickerman, assisted in the observations. This is an animation. It is art. It is not a photograph of anything.
Yeah, but what they essentially do is they take those photos and then they.
Yeah, they imagine.
No, they just fill in the gaps. I mean, you can't just record that from.
Yeah, they fill in the gaps.
Already admitted art. Oh my God.
You see how you're using critical thinking right there, Sam? So let's go back to Jedi's question and use some critical thinking there. Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't that an orbit? Like you guys were denying.
No. Just focus on the question. Just for once, dude. Use critical thinking once. You can do it again.
Well, hold on. I want just going really quick. You don't see an orbit there. Do you see any of those go to make a complete circle? I said what we'll see is translations, but there's no observation of a full orbit ever by any human being. Ever.
If you took enough photos, it would orbit them.
You just believe that.
But why would they fake that? I wanna understand.
No, dude, no. That's tangential.
Why would they fake that?
That's tangential. That's tangential, bro. You can't go to some other topic. You're running away from the one that's being presented.
They don't have to fake it, dude. Look, They don't have to fake it. They see a translation. They jump to the conclusion just like you did because they're irrational that if we run this long enough, we'll see it make a complete circle. There's no evidence for that.
So would it just turn around and go back?
No, they haven't observed an orbit, bro.
You've never observed. The point is you've never observed, as in saw with empirical measurement, data, observation. No one's ever observed an orbit. You guys imagine it happening in your head. You see something fucking move and you're like, well, if it keeps moving, it must go in a circle.
Okay, what about planets like Mars? We can see.
Wait, stop.
We can see them orbit the sun from Earth.
Let me stop this guy right now.
You can see Mars orbit the sun from Earth.
I'm stopping you because you're not examining what's being said here. You're just gish galloping to another question. You have not witnessed an orbit. I need a concession here.
You can go.
I need a concession here, Sam. You have not witnessed an orbit, and that statement is true, right?
What did you say? I couldn't.
You have not witnessed an orbit. Is that statement true?
You can go outside right now.
No, sir. It's either true or false. You have not witnessed an orbit. True or false?
Me?
Yes.
Personally?
Yeah.
I have a telescope outside. I can
answer the question. Have you witnessed an orbit? Yes or no?
I can see Mars move across the sky.
Oh my!
Have you witnessed? I'm gonna keep muting you until you give me the yes or no. Have you witnessed an orbit? Yes or no?
Yes, I have witnessed the orbit.
Okay, so now you're gonna have to give us an example of what you witnessed as an orbit. Go.
He hasn't witnessed an orbit from the surface of the Earth with his telescope.
You can watch Mars go across the sky. I have 8.
Hold on, my friend. Calm down.
Watch Mars. We watch it go across the sky. Then what?
We can watch it come right back to where it was a year and a half later.
Right where it was, dude. What are you talking about?
So he doesn't witness a rotation then.
What we see
an orbit.
with the sun, moon, and what we see with the sun, moon, and these planets is them move through the background of constellations. That's what you observe. That's the only thing we observe. These things move in relative to the background of constellations. They move through them, right? You don't witness orbits. You couldn't witness orbits from the surface of the Earth. You'd have to be outside of the system to witness the orbits. Like you said, you see Mars go across the sky, and then you infer a model of some kind that's explaining an orbital motion. Okay, that's nice and it's useful somehow. That's not what you see.
So what do I see then?
Like you described, Mars move across the sky.
Yeah, you see translations. You see other things translating other things, but you don't never witness an orbit. Ever.
You can see Mars disappear around the sun, and over the course of a year and a half,
it's not an orbit. It's not an orbit.
So how is it not an orbit?
You did this. What's an orbit, dude? You know the definition of an orbit?
Yes, a orbit is the going around I don't know the exact scientific term, but it's going around a large object like the sun.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that?
Yes, you can. I just explained to you. You can watch Mars.
You did not see that, dude.
You can.
The definition is not witness, bro.
And a year and a half from now, you can watch Mars go around the sun and come back right where it was.
Said he doesn't know what it is, but he's sure he's seen it.
He gave the definition, and then he said that he's seen like exactly what the definition describes. He's witnessed that very thing. No, you have not seen something go around something else.
I'm giving you proof. I have seen it. I am explaining to you what I have seen, and you're just denying it.
It's not an orbit what you're describing.
Okay, what is an orbit to you then?
It's not to me. It's by the definition, Sam.
I just
by the definition. Yeah. You haven't witnessed what the definition describes.
I just told you. You can watch Mars orbit the sun from Earth using a telescope.
It's not an orbit. Whatever it is that you're witnessing, it's not an orbit. You just see Mars move across the sky. That's it. That's not an orbit.
Okay, what is it to you then? What is it to you then?
Mars moving across the sky. Mars moving across the sky.
Okay, so why is it moving across the sky? Why would it be moving across the
sky? Because that's what it does. I don't have to give you the cause for the effect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't know the cause for the effect. You can't ever talk about that. Did he just leave? Rage quit.
Yep.
Yeah, he's inserting his belief there, and for a second there, you made him realize it.
That's good. It stung a little. That's probably why he's like, I'm out. Dude, I'm telling you, man, these guys don't engage with their own critical thinking. And the one instance he was doing it, he doesn't do it with everything else.
Yeah, he sees Mars go across the night sky, but he doesn't see an orbit. He imagines it's orbiting. That's why he sees it goes across the night sky. Those two things are not connected. You just saw it go across the night sky. The other thing was all imagination.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, we got a lot of people in here, man. Oh, I couldn't start the stage, by the way. I think there's a staged event. I think staged events have to be ran through the Vivek or whatever. I think there's a staged event that's going to happen at 11. So I was thinking we started at 10. We're not going to get going until about 30 minutes in or 40. So I was like, it's going to defeat the purpose of having it and then taking it down by 11.
It's like only one event at a time. So they have their classroom schedule.
Yeah, I don't want to clash with that because that thing, most of these guys need to actually attend. That's important for these guys.
Well, man, you guys.
Go ahead, Crit.
Okay, you missed an amazing freak out today on POL. This dude called Quack. he joined, and Father's Ranger triggered the shit out of him. And he ended up using some kind of bot, this Voltaire bot, and spammed the channel like 20 times a minute with some sort of like AI generated schlock about how dumb flat earthers are.
I dropped it in the chat 9 minutes after the hour.
There you go. Oh, I didn't know you were here. Yeah, you could tell the tale here. I'm trying to tell your story. Like, it was epic, dude. Like,
Crit, do you have your own server?
No.
Where'd you get the Crit?
I just looked for like tags that were available, and I saw one that said Crit, so I just joined the server and took it.
How do you search for tags that are available? Is that
on Dashboard?
Huh.
It worked out kind of well because it's a Dungeons and Dragons server, so I was like,
Oh yeah, that's right in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, so I was like, that kind of works. You know, I'll go with it.
You sit on Dashboard, huh?
Yeah, I went on Dashboard, and it was like servers that are active with booths that have available tags. You can change those different search criteria to what type of server you're looking for.
Interesting.
It's like you could have you could set language, you could set by recently member count, newer, recently bumped, safe for work, not safe for work. Like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. People when they get out there, you're like, there's a lot of Discord out there. I mean, a lot. There is some weird ass shit too.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Got some good stuff going here.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It really, just for the humor factor, it's kind of fun to go to some, servers that you're like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, oh boy, you're like, turn around, abort.
Hey, I thought you had your own server. That's why I was asking because it said Crit. I was like, dude, that's right on point.
Oh yeah, if I had, I know that'd be. I mean, I could do it, I guess, but I think you have to boost it 3 times or something to get it to have a server tag.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man.
Server just called Pimp or Simps. I wonder if you want to adapt that. Like,
that almost sounded something like it was a. You said pimps.
Yeah, I said pimp Freudian slip. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying pimp simps.
Yeah.
Like, that could work. Anyways, we do have some other people in here, guys. If you're brand new to the topic, welcome to the room. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the English Hub server. You guys are in here right now. You want to describe to us about how you think that the Earth is a globe? Let's hear it, man. Come forth with your explanations. Yeah, it's a problem too, man. Like, I don't mind giving them information about flat Earth, but they're like, well, give me a flat Earth map. And then you're like, dude, do you realize there's no map that you have for a standard to then put it against if I give you one? But I still want a flat Earth map. I'm like, dude, the critical thinking is just not there.
A federal judge did order this morning that Trump must release a flat Earth map.
Really? Huh.
No, I'm just joking around. It was like some weird
Google.
About to Google that.
Like, I mean, it's weird where you got these like liberal judges just telling Trump to do shit. And he's like, nah, bro. Like, you know, like from Austin Powers, like the evil guy. Dr. Evil. Yeah, I was about to say, how come I can't think of his name? You know, Dr. Evil, he goes up and he says, how about new? Judge, you must do X, Y, and Z. And Trump just rolls over and whispers in their ear, how about new?
For the new people in here, guys, you don't have to come at us with a debate. You could just talk to us and have a conversation. I mean, that's also another option, guys. You don't have to open up your mic. Well, I don't have any debates to give you guys, so how can I even... You can just talk to us. Maybe you have just a misconception about what you think the Earth is.
Okay,
We're just opening the forum to you guys.
Yeah, look at what that's right there. Flat Earth AMA. Ask me anything. What do you want to know? Here's your chance to talk to legit flat earthers, not people trolling you, not people taking the piss out of you, pretending or rage baiting. You've got a channel full of flat earthers, vetted by server admins, invited to speak here. What do you want to know? Ask me anything.
Just a quick
before you start. Hold on. Before you start, I just want to make an acknowledgement. I'm sorry, sir. Just before you start, Hyder's joined us back again in the voice channel. Hyder, welcome back from a long stint, sir. It's good to see you back again.
Oh.
Hyder's in the chat. Anyways, I've seen him he's in our home server in the lobby, so he's handling the trolls over there. But yeah, welcome back, Hyder. I don't know if he's listening. Just saying what's up to Hyder. Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Anyways, yeah, sorry to interrupt once again. Just acknowledging Hyder's presence here.
Yeah, just a quick question. Are you a Donald Trump supporter?
Am I a Donald Trump supporter?
No.
Yeah.
No, what you're going to see, I mean, there are going to be flat earthers who are, but generally, and sort of it's like almost like a stereotypical thing, flat earthers have checked out of that sort of blue versus red, reality TV show. We're kind of done with that bullshit.
Okay, but answer my question.
That's true. Here's the thing. The question could be answered by like, there's some things that he says that I agree with, and there's things that he says that I totally disagree with. So it's not like an all or nothing. That's not like all or nothing kind of idea. So, and I would say the same for the other party. There are some things that I like what they say. There's some things that I think they're abhorrent. But I mean, that always remains in the realm of like discernment, like what is being said. That's all that I care about, and how it affects the American people. So,
okay, did you vote for him?
Well, I'm not going to disclose that information, but that's as much as you'll get. Yeah, I don't have to. It's my choice to disclose what I tell you, so I don't have to disclose that information to you.
Well,
however, I will tell you this. I will tell you that my critical thinking begins when I hear what's being said and presented to people, and how we discern information is up to us. So you're not labeled by something that you take on as who you voted for. That's not what makes you who you are. Yeah?
I mean, it makes you who you are.
No, it
vote
doesn't.
for it makes you who you are. So
no, it doesn't. That's a label, sir. That label, that label being a Democrat or Republican does not make you who you are. You make you who you are. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's a misconception. That's a misconception that you've been carrying for a long time, and it sounds like when you're talking to me about this, you're smiling and grinning because you think you have a point. You don't really. because people are free to think whatever they want. You have only made it a class of people that you can ridicule based on whatever other party you're a part of. That's why you want it to be so that you can ridicule the other party that you're not a part of, and you say, hey, look at those guys over there, they're incorrect, and I'm on this party over here, and I am correct. That's why you want it to be so. Sorry, but you can't have it that way.
It's utter stupidity to be a Donald Trump supporter or to be any kind of these policies. By the way,
you're proving my point. You're proving my point, sir. You're proving my point right now.
And if I can break in here, friend, we're glad to, around here you're going to see that we like to talk about concepts. We don't like to talk about people or groups or things like that. We want to talk about the concept. So you may hear us discuss policies, maybe, but you're not going to hear us talk about people. So I think maybe you ought to go reconsider your question, and you'll probably find a lot better reception around here.
Let me go real quick. I got one for him. Do you know Elon Musk?
Yeah, the stupid guy.
Yeah, you know what that is from a flat earth point of view?
What's that?
I fucking told you so. I told you so. You didn't listen. Flat earthers have been saying Elon Musk is a drug-addicted, ketamine weirdo, autistic weirdo for about a decade.
Just because you say that about Elon Musk doesn't mean anything, by the way.
I fucking told you so. Profound. I told you so. From the very beginning. People like on the Globe side, people like you, talking about he's Iron Man, he's Tony Stark, he's
not the Iron Man, he's the most
Eisenhower. He's the Eisenhower of our time. You've got Vsauce and Veritasium talking about that when God made Elon Musk, God broke the mold. He knows more about manufacturing than any human alive. And flat earthers have been saying he's an idiot.
He's a money bag with eyeballs.
Yeah,
I do hate him as much as you hate him. Maybe we have different reasons.
I don't hate him. I'm letting you know that is the man behind. You look at he's the guy they rolled out for propaganda purposes. He's always an idiot.
So what flag are you flying, sir? What party do you back that is so amazingly correct that you're just gonna fly the flag? This is what I am, guys. This is me. What flag are you flying, sir? Tell us.
Well, I am a leftist.
Yeah, and?
Yeah.
Does that encompass who you are as an individual?
I mean, that makes me a better person than the right wing.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Does that encompass who you are as a person, sir? That label?
Yeah.
Really? So I'm going to stereotype what a leftist is, and then therefore that's just going to be the program of who you are.
Well, there is
top to bottom.
There is a stereotype already.
Yeah, I know that. But does that stereotype fit your persona specifically?
I mean, I do support many left-wing politics.
I know that, but do you like some of the things that Republicans say? Sometimes, not everything, but maybe one or two things. Why? Based on what? Based on what? Based on? Are you rejecting it based on just because they said it, or because of the policy, sir?
Because of the policies and because of what they do normally. It doesn't fit my lifestyle.
Of what they do. Yeah. So you've outright rejected anything that they say based on who they are.
Yes, based on who they are, because they are conservative, because their ideas doesn't combine with my
So you are committing a logical fallacy. You've already just stereotyped what persons are based on labels, and then therefore discredit them based on that label. So I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything from this guy. That's what you're doing. You're doing this, right? You're doing this when you're listening to information.
Anti-LGBTQ. So if I go out and say that conservatives are anti-LGBTQ,
how do you know that? How do you know that? No, wait a minute. How do you know that conservatives are that way?
Because we can see their policies and what they are doing.
Yeah. So if a guy out there is a conservative and doesn't agree with that and says that he's pro-LGBTQ, does that make him what you say he is based on the label that you gave him?
Well, he's then not so conservative. He is.
That's my point. That's my point. You can't label somebody something just because based on some ideas and policies they like.
But but the stereotype is that most conservative are against LGBTQ community.
Yeah, but you know why these sort of boundaries exist? Because you create them. You're the creator of these boundaries, and you're drawing the line in the sand, and there really isn't one when it comes to what defines someone, because everybody is their own thinking mind, can think of whatever they want. They don't have to be held by these boundaries that you set before them. You're labeling people, and you're drawing the line in the sand. So you're committing this logical fallacy. You're in the wrong, sir.
I didn't say that people should be in these boundaries. What I did say is that anti-LGBTQ. This is what I thought.
Yeah, you've given yourself a label, and then you've labeled other people, and just based on these labels, you're living life saying, "I like this" based on
the. They labeled themselves.
You've labeled yourself, sir. You said you're a leftist. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't define you, sir.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God!
What defines you? What defines you is the perspective that you have again. For reality. So let's just say the party agrees on a topic. You're just going to be like a sheep. Bah, I agree with it too. No. You could think of the policy and be like, wait a minute, you guys came up with this? Even though I'm a part of the party, I don't like this policy. You can say that. You say whatever you like. You're your own thinking person. So what we inspire in this room, sir, this was the reason why I'm going through this with you. The reason that we inspire this type of thinking is because you guys want to be categorized based on labels, and you don't have to be, right? For example, I'll give you an example. They say all flat earthers are conservative Christians. That's wrong. That's not true. You can't label flat earthers that way, or say that all flat earthers think the same. That's also untrue. There's a lot of misconceptions based on labels. So what we will tell you is who we are based on what we say, not on what other people say, label us as, or you label us as. You understand that? It's a process that you have to come to understand as you grow to be an adult. You start to realize that it's not just cut and dry. That person's Republican, that one's a Democrat, and they hate each other like the Hatfields and McCoys. You can't do that, sir. What we're giving you now is a way to critique the way you think, yeah? And by doing that, you can grow to be a person who has discernment on what is right and what is wrong based on a moral foundation, which I won't get into. It has to deal with something that's other than just like what the party accepts. The party accepts is, okay, I'm good. That's what I think too. You're not, be your own person for God's sakes. You don't have to follow along for whatever the party's telling you to think, dude. So I want to inspire critical thinking in every individual. It's just what I'm telling you right now. That's what I want to inspire out of you. So it's not just tearing something down, it's building you back up so that you can have your own brain back. Take it back, sir, from the mainstream. You don't give it to someone else or any party. You can think of whatever you want. Heck, if you like what the Republicans say or whatever policy that they say you know what, that's a good idea or whatever. And then you could say, well, but I'm mostly for these other guys because they have better ideas or whatever that fit your perception of reality. But you don't have to be like, following a group just because the group is going in a direction. You can go your own way. So hopefully people in here do the very same thing that I just told you, is to think for themselves and to find out how they know what they know. And it starts with asking questions, which you can do right now. Basically, you can ask questions of the room, like, what is flat Earth? Or how do I know the Earth is a globe? Can you give me some information or what you've learned? We've been doing this for years, sir. Little background on us. We've been running a live stream for like 7 years. And we've had thousands upon thousands of conversations. That's for you guys, so you can know that there's experience behind what we're doing here. It isn't just like a ragtag group of people that are just like hanging out. I mean, we've been doing this for a while. There's a method that we've curated a forum, so you're in it right now. And most of the individuals who've been a part of our group are just a group of friends that we've been hanging out with, and we vibe with each other. We like the way we handle business, so you can be a part of that. You can join the group or whatever, but you listen to how we give people the ability to have a platform to think for themselves. That's what ultimately, that's what we care about. Whether or not you walk away from here thinking that the earth is flat or, consider a possibility, that's beyond me. I'm not here to twist your arm into oblivion so you can say the earth is flat. I'm here to challenge what you think currently. And yeah, if you guys want to chime in, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to quickly plug, we have a new server tag.
Yeah, that one's much better.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention something really quickly. We are actually running an event right now. I didn't let everyone know, but it is like a flat earth Q&A, basically saying we've got a massive panel of flat earthers. If anyone wants to come in and ask us questions, they're more than welcome to. That's why we got so many people in here at the moment. It's been running for about 40 minutes so far. But the vegan channel decided to start an event at the same time, which we'll have to have a word to them about. But I think it's because it's I'll go up and have a word to them about that in a minute. And it's because we want to work with them. We'll say, if you guys are running an event, we're not going to, step on your toes, and please do the same, see what they say. But what we can also do, well, Lassing, you said something about the stage before. We have our own stage now. Vivek made us like our own very own stage. So
hell yeah,
we can use that. Yeah, we can use that anytime. It's called 24/7 Flat Earth Stage. And I think we have all of our perms and everything like on that stage as well. And what we can do, if we're running we can run events in this channel. So if you see it's highlighted green, we're running an event. And we can actually right-click on everyone's name and just move them over to the stage if we want to transfer the event over to the stage. But there is an actual English class starting in 30 minutes, so I'll end the event in 30 minutes so we don't step on their toes. So there's 30 more minutes of this event left.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I just want to
How long is it going to... Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, how long does it take for the event, for their English class? Is it like an hour or something?
I'll check. Yeah, I'll just check.
Yeah, because I was going to say, maybe we could reconvene after that. You know what I mean? Just give everybody the heads up that...
Okay.
Yeah, no, get your server tag, guys. Tag up. Ethergris, Car, Secret Asian Man, Says Who, Cyclone, Morvis, Over Fences, Matthew Hider. Guys, it's not very difficult to get the tag. Just you should be able to go to the server, go to the home server, drop down from the top menu. And, damn, how do you do this on mobile?
Well, the other thing too is that
I was just going to say real quick, on mobile, I click on my profile at the bottom next to notifications, and it says add server tag, and it shows all of the servers and all of their tags on the
Okay.
What's important about the server tag is that you can actually click on any one of the people that have the tag and go to the home server. The home server has terabytes of information at the bottom of the server of all questions that you might want to ask about Flat Earth. And so it's got examples, it's got demonstrations, it's got PDFs, you name it. It's all information is there, so you can look through it, get a part and be a part of our server. We encourage that because, like I said before, this isn't just the idea that we're here to debate. We're here to inspire people to critically think for themselves. Ultimately, hopefully, that's the goal that we hit with every interaction. We want people to be inspired to think for themselves. So take back your thinking. And also, the word flat in like the server tag it's grown to have a stigma behind it. So that's why we want to emphasize. And it was put to like the people were trying to figure out what characters we're going to put to our server tag. And flat seems to be like it's pretty good. I like it.
Hell yeah.
Good on Creation Bear. I think came up with just like an easy way to describe what we're doing. So flat is it's a stigma behind the name. Globers don't even want to say the word.
I know.
It's like they wouldn't even. The word flat has grown to have such a stigma behind it. People don't even want to say it.
Yeah, big, bold, and loud. So guys, if you're on mobile, click on your own profile. If you're on mobile, click on your profile, edit profile, scroll down, it says server tag right there. If you're on computer, just go to home base, drop down the menu from the very top, and it should say server tag right there. It's super easy. If you don't have the tag, you're getting banned.
He's just.
Hey, V, let me interrupt a half second and just say I really liked your admonishment to our last gentleman there about thinking for himself and not abdicating that responsibility and giving it over to some arbitrary name of a group. I really liked how you admonished him that that's the important thing.
Yeah, I think we've grown up with a lot of ideas and categories and labels, and everybody wants to say that you're this or that based on a label, and we're showing you that within that people have many diverse ways of thinking. So you can be who you are within the idea that you're a part of a group, but that group doesn't define who you are. You are, you should be anyway, unapologetically yourself. You don't have to apologize for who you are. You are who you are. Yeah? Think how you think.
100%.
Anyways, I think, like I said before, the reason why most of us have been hanging out for as many years as we have is because we have this certain vibe with each other. We've curated a culture that everybody likes to hang around and be around. So, but within that culture, everybody thinks differently. Yeah, we got some meat eaters, we got some vegans, we got people of all different faith backgrounds. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a sort of like characterization or labels or, so you're a flat earther. Does that mean that you think Australia doesn't exist or none of that, dude? Ask us what we think. We'll tell you. It's simple.
It's funny when they bring their own ideas.
Instead of asking somebody what they think, they just go off of what somebody else told them and not the person, and just push that off on them. It's an interesting MO.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think with our interactions like that we've had thus far, we want for the audience to be inspired, because it seems like people are just rejecting truth, and there seems to be a kind of like a fascination as to why they're doing it. But overall, I think that's what we want to happen, is people to be inspired to have like this kind of like internal critique within themselves, like how they know what they know. Because when we hear people asking us questions, we already know they haven't thought about the question. They're just asking questions for the sake of doing so, based upon this ideology that they think they live on an earth that's a globe. So we're kind of getting down to the meat and potatoes of how you think. Because if you can't think critically, then any information you take from us, you're just going to be like, that's wrong. That's wrong. Your flat earther said that. That's wrong. Yeah?
Hey, that's a syndrome.
We got somebody spiraling in chat. Look at this guy. ITSCJ. See you guys around. Good luck proving it. You know what I mean? Like, unwilling to participate, unwilling to come forward, and just throwing out, like, just be a sheep and believe whatever anybody tells you. Like, that's not the way to go, guys. Definitely not.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want that to be the end of your story, ladies and gentlemen? To just accept everything and believe what anybody tells you? No.
Hell no.
I think the symptom that you're describing, AV, is that most people, they can't live but outside of a hierarchy or an authority, and that source of authority is differing depending on their favorite thing. Like this guy here, he wants to make sure that you subscribe to a particular authority before he's willing to listen to what else you have to say. But I'm going to tell you something. I have learned some of the greatest truths of the world from people I genuinely, in almost every other area, disagree with. So I find it interesting that I should not learn the truths that somebody has to share with me simply because other ways they don't have that wisdom. I don't understand it.
We have some of the greatest logical thinkers in this room right now with you guys. Some of these greatest thinkers right now are able to deconstruct the worldview of the Earth being a globe effortlessly. But I want you guys to actually participate if you guys want, and be able to engage and find out if that's true or not. Because we got people in here that have they've got like thousands of conversations under their belt. So you would be amazed to hear the things that we could tell you if you only asked the questions.
Yeah, and agree or disagree doesn't matter. Let's discuss the truth.
So would anybody here like to come forward and say, I think the Earth is a globe? Or perhaps ask us a question? Not, maybe we could just carry a banter amongst ourselves. Shout out to everybody who's joining us, man. We got a stacked panel right now. Shoot, man, we got
Burf. We got Burf. Welcome. Burf has their microphone open. Maybe you wanted to ask a question or say hello or something. If not, that's fine. And also, anyone, if you want to ask questions in the side chat, if you don't feel up to opening your mic up, you're more than welcome to ask a question in the side chat. If there's not a conversation taking place, we'll try to answer that. So I'll just say hi to a few people that I haven't seen in here before. So we got Das, welcome. DAS, good to see you. We got E, welcome to the panel. We got Juzo, welcome. Ju Wilka, Kiri, Kloza, Lay76, welcome. We also have Sasubi Fox, welcome to the panel. Good to see you here. Savas Laurent, Sleepy MFS. I won't say what that means, but welcome. All right, we got Woody, we got Violet. Good to see you back, Violet. We had a chat with Violet the other day. Violet's awesome. Fiona, welcome. Basti. Wow, good to see so many people popping in. It's awesome. So yeah, if anyone wants to say hi, if anyone wants to introduce themselves, ask questions, or even make claims, try to prove to us that the Earth's a globe, and then we can shut the entire channel down.
Hey guys, I got a question for you.
What's the question, man?
Every once in a while, I'm driving. Oops, I'm feedbacking. How do I get rid of that? I'm not sure.
It sounds better now. Try again.
Yes, sounded good to us.
Yeah, so periodically I notice these, home satellite TVs, right? They've got their little off of the houses. They're kind of pointed up, trying to get some satellite. And it looks like it's going up into the sky, as we call it. But I also hear that it can be going to a tower, a local tower. And that's how they get the signal. Just curious what your guys' thoughts are on how they get those signals if it is pointed up to the sky. Thanks.
Yeah. So I think it's Jedi got some feedback.
Yeah.
I think it has to deal with the idea right now. The question you're asking is, you think that these things, that the technology that's above our heads is in the vacuum of space, right? Low Earth orbit, where satellites are supposedly are. So you're coming at it from a perspective of, it's, how do you explain if I have information to substantiate in my head that it's orbiting around a globe? I'm asking the question to the flat earthers, how can you explain that it's otherwise? I think that's kind of what you're asking without asking, like what I just said. You're coming from that perspective, Jew Williker. Right?
Well, actually, I'm already convinced we are on a flat Earth. I'm kind of moved to the other side. Did that about a year.
Well, okay. So what convinced you that you're on a flat Earth? Like, that's interesting.
Well, We can get into that. That's another discussion. But
sure. Well, it's important. It's the foundation. It's the foundation, though. It lays the foundation for our conversation. So, literally. So, how do you know you're on a flat Earth?
Well, the best, I guess, the best information that I have that tells me that is all of our measurements that we take here on the Earth as we build on it or navigate it or fly across. Whatever we do, we're always measuring the Earth flat. So that's like the
how has that been? How is the Earth measured flat?
Well, we use something called sea level, right, as the basis for our flat plane. Whenever we measure a valley, we measure a mountain, how high it is. It's always with respect to a flat plane, and it's never varied from that.
Well, so how is that method done?
How is that method? Every measurement that we see is always done with that. So
yeah, I know, but what methodology is it that uses this specific thing you're speaking of? There's a method.
Surveying, celestial navigation, elevation angles, stars.
That's good. How does surveying take it into consideration?
I guess I would need. I'm not sure. I'm not a surveyor, so.
Okay.
But everything that I've seen when I've looked into it, kind of at a very high level, that's what I've seen. It's always with respect to a flat plane. All these measurements that we have.
Okay, so you understand or you know that the Earth is flat, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so now you're asking the question that technology is above our heads, but it's operating over a flat plane.
Exactly.
Okay, so however the technology operates, does that negate the fact that it's operating over a flat plane or not?
No, it doesn't. I'm convinced that we're over a flat plane. I'm just curious about kind of how that works. That's all. Just kind of, it's a question.
Yeah, there's certain proprietary tech that may be disclosed, but however, there is some information out there that you could research how technology above our heads has been operating so far. So, and we could say not only that, but ground technology has been used to propagate signals, and waves that are given to other technology, like what you might have on the ground. And so it's not always necessarily the case that you're talking about, satellite dishes are using only to be aimed at devices that are above our head, but also could be used as ground-based technology as well. So you could parse out the idea that it's not only the fact that people think that things are above our heads using satellite technology, but have been used as ground-based technology for a long time, like the Loran technology. So if you can look into how they've been using triangulation in the past, you can see that it's been done with ground-based technology. So and there's a lot of information out there that can show you that ground-based technology is a great way to use, triangulation to give you a point source of where you are in respect to those towers. So it's not only the idea that there's technology above our heads, but there's also mainly ground-based technology that shows.
Ivy, I'm sorry for interrupting. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
To you and Indio and Crit?
Well, I don't know if Joe Williker is going to respond because I want to know.
No, so let me ask you this one. Let me ask you this one.
You can wait. You can wait. I want to hear his response.
Yeah, I mean, I could go research and do some more research on the supposed satellite technology and the various ground-based positions. And I have done a little bit of it, but I figured I would just come to you guys, to this group, because there's a lot more experienced people that have already done that, and I thought you'd be able to give kind of a higher level, more kind of quick answer than to do that research. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Loran technology has been known since the early days of the wars that have been fought to propagate these signals across the oceans and it's not uncommon for people to think that that some technology is being produced in the sky that we're sending signals to, but at the same time, most of the signals that we know of can be utilized from ground-based technology. So it needs to be kind of like researched a little more into like how we can do that. And then once you do discover that it can be done over ground-based technology, it'll formulate a better understanding for you. And there's a lot of information to actually look into, Jawilliker. So it's not just me telling you that, with this one and done answer, you actually have to do some research. Signal propagation over a horizontal plane.
On the principle.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Sure. All right, we got somebody in the background. Ben, welcome to the chat. I do want to take Kiri's question because I had muted him. I wanted to be done with Jawilliker, but
Sorry.
it's okay. Kiri, are you there?
I interrupted.
Yeah, now the floor's open. What was your question?
Yeah, no, my question was very simple. I mean, I was asking Crit, you, and Indio. Do you guys believe we went to the moon? I mean, everything from...
Yeah, well, think about it like this, man. If the moon... Yeah, think about it like this. If the moon was not in the exact place where we think it is, right? Like, let's say there's the idea that it's 200,000 miles away or whatever in the vacuum of space. What if it's not in the location where they say it is, and it's maybe just a place that you could actually go to? Who knows?
So you believe in the 1960s it was impossible to go?
No. I'm not making a claim to it. I'm just saying there could be a possibility that people can actually go to that place. There's no definitive answer to say that they would be within the realm of possibility. But what I am telling you is there's no evidence that leads us to the fact that it actually occurred.
It's super relevant because the first time we pictured the entire Earth was back in Apollo 11 when they took the blue marble. The blue marble was the first picture we took. Yeah,
but you're critical thinking, right? How do we know that they can achieve the accomplishments that they did based on any information that you can validate? How do you know that they can actually do any of those things that they claim to have done? How do you know that?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
You don't know. Kiri, you don't know is the correct answer. So therefore, if you come out with a question asking us, how can we know? We'd be in the same shoes as you. Well, we heard the same story you did. We wouldn't know how they could.
I'm just asking what
there's no evidence. There's no evidence to back up the information of what they say they've done based on what we've heard them say. There's a lot of hurdles they would have to cross. Yeah.
So you're talking for Crit, Indio, and...
I'm talking for myself, but at the same time, I'm giving you something to think about.
It's very interesting.
You answered the question. You answered the question. You said, I don't know.
If you don't believe we went to the moon...
It's not built on a... Listen. What they give you is a belief system, Kiri. They're giving you things to believe in, right? They're showing you pictures, videos. They're giving you stories. They're telling you they went to the moon. All of those things. But now you, as a critical thinker, have to analyze that information. How do I know what I know? And you said it correctly. I don't know.
So I have to question everything, like the entire...
Yes. Why not? Why not? 60s. I'm asking you. Kiri, I'm asking you, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, people tend to believe that we never went to the moon.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares? They're people, not you. I'm asking you to critically think. Why not?
Millions
think
and millions
about all
of
the
people.
stuff. Yeah, who cares about those guys? You and me are the ones having the discussion right now. Your mind, my mind.
I want to know where your stance is at on that.
Our stance is, how could anybody evaluate the information if we can't do the things that they've done? Yeah?
Cannot. Unless you go there.
Does that make sense? Well, think about it. It's empirical information, right? You're saying they've gone to a place logistically that I can't go to. So I'm going to say that I believe in that information. Okay, well, you're welcome to do that. Or you could challenge that information. How do I know they've done that? Look at all the things they said they've done. Does it violate any laws of nature? You have to think critically, Kiri. You can't just keep thinking that people are just going to blindly believe in everything.
But the problem is, if I question everything that's been done since the 1960s,
yeah, what's wrong with that?
How do you explain? Just one more argument, and then I'm muting myself. How do you explain that we measured the radio waves? I mean, even the
radio waves of what, sir?
A radio wave is can be measured. It travels at the speed of light.
Yeah. What are you?
From the stations that were based on the Earth to the Moon.
Oh, so you're assuming. Yeah, you're assuming things.
Yes.
Kerry, once again, you're assuming things have gone to the moon. Yes.
I mean, everyone knew that.
Yeah, no, they don't know, Kerry. They believe just like you do. They don't know.
They measured it.
No, they didn't measure it. How do they measure something that they can't prove is actually measured, sir?
They measure the time it takes for a radio wave. You know?
Are you just saying things now, sir?
Yeah, but you're not supporting that with how they know. You're just saying, well, we know things. Things have been measured. How did they do that?
By using tools. Yes.
Great. Yeah, by using. Well, they've done it by using a magic wand, right? That's basically what you're telling me.
I can't explain this. I
know.
All my arguments.
So if you see, here's the thing: when you come up with an argument, Kerry, it's not that, dude. It's just if you come up with an argument, you have to have substance to the argument. You have to know what you're talking about.
But even the Soviets, even USSR, acknowledged that the US.
Who cares what other people, Kerry? Who cares what other people say? I'm only talking to your mind. How do you know what they're saying is correct? How do you know that?
Because I've been taught. Again,
you've been no. You haven't been taught. I'm going to make a distinction here. You've been told. Being taught, you would be able. Being taught means that you could explain to me exactly what they taught you. You've been told, which means that you don't know what they've said. He just told you that's how it is. They didn't. Okay, so in other words, they left you holding the bags. They told you a story, but they didn't tell you any methodologies of how they are describing how things are done. You just accept the story that it's just a so story of how things are. You've just completely absorbed it. You haven't critically thought about it, which is what I'm asking you to do now.
Yeah, critical thinking, like you said.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that's an entire other topic. I mean, did we?
No, it's not.
Did we went to the moon? Did we went to the moon? Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could think about it like another topic, but what it is, it all ties into the same thing. They've given you a story, and now you're telling us the story is true, and we're like, how is it true? What are the components of the story that make it true? I don't know. I just believe. Okay. What do you want to do with that?
I shouldn't believe blindly what's been told.
Yeah, you're getting it. You're getting it. Yeah, you should take on. You should take on information, analyze it, critically think. Well, you should. What's wrong with that, Kerry? You make that sound like it's bad. Right. You're like, oh, why do I have to question everything? Well, maybe you should. You don't know what you're talking about now. Maybe that should have been a good thing you should have done.
Okay, maybe another topic for another time.
No, I mean, think about it, man. I mean, like, dude, like, we want you guys to be curious, right? That's the whole point. But examination of the question, like looking into why you think what you think, and then coming forward with the best way to you that you're going to argue for it. You know,
it requires critical thinking, but some people are not able to do it. Yeah,
you're getting it now. See, Kerry, you're at least look, man. If we've done anything today, is get across to your mind that you have to critically think about the things that you say, and then everybody else can hear you. Like, you know what? Kerry actually thought about this question. He's coming at this with substance. He knows what he's bringing forth here. Versus,
I've been always respecting your point of view, guys. I
appreciate it, man. And we only aim to inspire that more. That you critically think about the world around.
I said it like 10 times. It's an interesting topic, and we can talk about it.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I'll talk too much. I'm muting myself.
Sure. You know,
just letting everyone know, I've just ended the event because the English class started.
Hey, some of you guys need to be in that English class, guys. I know this topic is super awesome, but you guys, if you made a commitment to going to the English class, you guys got to go to it. Don't miss your commitments to that English class. We don't mind taking an L on the fact that people are in this room for that. Anyway, I guess back to the panel. Or do you want more Yappuccino from me? I got a big old
Yappuccino.
I got a big old bar stool full of Yappuccinos. We'll hand them out one by one.
Can I have a Talca latte?
A Talca latte. Hey, that was Jedi. It's trademark. Jedi came up with that. Oh man.
Well, what about I think I heard Jenna wants a caramel talkiato.
A talkiato, dude.
Or if you're really in for a quick one, an espresso.
Or you can use your hand puppets to say, we need more of this and less of this. We show the hand puppet moving like it's opening its mouth.
Oh yeah. Good stuff.
Even though the event has ended, man, we still got a good panel. Still got a lot of new people in here too. Imagine a world where people evaluate information instead of accepting it. What a wonderful world.
Remember, if your English isn't that good, just ask questions in the side chat if you don't feel comfortable using the microphone.
Yeah, we got a couple of questions in the side chat. All right, let's check. Well, Kiri wants to do an event called Did We Walk on the Moon? That would be so cool, they say. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. We could do an event, something like that. Sure. And Hisoka is asking, do FE people believe in GPS?
In GPS?
Yeah.
You just gotta believe.
I mean, it's not a belief if it's technology that we utilize. Hey, I believe I have a GPS in my car. Really? What's that thing you don't know you have one in there?
Yeah, there's nothing global about it, though. That's for sure.
Then why does it show a globe, DJ? That's what I can just imagine somebody telling you that. But it shows a picture of a globe. What do you mean it's not global? And you're like, ugh.
And Hisoka has another question. Yo, first time here. What real map of the world do flat earthers believe in?
What flat world does flat earthers believe in?
What real map of the world do flat earthers believe in?
Oh, can I take this?
Yeah, please.
Why don't you just have him post the real map of the globe?
That's never been presented.
Yeah, the one map, the true map, the real map, as you say. Let's take a look at that.
I was asking for that earlier today. I was saying too.
Speed it up. Go ahead.
I was saying too, CB. I was like, dude, they're not showing what they think is true, because in their head they're like, well, why doesn't the flat earther just show me a map? Show me a flat Earth map. I'm like, bro, what map do you have? Like, you're gonna compare it against something? Well, what's the true map? Let's see that.
Cartoon Earthers.
Yeah. I think Hisoka wants to chime in here. Very chatty Cathy in the text, but not in the voice.
So
go ahead, Hisoka.
Hisoka, you worded that fine, by the way. I wasn't reading it out as if you worded it wrong. It was just because you used the word believe And
I believe, brothers. Raise your hand if you're with me. I say, I believe. We're going to have a lot of believers today. I see you in the chat. We could do it that way too. Isn't that what you hear from these guys that are telling you that information? Come on, just put your hand on the TV and tell me how much you believe. Just feel the energy I'm giving. Feel that belief energy. The physical world doesn't need to be built on belief, man. It's built about testable, repeatable, observable, falsifiable information we gather from the world around us. The globe does not pass any of those.
Hey, AV, when you were talking with Kerry, answering his question about whether we went to the moon or not, you kind of said, we don't know if we went. You're kind of on like, he doesn't know if we went. We don't know if, from a flat earther perspective, we don't know. Yeah. And I was thinking, can't we make a positive claim that according to the heliocentric paradigm of a near perfect vacuum of space, we can make a positive claim that it's impossible based on what we know here on Earth that they could not enter that area to go to.
Yeah, but like think about it like this. You haven't distinguished what technology can do what. So for the sake of the argument, right? What if it's granted that the moon is not where it's supposed to be in the paradigm, but it's a place that you can actually get to? Like, how would you distinguish the fact that they can go there or they can't go there based on the information you have? Like, you wouldn't be able to determine that. So you know what I mean? To make because then
let me rephrase. What I said is according to the heliocentric paradigm. So what I'm saying, granting their paradigm, right? If you grant that there's a near perfect vacuum out there, then we can make the claim that that's impossible. I get what you're saying. If we don't grant the heliocentric paradigm, then we don't know as well what it is out there. I got that.
Do you know their narrative has changed over the years, Jewilliger?
Like what? What's the narrative?
Are you up to date with their lore? The lore that
maybe not. I'm under the understanding there's a near perfect vacuum where the moon's at.
No, the lore has updated to that they're within the Earth's atmosphere. I'm serious. I'm not just throwing this out to you just to like throw you off kilter. Yeah, it's what they say. It's
I've not heard that.
Yeah, it's true. According to the paradigm, it's within the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, so there's atmosphere 248,000 miles away, supposedly.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're saying it. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no. Check this out. Let me just look that up. Just type that into your Google search. You'll be amazed if you haven't seen this information.
I have not.
Geo Corona. Right, check it out. Someone say something. Hello? I heard somebody speaking.
Sagar, what's going on, Sagar?
Oh, that was Sagar? Sagar, what's going on, man? It says, I'm Sagar Murmu, a graphic and thumbnail designer specializing in YouTube, video, SEO, and captivating visuals. That's pretty cool, man. You do graphics? Nice. Kudos to you, man. Keep up the good work. Did you have a question? Oh, I see. You have in your tags, beginner English classes. Hey, man, you're supposed to be in class right now. They got an English class going on. You come back, talk to us after you have the class. Oh, maybe he doesn't understand.
Damn.
Shout out to you guys, man. Keeping it real. Yeah, this is a no tweaking panel. No heavy tweaking, too. The heavy tweakers are probably going to get sat down.
All right, hey, our click is ready just in case.
The tweak is heavy. My click is ready.
Word.
It was earlier, but it seems like things have kind of simmered out. We're like on a low boil right now. We had it on high heat. We turned it down to low heat. I know, but Jedi's here if you want to talk to him, or Indio. Oh shit, man, we got Cyclone.
Listen to.
We got the wolf in the tuxedo. Cyclone.
Does he have a server tag yet?
I don't think it looks like he does. I think he's just saying that I don't need to, kind of thing. I'm my own guy. You can't make me. That kind of stuff. Just kidding.
Over fences are Ethergris. Tag up, guys.
You would think over fences would have been.
Ethergris needs it too, bro. Tag up, bro.
He's like, Cyclone. Yeah, you guys all have it now. I don't need to. Oh hell no.
Oh hell no.
We're gonna have to make the square, bro, like we did in the old days. Put him in the middle. Who's gonna have Indio take him on? Just kidding. Make the square.
I'm clicking it. It's not back. I'll be right back.
All right.
No, you gotta Ethergris. If you're on mobile or computer.
On the damn phone.
All right. Click on your own profile. Then it says edit profile. Click that. Scroll down. It says server tag right there. Easy.
Got it.
Boom.
Done.
Done.
Just like that.
Who else needs it? I see Crit made his own. W. That's cool.
Yeah. No, he actually found a server that says Crit. So he.
This is Over Fences and Wolfgang. Says who got it. Very nice. Secret Asian Man. Also, Sporadic is back.
Yeah, dude. Like we want to get out to the mainstream as much as we can possible. So, shout out to all you guys that are making this content awesome. You guys on YouTube. Appreciate you guys watching. Earlier, it was like 44 of us in here and like 30-some people watching the YouTube live stream. So, yeah. I was going to tell you a real quick update on Flip. Did you guys see the live button on it?
Hello.
Oh, shoot. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Sagar.
Hello.
What's up, man?
So, I'm beginner. Yeah.
No, that's not good. No bueno, dude. We can't hear you, brother. Yeah, internet is not good. You might want to get closer to your mic or fix your internet or something.
What topic are discussing?
What? Can anyone hear Sagar? You have to get closer to the microphone, Sagar. I think it sounded like you said, what topic are you discussing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the topic is, do you know if the Earth is a globe?
Sorry?
Do you know if the Earth is a globe? Hello. We're not gonna get anything from you, Sagar. Well, fuck that, Mike. Oh, we're trying to talk to.
Well then, fuck that mic.
Yeah, we're talking about if you know if the Earth is a globe, Dogma. Dogma?
Go ahead. Maybe.
Sagar, you're gonna have to do something with your mic, brother. It is not possible that anyone can hear you with your mic. So we got some new people that are joining the panel. We got Dogma in here. Oh, what? Yeah. Sort out your mic, sir. You got to do that first. Dogma's in here, wants to ask some questions. Go ahead, Dogma. Please ask your question.
I ain't got no question.
Well,
you said that like you said that like a cowboy. I ain't got no question.
You got the answer?
Mosey on down to the Long Branch Saloon. Bro just came in to say that.
Questions, buddy. Do you have the answers? Can you answer this question? How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Dun dun dun.
Everybody's waiting with bated breath.
Hold on to your horses, and horses, hold your breath. He's contemplating the deepness of that question.
Hey, yo, pause.
He sees like mathematical equations just appearing in the ether.
He has to. Because he's searching in the memory bank and like there ain't nothing in there.
Scanning.
His eyeballs are moving side to side. He's scanning his memory banks. Come on, guys. What? You guys are all in here. Ask your questions. Just sitting in here.
Yeah. Like,
well, I ain't gonna go. You go. Like,
yeah, fill in this blank. I remember the first time I saw the Earth as a globe. I got in my car and I drove to fill in the blank.
It's a trap.
Yeah, you could say your mom's in there if you want to. We'll take that as an answer too. They're just afraid of.
You drove to the California kitchen in your Lark scooter, and then you're like, "Wow, Earth's a globe." I saw it on TV.
They're afraid of Jedi, man. They don't want to come up and say anything. He ain't gonna bite, dude. He's just every now and again he'll say something, but he's a gentle giant, yeah.
I'm eating my dinner at the moment, so they're lucky.
Yeah, he's feasting. Yeah, his wolf pups are getting fed.
I guess he can't bite because he's biting something else.
Yeah. I'll be like, CB, yo, pause.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I know you were, bro.
DB, weren't you supposed to start your chill chat thing today?
We did it last night. We did a test run. We did a pilot.
Cool.
We did a pilot episode. No, but we need to record the next one.
What I was gonna say earlier, but Sagar jumped in, is that Flip? I can't get it to the live stream. I don't know if you guys are you checking that out? It's just like you can post content, not unless you have to upgrade or something in order to live stream.
What do you
Is there criteria for that? Because can you guys live? I can't. I don't have the option for that.
To live stream.
Yeah, it's
from where?
Only no Flip.
Oh, man. They might have given me. No, I think they only gave me permissions to I don't. Yeah, they. Hold on, let me look.
I didn't know if there was criteria to meet. Then that'd be interesting.
They do have some hurdles. I did see that. But the debate feature thing, that's kind of new, so I don't know how that works exactly yet.
Oh, Flat Lloyd says he can't go live either. But dude, I've seen how many people watched your video. The algorithm went like bananas. It shot it to like 400,000 people. I'm like, how in the hell?
You serious?
Yeah, his video that he was speaking like for like a question that he made, it went insane. It just shot across the algorithm like all over the place, dude.
Can you upload videos?
Yeah, that you can do, but it's just like I want a live interaction, bro, where they can click on it and join the debate if that's possible. That's what I thought it was like heading towards. Yeah, well, that was as of this morning, Flat Lloyd. I don't know where it's at now. See, I can take a look. But yeah, I don't see an option to go live, so I was wondering, because they were announcing that you can do that. It was like a feature that you can join in and go live, and I was like, yeah, I can't do that. Or at least maybe I'm not accessing certain things that you know how to do. So that's why I'm asking you guys. Have you tried to go live?
Well, I can go live on TikTok on one of my accounts because I had enough like subscribers, and you need. I don't know about other platforms. They might be limited in a similar way.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
What I don't get is like, why is it run up money every time you check videos? Do they like pay you that money, or how does that work?
Is the account flat_Lloyd? Is that the account you're using? Alpha, do you know?
Yeah, that's what his is. Let me see if it pops
All I
up.
see is like 3 videos. Most has like 84 views.
Yeah, Flat Lloyd. Let me go to the one that. It's the one where it says, "Should kids get an iPhone?" That video.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it got a lot of traction. But I don't know why. Like I'm clicking it now, and it just like if I go straight to it, it doesn't show me the analytics it did when it popped up as on my feed.
Yeah, you have to click on it and it'll show it. Like if you watch it again, then it'll show like 157,000.
Yeah, here it says. I said the number wrong. It's 157,000 views.
I have the same similar worries about the internet.
Dude.
You see it?
Yeah, I'm watching the video now, but mine says I don't know.
So I guess it's like a scroll. It's like a scroll through or something. Like that's how many people have like noticed it on their feed, and they just didn't like stop and.
Can't believe it only has 3 comments.
Yeah, dude, but I don't get like that's the part that I don't get right there. I guess. Well, comments are not necessarily a metric by which you can say how many people seen it, but. That flowing hair, though, bro. Like, dude, what do you use it? What kind of conditioner are you using?
My hair was nicer than that, but I cut it like a year ago.
Oh, really?
Over a year ago. Oh, dude, my hair is down my back.
Damn.
I got beautiful hair. Dude, girls we tell me they wish they had my hair.
You like Fabio? Like, cause yeah, the upper strength
Hair
like an
straight,
ape.
like my hair's straight and like very fine, so it's like baby hair. But I got thick hair, but the thickness of my hair is like baby hair.
Yeah, we know it's long and white, Indio. Yeah, long white hair.
Oh, fucking not that.
That's crazy.
Were you here last night when the dude was like, no, that was in the other one. About, like, aren't you afraid somebody's going to dox you? Because I was like, I took this from Revere Beach, and he's like, you're afraid someone's going to dox you? Or waiting to sit at Revere Beach and wait for a dude with white hair to walk by? Waiting for Pi May at Revere Beach in fucking Revere. Yeah. Good.
Can you imagine, dude? It'll be like, fucking Indio, dude. How did he get out of... Who let him out, bro? He's in public. The only one person that could ever see Indio in real life is Jemsy. He's in his immediate, like,
I'm about to pull up.
Good. Yeah, CV about to pull up. A couple months. Wait till the girls are here. Don't you dare.
Oh, wait a minute.
Dude,
no.
No more premature ejaculation, man. Wait till the girls are here.
No, but CV. No, but you know who else is in your camp right now? You got Heretic, man.
Oh,
Stevie's
yeah.
gonna go. He's gonna go pick Heretic up, and they're gonna roll through. And according to the legend, you're gonna show him around Boston, and like
that would be so cool, man. That would be so cool.
Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this. There was a Glober young kid that went to MIT that was here. So he's in Cambridge. I'm like, I'm fucking meeting in Harvard Square because he was talking smack. Let's go meet in Harvard Square.
Oh, shit. Let's go. Everybody was kung fu fighting.
I actually wouldn't have fought him. I would have just went there with like a pocket full of change and threw it on him. And then like all the homeless people would have freaking just bummed.
Bum fights. I would have been duking it out with the guys. Get away from that. Would have been taking him out.
Yeah,
see you around, knucklehead.
There's a lot of homeless people in Harvard Square. So, not a lot, but enough that change would hurt. Change thrown at you would hurt you, and it wouldn't be the change hurting you.
Hey, we got El Vasco that just joined us. What's up, El Vasco?
Oh, you can ask any question you want as long as it's on topic.
Yeah.
Be on
hello,
topic.
guys. I think I've spoken to you guys before. I had a
not to me.
You know.
Back.
Yeah.
Round two.
Fight. Well, I mean, I consider myself, a globe skeptic. I'm open to the idea. So, how do you guys explain the flight patterns that you can go from one side of the Earth to the other? How does that fit into the flat Earth?
Yeah, you got to think about this, right? Before you ask that question, I know you want to dive into that, and there's going to be a lot of answers, but do you know a standard that you hold to that is the right idea, the right thing?
Right. Okay, so I don't hold to a standard at this point.
Okay, so how do you know the answer we're going to give you would be the right or the wrong one?
So I myself have flown over the Pacific, right? And you go from one side.
Did you answer can you answer my question? Can you answer my question? How would you know the answer we give you will be the right or the wrong one? What's the standard?
The standard is it empirical? Is it does it
No. What I'm asking you though, how would you know that it's right or wrong? Any information we give you, how would you be able to determine what we're saying is right or wrong?
If it's reproducible.
Okay, do you have that now?
Oh no, that's why I'm asking the question.
Okay, so if you think there's nothing that can be done to obtain this information, do you think we're going to give you some information that could give you that specific information, something that's reproducible?
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I don't have the answer, so.
Well, this is important, right? So if we're going to dive into this and give you that, if we hear you say, no, this wouldn't work, well, I'm going to charge you with, you gave us the permission to give you something without you being able to give a standard to how you know something's right or wrong. So you can't say this is incorrect.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I guess we can proceed forward. If anybody has any ways to.
Okay. I mean, I need something specific to work with. How do you think planes fly now across the Pacific?
Right. I don't
Like
think
the route
that they fly
take.
in a straight
I mean, like
line,
well, let me start with how would Flight Pass prove a globe or a flat Earth?
Well, the idea is that eventually you would loop around back, right?
Oh, okay. So your question's about circumnavigation.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, no one's ever actually circumnavigated the Earth in its totality, like in a single flight. Right. So they always have to land somewhere, etc. Right. So in the idea is that a circle is a circle, right? Circumnavigation is flying around something. So I can go around my house, I can go out my front door, walk around my house, and go back in the front door. And that's technically a circumnavigation of my house. Now, it doesn't require my house to be a globe to do it. The difference in the globe claim, the flat Earth claim, is we think we circle, based on the coordinate system, that we circle around the center, right? The North Pole, if you want to call that, or Polaris, if you wanted to call it that, right? So we call the direction of Polaris, we call that north, and if we travel perpendicular to that, we're traveling east and west, and that just goes in a circle around Polaris. Think about it, like if you had a string, right? And you tied it to a pole, and you held it tight, and you walked around the pole, you'd be traveling in the same direction the entire time, right? East-west, but you would end up making a circle. Now, the globe thinks that this circle is flipping upside down and then flipping right side back up.
Right.
Whereas we think the orientation is changing left or right.
Okay.
Just a matter of what you think or how your orientation is changing. It's a circle either way.
Yeah, I think that would line up more with the cardinal directions to begin with.
What would?
The idea that all the directions are just based off the poles, and they don't really circle around.
Okay, so this is where we get it's a little slippery when it comes to this, because it depends on what coordinates you're using. Depends on whether you're using a compass, which is different than using the sun, which is different than using latitude and longitude. So those three coordinate systems, they all have north, south, east, west, but those directions, there's an alignment mismatch depending on where you are. So it's commonly thought that compasses point north and south. This is actually not true. There's a thing called magnetic declination, and this is how much deviation there is from the direction your compass points versus what they call true north. And this can be as much as 90 degrees, right? You could look at your compass, and it says, hey, I'm pointing north, but you're pointing east in latitude-longitude system. And then you have another thing when I said the sun, right? If you look up how east is defined, right? East is defined in the Oxford Dictionary as where the sun rises on the equinox. So if you looked at the horizon on the equinox, wherever you saw the sun come up, that is defined as east, right? And then we define the rest of the entire coordinate system, that cardinal directions from there, that sunrise. But that sunrise also doesn't match. It doesn't match the compass, and it doesn't match the latitude and longitude. So it matches in some places. Like I said, there is coincidences where these coordinate systems all coincide and their cardinal directions all match, but that's not everywhere. You understand? Like if I'm in, like it would match like the sun direction, cardinal directions, and latitude, longitude, cardinal directions. They would match on the equator, but they wouldn't match in, like, say, Tierra del Fuego or Santiago, Chile. They wouldn't match there. And the fucking magnetic compass, it generally matches in Europe and North America. But once you start going south into like Australia or the South Pacific, it gets way fucked up. It's way off. In fact, when they like Antarctica, where they say that is, compasses actually don't work there. They actually just spin and spin and spin and spin, and they never stop spinning. So, yeah. So the point is that the shit isn't as straightforward as you'd think. I mean, they teach us a certain way in school. That's very simplified, but that's kind of like not the way it is in reality. It's simplified for children. Because I hate to say this and not sound condescending, but the globe is a child's idea. It's an idea for children.
Right. So,
because that's when they teach it to you, right?
So, just and for the sake of simplicity, do the sides of the flat Earth have ends or
sides, bro? You don't think there's
right? You don't think
no, we don't think there's sides.
Right.
So flat Earth is portrayed right in the media and on the internet as like a disc floating in space with water pouring off the sides, right? That's the imagery that's shown in any flat Earth article on the internet or someone's thumbnail on YouTube. No flat earther thinks that's the way it is. None. We do not think the Earth is a space disk. Because there is no outer space vacuum. At all. Okay, everything is above the Earth. The Earth is, like other people have called it, the floor of the universe, if you want to call it that. And everything is above it. It's not an object in this randomly vast vacuum of outer space. That's not how we think of it. People think that we okay, here's the cosmology, the modern cosmology, and we took the globe Earth out and we inserted a disk in its place. That would be stupid, and we don't think that. It's a different cosmology, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. Well, fair enough. So, is it fair to say that our current navigation system is circular in relation to the pole, but not circular in relation to the surface?
Well, the navigation system, celestial navigation, is based upon the sky. It's not really based upon the Earth. You couldn't use just the Earth and find your latitude and longitude. Like if you couldn't see the sky, right? Say the sky was just like no stars, no moon, just poof, everything disappeared. How could you possibly find your latitude and longitude using just the Earth?
Right, yeah, no, we depend on constellations, the sun.
Yeah. The entire coordinate. So the longitude is based upon the sun and the time of day, right? And we used the origin of that coordinate as Greenwich, England, and Greenwich Mean Time. So you can find your longitude if you have a clock and you know your time relative to Greenwich Mean Time. You can figure out what your longitude is. Latitude, you look up in the sky and you go, okay, where's the celestial equator? And what they use is typically a star called the first point of Aries. You use that, and then you can go, okay, that's 45 degrees above the horizon. I'm at 45 latitude. Right? So we use the sky for the coordinate system. You can't find it with the ground. And it was actually, 200 years ago, this is how they talked about it. They didn't say I was standing on the equator. They would say I'm under the equator. And they would say I'm under the Tropic of Capricorn or I'm under the Tropic of Cancer. They didn't think about it as being on the ground in the first place.
Right.
That's kind of like modern stuff. Yeah, and none of that would prove the Earth is flat or a globe anyway. The only way to prove what the Earth is to look at the Earth, not really in the sky. Right? We have a simple proposition, and this is it. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving, what is it? Can you answer that?
Well, it's one or the other, right? Either it's curved
Well, if
or
it's
flat.
not, if it's not curving, what is it? Yeah, it's flat. So if we can demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is not curving, specifically the surface of water, because they say, and from experience we know that most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Whatever that water is doing is what the Earth has to be. So if the water is curving, then the Earth's a ball. If the water's not curving, then the Earth's flat. It's simple. It's super simple. People try to think of it in a complicated way because that's how it's been sold to them. This is a super complicated problem. You have to be a super smart genius scientist to figure it out. The smartest people in the world or the ones in history are the only ones that can figure it out. And you're just a lowly, shrub, and just trust what they say. But it's actually like a third grade geometry problem. It's not even a difficulty. And like the mathematics to if you want to predict where the horizon is, this is like simple algebra. It's freaking none of this is complex. You don't need to know what gravity is or anything like that, because even if they had a theory of gravity and it predicted the Earth is a ball, they would have to confirm that with an experiment, right? They'd have to go measure the ball. Here's my prediction. Here's my physics. My physics says, hey, Earth would turn into a ball. Okay, you have to go out and confirm that's actually the case, that gravity formed the Earth into a ball by measuring the actual said ball. You don't just assume your theory is true. You have to test your theory in its entirety. Especially when you start doing logical sequences, okay, gravity does this, pulls everything to the center. Okay, that means everything will get formed into the, what would they call it? Smallest possible frickin' figure. That figure would be a sphere, therefore Earth is a sphere. Okay, that's your theory of how it works. Okay, go out and measure that ball and see if that's actually true. And the thing is, we don't have any measurements that Earth is a ball. That's the problem. That's why we're all here. Because the one thing that would prove it, curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, when we go to measure that or anybody else, that drop over distance don't exist. So let me ask you, are you under the impression, like most people are, that the curvature of the Earth is just too big to measure the curve?
Well, I mean, it doesn't add up.
Well, do you think it's measurable? That's the what I'm asking you is not any way it comes out. Is it measurable in principle?
Is it measurable?
Yeah, is the Earth just too big for it to measure, that our instruments are not sensitive enough to measure the amount of curvature that it would exist in, say, 10 miles?
Well, that would be a denial of.
No, I'm just asking you, should it be possible?
No, it shouldn't.
Okay, so how much curvature do you think would exist in 10 miles on the 3,959 mile radius Earth they say it is?
What was it, 100 feet of curvature?
Oh, no, it's not that much. That would be a lot. It's like 66 feet in 10 miles. So from eye level, right, from your eye level, the amount that the surface of the Earth should drop, or at the level of your feet even, how much it should drop, it's called the surveyor drop, should drop down 66 feet in 10 miles. So if you had a 6-story building, right, 10 miles away, the top of that building should be eye level.
Which is ridiculous because I can look out my second story and nowhere near that.
Yeah. it's way more than what people think, and I'm of the impression at this point, I've kind of come to this realization, like maybe a week ago, that everybody has flat Earth evidence. They just don't realize it. That they've all seen too far. They've all seen observations which don't work with the globe or are impossible on the globe, but they just don't realize it because they've been told the Earth is so large, there's no way they could detect in any way the curvature of the Earth, no matter what they do. And the only way they can detect it is to fly 1,000 miles into the air and look at it. This is the kind of like the zeitgeist of this topic. Because I ask people all the time, I'm like, if how could you test whether the Earth is flat or curved? They always say, get a rocket, go into space. They never say, measure the Earth.
Right.
But,
and you guys reject the whole premise of space to begin with, right?
Yes, yeah, exactly. And there's no way to verify any of that work product, right? Like, we can't test it. The only way we can test it is the only way to test photographs, right? There's only one way. Does the photograph depict something that actually exists in reality? Right? So if you saw a photo of a unicorn, unicorns don't exist in reality. You know that photo's fake, right? You don't have to prove how it was faked. You don't care about what the status of the people are. You're claiming they took a picture of something that don't exist. And if they do say it exists, that it's just they're going to carry on and say, no, this is an authentic photograph of a unicorn. No one would accept that without other evidence, right? We'd want like unicorn scat. We'd want a fucking fur samples. We'd want maybe a sample of its horn. We'd want other things, right? Maybe a dead body, maybe a carcass, a unicorn carcass. Right? We'd want other things. The photo wouldn't be enough. We'd want other material. We'd want material evidence. So this is how we evaluate space photos. Okay, you took a picture. You're claiming that, hey, this is what the Earth looks like. Well, what about in that image? Can I test on the Earth that's in that photograph that have to go together? And you know what? All the space photos, what they show? They show curving water, right? Take a picture. They show the big blue marble. What's that blue stuff? That's the water. The water is curving. Okay, let's go test to see if the curving water actually exists in the physical and natural world. Well, when we go test, there's no curving water. So we know that the image has to be not authentic because it's depicting something which don't exist in nature. You know, this logic, this logical train that I'm following is flawless. There's no way to dispute it. Okay? Because if you don't follow my train of logic, then we have to accept any image. Yeti, Bigfoot, Superman, Loch Ness Monster, we just have to accept them all. And then if you say, I don't believe that image, Loch Ness Monster don't exist, and I just say the image proves it. The image proves the image proves Santa Claus exists. It's a picture of Santa. Santa don't exist. Oh, you're just are you denying that Santa exists? I got a picture. Dude, there's millions of pictures of Santa. Are they all fake? Right? I could make the same argument that people make on the side of NASA and space pictures for Santa Claus. In using that logic, they'd have to accept that Santa Claus is real to be logically consistent if they apply that standard. That's why Alpha was talking to you about applying a standard, right? A standard for determining what the truth is. If you apply that standard, principled standard, uniformly, you'll as long as it's sound, logically sound, you'll figure out what the truth is. Logic is kind of like a foolproof method of figuring out what the truth is. It's limited, so there's a problem with that. That you can't. There's a lot of things you're never going to know for certain. Okay, But there are things you can know for certain if it follows the proper logical form and it's sound logical argument with true premises and all that stuff. So, any other questions? Anybody else? I mean, this topic's not actually complicated.
Oh, hello. Yes, I have a question.
Okay. I see $50. It's not about the Earth. That's what I'm betting.
Well, I was just wondering. I see there is a YouTube bot in the channel here. Is that are you recording this?
Yes.
Boom! $50. Pay up, sucker.
Yeah.
You don't have my permission. You don't have my permission to record.
And leave the channel.
What do you mean? This is a public server. I'm a member of the server.
Yeah, but it's an implied consent by the fact you're in here and you know you're being recorded and you're still here.
I need you to send me permission.
We don't have to let you participate unless you agree to being recorded.
I was here first.
Well, we don't agree. No, you weren't in here first. What are you talking about?
I was in the server where you were.
If he's going to act spoiled, just take away the privilege of being here.
See ya, buddy.
Oh, I know. I had the perfect solution. We're going to put you on mute, and then no one's going to hear your voice.
Why would you mute me? You need me.
No, because you don't want to be recorded. So we're going to mute you to make sure that you're not recorded.
But you guys would not have content.
Yeah, there is no but, dude. Then stop. Quit your bitching. Okay?
Actually, literally the username, it say 24/7 live.
Yeah. He has implied consent. He's just being a little douche nozzle.
You need me for content. You better not mute me.
Mute him.
Nobody is gonna mute
I need you? Yeah, we've been recording 24/7 going on like 7 years. We have fucking probably 100,000 hours of audio. We don't need you.
If there were no Globetrotters here, you would be a dead channel.
Oh, wow.
It's more than just you, so we can mute you and move on to someone else. Being as you don't want to be recorded.
Watch what happens if you mute me. Dead silence.
Then you won't get recorded. I tell you what.
No, I've been trying to get a word in. Yeah, I've been trying to get a word in edgewise. This idiot won't shut up for me to say something.
What do you mean? You've been silent this whole time.
Yeah, I've been yielding the mic. I go, here's some idiot we can farm a little content off, but it looks like he doesn't want to be recorded, doesn't want to be part of the channel, and he talks anyway. The dude's a complete idiot.
We need to save him from himself, it seems.
Yeah, it's like, imagine joining a channel, any one of them, Ask a Christian, vegans are great, whatever, and then telling them, I joined the channel and I don't want to talk to anybody. They'd be like, someone needs to call this guy an ambulance or something. Like that, he's in a schizophrenic break with reality.
Well, I clearly want to talk, but you need to ask my permission to record my voice on YouTube.
No, you can fuck off.
Wow.
No. Look. That is not the case. You're misinformed. We don't need to ask your permission.
Well, you're going to hear this from my lawyer. I'm going to reach out.
Okay. Yeah, let's hear from your lawyer. Let's hear from your lawyer. You can't afford a lawyer. You can't afford a lawyer. You're broke.
No, like seriously, like imagine someone recording someone because they recorded it. Wow.
There's some very weak people around without spines, it seems.
This is the worldview of the globalists, that they will join a channel with a bot in the channel with a big red dot showing live, that when you click on it, it tells you where to go. On a server, that part of the guidelines are you consent to being recorded by joining the server. Whistle through all of that and then say they're going to call a lawyer. Your lawyer's going to tell you you're a fucking idiot.
This is like they're doing a man on the street interview. He cuts into the interview and says, I don't agree to be recorded.
Yeah. It's like the thousands of videos you get of Karens complaining to people that they're being recorded and then telling them that they don't have that permission.
I need a form that I can sign that you have my consent.
You're the male version of a Karen. You're onto a Jedi. What is that? What is the name we give to male versions of Karen?
I don't know. Quite.
Well, they switch back and forth. It used to be Darren, or it was Andrew, but I think people have started changing it to Darren.
Look, so this is a tactic. This is like a muting tactic. So we go off topic of what we were talking about.
Yeah.
There's too much truth coming out, so he doesn't like that. He hates truth. He wants everyone to be deceived and live in a freaking dream world. So let's shut him up and move on.
Yeah, what's this guy's name that's saying this stuff? Can anyone see his name highlighting? Is it Creation Bear?
Yeah, no idea. It wasn't worth paying that much attention to, dude.
You said Creation Bear? Fucking what?
Yeah, it's like he walks into a grocery store and then starts complaining that they have security cameras.
That is not the same.
Are you still talking, dude? We're live.
Okay. Well, fine. You'll hear from a lawyer, but I'm willing to discuss the topic.
No, we don't want to talk to you. Go away.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, you don't want to be recorded. We told you this space is recorded, so it's you are now consenting to being recorded by staying in this voice chat and talking.
Well, if I don't see a consent form in the next 24 hours, you're going to have big problems. So
Doesn't
anyway,
need a consent form. You are consenting to
terms of
this.
service in YouTube.
Either way,
you accepted Discord's terms of service, and you are participating under those terms of service. So you've already accepted being recorded.
That's fine.
Yes, we just sent the consent form. Just allow 2 to 3 business days. Check me out.
Don't lose your case, man. I got the same lawyer as Benjamin Netanyahu. You're cooked.
That's fine. I'm sure Benjamin Netanyahu is also a globetrotter.
Dude.
Now we've appeased and dealt with your feelings. Is there a reason that you want to talk with us?
Yes, I'm here to, like, you're here in an echo chamber. I'm here to fix the problem.
Okay, so the very fact that you're here and other people are here challenging these views kind of defeats the point of you saying it's an echo chamber. It wouldn't fit that definition. But we can move on to something else.
Why would you move on? I'm here with the
because
smoke.
the subject of the room is the flat Earth, not whether you think it fits the definition of an echo chamber, which it doesn't.
Listen, I'm willing to discuss the topic, but you're afraid.
Good, can we then? So we'll move on. Flat Earth, what do you want to know? What do you want to ask? What do you want to say?
Well, it's not flat, so I don't... Why
so you want to make a claim that it's not flat, so curved?
Yes.
Okay, would you have any measurements of that curvature to know whether it's curved or not?
We don't need to measure it.
We don't need to measure a surface to describe it?
No, we have pictures.
No.
It's all
just
for you.
Pictures of it, pictures that I can verify myself, right? Pictures that I'm sure you verified yourself as well, yes?
They come from reliable sources.
They come, and how have you determined that they're reliable sources? Have you validated the information that they've given you somehow?
They are government entities.
Yeah, have you validated the information that these entities have given you somehow?
It's a reliable source.
Yeah, I know. So I'm asking you how you've tested for their reliability.
Listen, buddy, it's the government. They can't...
I know. So I would hope that someone would have tested the validity of their claim. Governments say all sorts of things, right? So let's test it. I'm just asking if you tested it. If you haven't, we can just say it's a faith-based argument that you've got. You believe an authority about what they've told you, correct?
Not faith-based. It's science.
You haven't verified it. You trust them. It's a reliable source, you said.
There's experts, science, people who work their whole career, whole lives.
Apparently.
They've worked their whole lives for this.
Yes, I know. I just want you to concede that it's trust and faith-based.
It's scientific-based. I don't know how you don't see this.
It's scientific-based. Is it the shape of an object, the Earth, is a question for science, is it?
I mean, kind of, sort of, yes.
Kind of, sort of, yes. Please give me a hypothesis for a shape.
If it was flat, then...
No, not if it was flat. You said that there's scientific evidence. I'm hoping that you know what science is so you can figure out whether what you've got is science or not. So I'm asking you, if you've got science for a shape, give me the hypothesis.
I don't even know why you're talking. You're not a scientist.
Excuse me. I'm asking if you know what science is to determine whether what the scientist said was true.
I trust them, and they're correct.
But you don't have a standard to hold because I don't think you know what science is. They could say anything and you believe them because they got a white coat on, right?
Well, eventually they'll be correct. They always
eventually, like a broken clock.
Science is like hand over hand. They always correct each other, even if they make mistakes.
What the fuck are you waffling on about, dude? Apologise for the language, but I've asked you several questions, and you are yet to give me a straight answer.
Yeah, he's very stubborn and naughty. He needs punishment.
What are you doing? I was talking to Jedi. I don't know. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I know. You don't like to talk to women, do you, Russian Bear?
No, I don't. Not in this context. I don't think you're an expert either.
Yeah, we should just stay in the kitchen, right? That Russian kitchen. Make you some Russian food.
Yes, that would be ideal, yes. But no, seriously, like, why are you a flat earther? I don't understand.
Because the Earth measures flat.
It's just
70% of the surface of the Earth, so we're told, is water. Water is observed, measured, and then practically used for things like engineering, aviation, navigation, and cartography as a horizontal reference datum. Horizontal is not curved. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere.
You're only measuring a small patch of it.
I can give you a measurement now of 5,400 nautical miles just by measuring one elevation angle of a star in the sky. That's a straight line distance between me and its geographical position. 5,400, is that what? That's local, isn't it? Yeah. On the Earth.
Where did you get that number from?
Celestial navigation. I measure the elevation of Polaris above the horizon. I subtract that number from 90, and I multiply that number by either 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles to figure out the distance along the surface of the Earth between my measured position to its geographical location.
Celestial navigation only works on a globe.
No, celestial navigation works on a celestial sphere, which you think's the ground. The ground that's measured from is a horizontal plane. The curve that you think is on the floor is the sky.
It is on the floor.
No, it's not measured on the floor when I utilize a right-angled triangle to figure out the distance of 5,400 nautical miles. Do you know what a right-angled triangle is?
Yes.
Good. Can you point to the curved line within a right-angled?
Well, it is on a point on the sphere, so...
a line, dude. So can you point to the curved line within a right-angled triangle?
I mean, on the Earth it works differently.
No, not on the Earth. I'm talking about the triangle. Where's the curved line in the triangle?
It just works differently on the globe. I understand what you're saying.
No, we utilize a right-angle triangle. Celestial navigation. We've just been discussing it for the last, 4 minutes?
But you can draw a tangent line off the surface of the sphere.
You can draw a tangent line, can you? Off of what, where, how?
The surface of the sphere.
So where would that be then?
Anywhere. It's because it's a sphere.
Anywhere. Sorry, it's probably prudent that I should point out on this point that when you measure the distance between you and the geographical position of the star, both you and the geographical position of the star are on the surface of the Earth. If you're going to be measuring tangents, only one of those two things is on the surface of the Earth. The other one's out in space. Which one is it? Is it you or is it the geographical position of the star?
This guy is just yapping, chat. I don't understand what he's saying, honestly.
Yeah. End over.
Flat earther cappuccino. I'm sorry, I can't do it anymore, Jedi. What the hell?
I mean, you have been going for a while, man, but that was fucking awesome. You did really good.
Yeah, it's a good exchange. Gosh, you guys should play Globus more often. You actually let him talk. I mean, that's when you first know it's definitely not a globe believer. He's letting you speak.
Dude, he was cooking me so bad. I was like, just making shit up.
That was fun, man. I got right into that then. I believed you who you were saying that you was. It was really good.
That was brilliant, man. That was fun. You win the Glober of the Day award. Cyclone's giving you the Glober of the Day award.
Let's go.
Oh yeah,
and that's why we. And that's why we record. That had not been preserved. That needed to be preserved. That's a perfect showcase of why it's recorded.
Yes, sir. Kirk came in. He's like, "You don't need to get consent." Oh, brilliant!
Fucking weirdo. I mean, these are guys who they know nothing about. They know shit about dick.
Facts.
Fuck all.
Wait, Crit, that was me. Like the whole time. That's a self-down DeMarco right there.
Right here. This is what this was.
Oh, this is going to be a really good one. Are you recording?
Great, nice. You know that was CB the whole time doing that accent.
Oh no, I had no clue. Oh, I missed that part.
Got him.
Fucking amazing.
Nice.
Gotcha, bitch. But it just shows how well we understand their way of arguing and thinking. It's just, it's so incoherent that it doesn't matter who's saying it. It's so wrong.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. There's probably some people that are like, "Don't do that. That's a bad idea." I was just winging it, honestly.
No, that was brilliant.
W
Welcome
content.
To the channel. Welcome to the channel, Black.
Hello.
Hello, man. What brings you in here?
Late.
You're very late.
Roll down. See you later.
And he's gone.
Oh, he's late for something else. You guys are having, this is like an event that's happening here?
It was an event, but we ended it because they had an English class event. We don't want to overlap events.
Oh, okay. So I missed the event. I'm late, like Black.
It was just a random event, yeah. But we had like 45 people in here at one stage. 40 people on the live stream, so it was going off.
Good.
What did the vegans say? Are they purposely doing, like, anytime we start an event, they start one too? Are they going to cut that shit or what?
Yeah, we're going to have to, I'll have a chat with Axel or whatever his name is. I get along okay with him, so I'll have a chat with him and I'll just tell them, look, if you guys are going to have an event, we won't step on you, and then, vice versa.
Make sure we try and talk to them after dinner time, mate. They're always hangry, these vegans.
Yeah, after he has like 25 mangoes and his 4 kilos.
Lick some dust off his arm or something.
Yo, CB, you're getting too good at that. I actually thought you were a freaking clown Glober.
I know, a lot of you guys did. It seemed
I was about to ban you, but your name kept flashing. I'm like, who's the fucking talking, man? I couldn't find the person.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Nice.
Dude, you sounded just like a Glober. You were completely irrational.
Yeah.
Eastern European fuckwit.
Yeah. We'll have to go back and listen to that one. That was pretty fun. I was in the back trying not to laugh, dude. It's so funny.
Yeah, it wasn't working.
You can hear me laughing? I was definitely
At the end there, you were. You started off great, though. Well, the thing is, I've like everything you said, I've actually heard all of that before, like almost in the same order.
I know. It's pretty easy to predict like how they behave. It's just you just weasel around, you lie a little bit here and there. Like Jedi started getting technical stuff, and I was like, "You're just stupid," Like you don't have to address anything. You just bounce around, gish gallop. ad hom. Like there's
and when in doubt, just say I trust people.
Yeah, there's experts, pictures. Come on, why don't you believe this?
Hey, how many syndromes did you cover there?
Oh man, a lot. Phantom expert syndrome for sure. Flat earthers can't be right syndrome.
Did you do the appeal to the future?
I'm gonna do that next time. I will put you all on the rockets. Just wait till you go to space. Then you will feel stupid about.
We're gonna send you to Mars where you can start the Flat Mars Society.
Yeah. Pretty much. Dude, you guys should have been there last night, man. We were talking to this guy named Sign. Presented the Black Swan to him. And then he's like,
in here then? Was that when I left?
It might have been when you left.
You were cooking pretty good last night. I gotta say.
It's been a while since I saw it.
Yeah, dude, I haven't heard you flex in a long time, man. You were flexing.
It's been a while, man. It's good. Take me back to like 2022 or something. But yeah, he presented the whole like the image where the boat appears to be floating, but the horizon's actually behind it, like faintly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he said that, like, well, the light blue area is actually the sky. So, like, it's a mirage that the boat is in the sky. And we kept trying to point out to him that there was a horizon behind the boat. He's like, no, you can't say that. You're all apes. That's not possible. We're like, bro, Clipcord made the clip for me because he said, I walked him through it. I said, do both go over the curve? He said, yes. Okay, so then boats disappear behind the horizon, correct? Yes. And then we're like, so is the boat behind the horizon? It's like, no. So has the boat disappeared? No. Like, he couldn't understand what he was saying. We trapped him like 3 times. I have the clip on my computer. I'll have to post it in a second. Incredible. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. I was like so mad. Sorry for cussing. I was like, you're so dumb, dude. How do you not see this? Incredible. Clipboard was there. A couple other people were there. Incredible, dude. These guys are so low IQ. Let me get the clip, because now you guys got to hear this. Hold on 1 second. Let me get the clip for you guys. I got to go soon, but I think it's worth it. I have the clip on my computer.
Yeah, when I left, Sign was there, but he hadn't started talking yet. So I missed that.
He got absolutely roasted. Matrix was cooking him. It was bad, dude. All right, let me pop this clip up. Shout out to Clipcord, man. Okay, where is this at? Okay, here we go. Hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me fix my noise suppression real quick. Okay.
Let me ask him a question again. Hold on, chat. Let me ask him one more time. Isn't it that boats go over the horizon, correct?
Yes.
And it's why boats start to disappear, because they went over the horizon, right?
Yes.
Now, the boat hasn't disappeared in this image, right?
No.
So it hasn't gone over the horizon then?
It has gone over the horizon.
It has or it has not?
Has.
Clipcord, please clip that.
He said that about the Fata Morgana, that it went over the horizon?
Yeah, he's like,
wow, bro.
Boats disappear over the horizon. Has it disappeared? No. So is it over the horizon? Yes.
No, DM me that clip, bro. DM it.
All right, I'll put it in the chat. That's great. Here's the second clip.
One more time. You're saying that the entire light blue is the sky?
Yes.
And then the boat is in the sky.
Appears to be in the sky, yes.
Clip that again.
I don't know if you caught it, but he was like, I was like, so the boat's in the sky. He's like, yeah. Well, it looks like it.
Yeah, he stutters. That's awesome.
Oh, dude. Too funny. Too funny.
They make it too fucking easy.
Yeah.
The boat's floating in the fucking air like, Jesus, what planet are we living on?
That was one of the craziest things I've heard in a long time. We gave him the Retard of the Week award.
I don't know. I think units attract mass attracts units is pretty damning.
Damn.
Here, what I got to do to say that shit. He's like, mass is units, so units attract units. He said, no, mass attracts units. I'm like, what the fuck?
Clips are in the chat there if you want to take a listen. God, we got to hear the blue clip again. That was too funny.
But one more time. You're saying that the entire light blue is the sky?
Yes.
And then the boat is in the sky?
Appears to be in the sky, yes.
Clip that again.
We have Lit Filler Extraordinaire 9000 in the chat. Welcome. Is that Alonia? We heard you breathing. Go ahead.
Hello.
Dandelion, you're up.
Okay. Hello, Lonia. How's it going?
Hello. It's going great. How about you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. I just had my cherry yogurt. It was so good. So, have you heard about the flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. I believe 100% Earth is flat. Like,
what makes you believe that?
I think because when you walk, like you don't, it's just like it's flat. Like when you walk in the ground, it's flat. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good start. It'd be hard to get to 100% from that, but maybe you're just like an extremely intuitive person, so you realize that you're walking on flat and stationary ground. So if you kept walking and you got to the ocean, maybe you live near the ocean, so you wouldn't even have to walk very far. When you saw the water, that would convince you even more. The ground might get you up to 75, 80, but to get to 100 seems like you'd have to look at the water, don't you think?
Yeah, but still, like, water looks really flat. Like, everything looks so flat in this world. So I believe that, like, I think we're living in a flat world. And I think all of the people, like, who's saying we're not living in a flat world are lying to us because they're living in a delusion and they have to wake up. And
good job. Yeah, well done. This is great. Like, this is the first time I've heard someone just kind of like, we usually have globe parrots. Like, you're very good at like parroting the flat Earth argument. Usually people can't do it. Like, they can't say what our points are. So yeah, when you go to the ocean, so if you were trying to convince someone who still believed in the fantasy globe, you would say you were looking out there, and then what else would you say about the water?
I will say that I don't know what's happening into water, but I will definitely say that, like Antarctica is like the huge place. Actually, I think there's another worlds in Antarctica too. And I think like we are living in a basically like, I think Earth is like a big flat place, and there's other Earths too, and it's
okay. Well, let's go back to the water. You left the ocean and you wanted to go to Antarctica for some reason. You don't need to go there, do you? Because you look out at the ocean. The water is flat. It covers over 70% so of the Earth's surface. So there's no curving of any water anywhere. That's a physical impossibility. So then what would you say to people if they said, oh, Alonia, tell me about, I've heard about this mathematics of flat Earth, how the geometry of the sphere is disproven by long-distance observations and laser tests. How would you explain that to a globe believer?
I don't know. I don't have that kind of intelligence.
Okay, well, it doesn't require intelligence. I like your new picture better. The pink anime person with the teddy bear. Yeah, I like that one better. You're welcome. So it doesn't like take a huge amount of intelligence. The math involved is, pretty low level geometry. Yeah, well, that's fine. So yeah, I'll explain it to you because you don't want to be, so the important thing to realize if you're ever interested in actually, getting serious about the flat earth and understanding, the factual, logical arguments behind it, you need to understand that it's just a mathematical certainty. We definitely do not live on a sphere because if we did, then the drop over distance would be measurable, but it's actually not measurable because we see things in the distance far beyond where we should be able to see. Do you understand that part?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I do. I was like, why Earth is round? Like, if its Earth was round, we were like living, like the tables were not, but we'd be standing. Like, how? I don't know. I cannot explain it. I'm sorry. It's gonna sound so stupid. I don't want to sound stupid.
That's all right. You can just be yourself. That's what we like people to just be themselves and be honest about what their actual thoughts are. Did you say something about a table? I'm sorry, because I missed what you said.
Yeah, I was just like saying that if Earth wasn't flat, like we couldn't be standing up. Like we couldn't build like, how can I say, big skyscrapers or like cities because Earth was round. Like it wouldn't be like, and we will be like turning too, like everything will be like full because Earth is turning like a ball, and that's like ridiculous to me.
Yeah, well, that's a good start to realize the ridiculous nature of the fantasy globe idea. It's a complete science fiction. It's a complete science fiction story.
Science fiction. Do you guys here believe really like Earth is globe? Like, do you guys like? Are there any people in here that believes that way?
Oh, there might be. I mean, it's a common disease, it's a common, like you said, you called it a religious delusion. Yep, that's what it is. So those can spread, like a toxic virus, and that's happened. But, the best way to combat that, that's what I was going to tell you. I didn't want to forget. So you don't want to encourage people to get off of the globe story and just get onto another kind of fairy tale story where they're just kind of dreaming about, we're going to escape this world and go to far off lands or whatever. I mean, there's nothing wrong with people thinking that. It's just that we don't have any verification of that. So, it's fine if you want to think about that, and kind of imagine like you would imagine going to the land of Oz, that kind of thing. But really what we're trying to get people...
I was just saying that I just wanted to say, like they believe that there's other planets. I don't believe that there are planets like Earth.
Yeah, there's planets. They're called the wandering stars. That's where the word planets came from. It's from the ancient Greek. So yeah, they exist. It's just, you can't actually go there. There's no evidence that you could actually go there, that they would be terra firma. So that's why we try to get people to focus on reality and the present moment where you actually are on Earth, and just try to improve your little corner of the Earth, best you can, and just try to stick to what's actually testable, repeatable, and verifiable. That would be my advice to you, as well as, maybe some acting lessons.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for all of the information. Yeah, I don't know. These kind of people, I think this Japanese guy, who I cannot spell, Shitarehu, is delusional, and you need to go to hospital. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't want to be disrespectful.
I don't know who you're talking to. Who is it you're talking about?
And this is like guy in chat, and I was reading, and he was like, he had like a globe Earth profile picture. I think that is like really, really ridiculous. Like that's like wrong. I don't know.
Not to go that far. I mean, we don't want to become like the fantasy globe believers, do we? We don't want to be like diagnosing people and so on, because yeah, a lot of people are able to function in society perfectly, I shouldn't say perfectly well, but like passably well, right? And still believe in this science fiction thing. Because most people don't really, they don't even really think about it too much in their daily life. For most people, because occupation, it doesn't come up. There's no, there's no real, unless you like are working for NASA or some other, fake space agency, there's not really. Most of the time, it's just kind of accepted, that we live on this globe, and then you just go about your life as if you didn't, because you don't, because it has no bearing on most people's reality. So the time when people have problems is when they stop kind of like making fun of it, thinking it's a joke, using their duper's delight voice and so on. And then they actually realize, oh my gosh, there's something to this. Like maybe we don't actually live on a globe. That's when people maybe would have trouble, functioning as well in the world, because you kind of like changing over your worldview, especially when you're changing from an indoctrinated belief that you've had since childhood, and you've kind of had to deconstruct that belief as if you were born into a religious cult, on this compound. And then you're kind of like, oh gosh, there's a whole nother world out there that's the real world that I could experience on my own terms. Like there's a little transition period where you kind of have to get over that, but it can be done. And, once you get through that, then you're even more functional than you were before. So, yeah, people who are full on the globe, who really believe it, like, that's fine. They could some people are better off just continuing in the cult, because some cult members, if you just threw a cult member out on the street, like sometimes they deprogram them, they kidnap them from cults and just like throw them into, the world again. It's like very hard for them. So that's why we try to find people who actually begin to understand, especially the objective, logical facts, that there's zero drop over distance as expected in a sphere that is not measured anywhere. So people who are able to kind of set aside the emotional, psychological attachment to the globe and begin to use their logical minds again, they'll usually be fine. But people who are kind of like just emotionally clinging to the globe, you can kind of tell after talking to them for a little while, like, it's kind of like, yep, that's fine. Maybe one day in the future, you'll realize, oh yeah, 10 years ago, they told me about this. Guess they were right. But, until then, it's perfectly fine to cling to your plushy globe at night, get you to sleep, dream about Mars, so on and so forth. That's what a lot of people do. And, that's their choice. Free country, free world.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, anytime. I'm glad you dropped in and you were willing to talk to us. A lot of people come in here and they won't even speak up. So we appreciate, Elonia, that you spoke up and you made your profile picture less objectionable. Although I liked Creation Bear's profile name for you when it went with the other picture. That was really funny. I thought, is that really your name? Yeah, that was good, Creation Bear.
No, I was just like, I hate trans people. I don't want to say here, but I don't want to be discriminative.
Oh yeah, you don't have to talk about that. That's fine. We don't need to know. You can go take that somewhere else. There's a lot of places where they probably sit and talk about that all day long. Sounds unpleasant to me. Does anybody else have a question about the flat Earth? Any new people?
Yes, I have one more question. Just kidding.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, go make me some borscht.
I was trying to think of some Russian food, but I couldn't think of anything on the fly. When you're like, do you want some sandwiches? I was going to be like, bring me some stew or some I don't know any Russian dishes.
Beef stew.
Are they any like believers of globe earthy here?
Are you faking your accent or is that real?
No, it's real. Wait.
Well,
what are you talking about?
It's giving voice changer.
No, I'm not changing my voice. I'm sorry.
It's cat, bro.
Yeah, Elonia wants to talk to some globe believers. So we got any?
Like they're accusing me.
Hey, Dandelion. Is that really
yeah.
Yeah, they're accusing me. And I think that you are like this guy, Creation Beer, is accusing me with my changing my voice. If my voice could be that way, why you care about my voice?
Yeah, quit being weird, dude.
Because you believe that globe Earth, and like that's stupid as fuck. Like you have to wake up. Like the delusion.
Bring Russian Bear back to talk to this girl.
Yeah, do that.
Is he in the back room? Bring him back. Hey, Russian Bear, get over here.
Yes, I hear a woman talking. She's saying that the Earth is flat, or what is the problem?
Yes, I'm saying that Earth is flat, and you do believe Earth is globe.
Obviously, it is. Obviously.
Why would you say that?
Everyone says that.
Like, okay, so can you like give a proof about why Earth is, globe?
The boats go over the curve. They disappear. That does not work on the flat Earth.
We are living in a simulation, okay? Nothing's real. Maybe what you see is not real. How would you know that?
And this, folks, is why you do not trust flat earthers. They have tinfoil hats with many wrinkles in the hat. Clearly lost. They're so lost.
Yeah, this particular one, just seems to kind of be like careening all over the road. I tried to get you to stay in your lane there, Alonia. I told you about you disproving the geometry. Now you're off to simulation Earth? How'd that happen?
I don't know. I kind of believe that.
This is what happens when you listen to conspiracy theorists. You become a conspiracy crazy person.
So you believe the Earth is flat. You believe it's stationary. Do you believe it's hollow as well?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. Bye.
Oh, why would you say that? Yeah, I could be a stupid girl. Like, why would you like saying this to me?
Would be. You definitely are.
Okay, so I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is stupid as well. Like
that is true. That is true.
Earth is a flat and Earth is not globe. ChatGPT says that. I'm sorry.
Okay, Alonia, stick around, and maybe you'll learn some more of the arguments. It's a good idea. I mean, just even being able to speak the words, that you spoke earlier means that you're far ahead of many globe believers because you're just able to even entertain the idea, even if it's just kind of like a little bit of I don't know what you call it, exploration for you and so on. So yeah, there's a lot of flat, curious people. And you're welcome to, stick around. So, yep, nobody's gonna judge you for just wanting to listen to flat earthers talk. It's perfectly fine. We accept people of all different faiths here.
Wait, Dandelion.
Yeah.
You definitely don't think this is legit, right? She's capping.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just making sure.
I mean, don't you? I mean, I'll give you 99.999% sure. How's that, Creation Bear?
Yeah, I'm cool with that. It's cap, bro. It's all cap.
Yeah, but
Larper.
It's giving Glober for sure.
Oh, why do I believe globe Earth? Like that's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably real people who just believe in the flat Earth the way you first, I think that was one of your first statements, but I shouldn't even give that away. I mean, but they all should know that by now. If you come in here and say, I believe in flat Earth, like, red flag, giant red flag, biggest red flag known to man, because it's not a belief. The globe requires belief, Alonia. The globe is a religious belief that you've been indoctrinated into since birth. Flat Earth is a measurement, like I explained to you, it's a numerical certainty, so there's no one who actually understands the argument who would say that. I believe in flat Earth. It'd be like saying, I believe that my, wooden floor is hard. No, it is. So people don't say that. So I don't want to say that to try to like improve your LARP, but I'm just telling you, that's the truth. I'm just telling you the truth. Plus, people who are kind of obsessed with Antarctica, those people are kind of questionable too, because like you said, because that's just, there's nothing wrong with thinking about it, but it's not, anything going on out there in those outer realms is pure speculation. Because did you know that we're not allowed to travel past the 60th parallel south due to the Antarctic Treaty and intergovernmental regulations? Did you know that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, you're learning new things all the time here. So, just put that in your little notebook there.
I love it. I love it.
God damn. I'm not even convinced that this is a woman, but that doesn't matter necessarily.
Why'd you say that?
Oh my god, because I can do it too.
Yeah, Creation Bear. Yeah, we had an XX. I made actually in the old server, I made an XX chromosome roll, but then I realized, this is bad, because then people were DMing me like, I need the XX chromosome roll, so I'm not actually going to send out DNA tests. So I got rid of the roll, but it was fun for while it lasted. Yeah.
I hate trans people. What the fuck?
All right, well, let's move on. I'm sorry. Creation Bear, you did that again. You brought that up. You baited her, Creation Bear. I'm usually the baiter around here.
My bad.
We got Miss Money Pants, Juzu.
Another one.
Savaz Laurent. Vivek's in here. Yeah, hello, Vivek. Thanks for everything you've done here in this server. It's so much fun here. I'm so glad that you and Cyclone and whoever else worked on this have made this possible. There's a lot of good people in here.
Vivek is here?
Yeah, he's here.
Nice. Shout out to W's in the chat. Should we get some W's in the chat? I'll throw a W in there for him.
Yeah, put him in there. Put him in there. He deserves it.
W here. Verbal W.
Yeah, man. He's the homie for sure.
Art is flat because my chest is flat.
Now you're devolving. Alonia, you were better when you started off. Yeah, just go back to saying, I believe in the flat earth. Just keep chanting that 10 times a day. Maybe. Click your heels together 3 times. There's no place like flat, and maybe it'll come true for you one day.
Somebody said prove it.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat because we can walk in the earth. It's not like a ball. If it's a ball, it's going to be like a tire. It's going to go, I don't know.
How many mushrooms have you had today?
Sorry? I don't know.
Brilliant. I'm getting good at this.
Daddy, what are you talking about?
Daddy?
Oh. Daddy.
Daddy, would you like some?
I need to invite this one to the misogyny meeting for the next one.
How'd that go for you? Did you solve all the problems of the world with your men?
Oh, we only got into 1%. Honestly, it was a really good episode. I'm sorry it didn't start earlier. The pilot episode was a success.
Congrats.
We'll get you on the next one.
Yeah, we'll see. Give me a copy of the agenda first. We'll see if I can handle it.
Yeah, I got some notes. I can put the notes. Stacy joined and she it was good.
Oh, good. She's great. Yeah, I like her. Yeah, I should take some notes from her. Remain calm at all times. Keep an even tone, even when they're annoying you.
She told us her body count, guys. That's how spicy it was.
Oh, come on. Don't tell us. You're not going to say anything about
I'm not going to expose it here, obviously.
Yeah, you better not. You better not. I'd be really after you if you did that.
I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that?
I don't know, Creation Bear. Sometimes you do things. I can't believe you did that. So I don't know what you're going to do next. You're unpredictable. You're unpredictable.
I'm going to keep you on your toes. All right, Dandelion.
Good job. Good job. Yep, I need that. I need a foil. Thank you.
All right, well, let's talk to Miss Money Pants, or who's next?
So you guys not talking about any flat earth in here? That's ridiculous.
Okay, guess what, Alonia? We have a flat Earth community. Yeah. Do you want me to send you the application?
Yes, definitely. I would love to.
Well, you've already failed like points 1 through 10, but since I already went through them with you, maybe you do better, second time around. But I would like to know if Money Pants is not going to talk. Whoever you were.
You gotta remember to tell that person about the fees, though.
Oh yeah, yeah. $39.95. Yep. So anyway,
am I sound stupid when I say I believe flat Earth theory? Because I don't know.
There's so many things wrong with that sentence. You want me to tell you all the things?
Yes.
Okay. Because before, I don't even think you included the word theory in there. So that's really bad. Do you want to know why?
Why?
Why? Because theory, like around here, like we understand that certain words are used colloquially. And so, like the word theory, sometimes, people will use it just kind of casually. But when we use it in connection, or when people try to use it in connection with the flat Earth, then since flat Earth is sometimes claimed to be a scientific question, there are some aspects about the globe story that do require scientific scrutiny, such as the rotation, because if there were any rotation, we should be able to make a natural observation of this rotation, and we should also be able to make an observation of the curvature. Since we can never get past the point of observing in the natural world either one of those things, in no way can the globe rise to the level of science. So that is why it could never even come close to rising to the level of theory. So you would have to be able to, have testable, repeatable, verifiable results of a scientific experiment with an independent, dependent variable, and that test would have to be repeatable, and the cause of whatever phenomenon that you're looking at would have to be able to be isolated and described. So the globe, I used to call it a globe model. I do sometimes now, but I'm trying not even to call it that anymore. I'm just calling it the globe story, because a model implies something that's modeling like a real phenomenon that we see, but we don't. I mean, I guess if you're talking about the heliocentric model, I could call that a model, because there's some things they try to explain, even though it's a failed model, because that's like going, into like sky phenomena and stuff like that. But the globe itself explains nothing, and it can't even ever rise to the level of model, experiment, theory, any of those things, because no curvature has been observed in the real world.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, did you find any? You told me you didn't.
No, I actually, when I look at the sky, it's kind of feel like we're living in like a globe Earth, but I think that's stupid, because I'm gonna keep being delusional.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, you do not want to keep being delusional about the globe. But when you think of flat Earth, what is it you envision when you think of flat Earth? Besides, I liked your walking on the ground thing, but then you said a few other things about the tire being deflated or something. That made me wonder, what you're imagining. Are you imagining a flat Earth is floating through space? Is that what you're imagining?
No, I think there's no space. I think, I think we're living in a table. Basically, it's like a flat table.
Okay, that's why you said the word table earlier. Yeah, table. I guess you could. I think a lot of ancient cultures maybe use some of that terminology. It's not the worst. It's just, sometimes when people think of a table, then that might make them think of a disc. It might make them think of a thickness of the Earth, which, a lot of people that come in here, they are thinking about the disc model. You've seen, the disc, kind of meme that you see of the disc flying through space. So one thing I tried to remember, although last night I was talking to this guy for a while before he came up with the disc, thing. It's usually just mentioned in casual conversation if you talk to a globe believer long enough. So, if you ever decide to actually become a serious flat earther, that's probably a good thing to ask people right off. Do you think we're on a disc flying through space?
No, I don't think that way. Am I not a serious flat earther?
Oh, do you think you are? You're the only one who can answer that question. I can only make speculation. Do you think you're a serious flat earther, Elonia Musk?
Yes, I do, because I'm a flat too. And I think Birth is flat because I'm a flat person.
Well, do any of these other people have a question? Persephone, Savaz, Laurent, Laravel, Juju. Please save us from Lonia. Squarefoot. Nope. I guess they like you. They want to keep you on the stage there. I guess you got some fans there, Lonia.
Oh, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I'm going to
Akilesh, a draw. Pardon?
Oh, sorry. I didn't say anything.
I was just asking the A names at the top, a draw. Akilesh, if they want to say hello. Even if you don't have a question, you can just, unmute and say hello to us. Introduce yourself. Seth, welcome to the channel.
What's up?
Oh, we're just here talking about flat Earth. Have you heard about that before?
Yeah.
What did you hear?
No, it's not.
No, I heard about the thing of flat Earth, but I was never, debating with someone about it. I just wanted to listen what arguments you have or what you're going to say.
We have arguments.
Oh yeah, Elonia, you're not going to be able to take this. I don't know if anybody else wants to take it talking to Seth, or I can. But yeah, we so it looks like you got muted, Elonia. Don't take it personally, but it's just kind of like you're clearly very new to the topic. So the best thing to do when you're new to the topic is listen to the arguments, and then usually after the first step in really understanding the actual logical geometric arguments is to listen to other people, explain them, preferably like a wide variety of people, because then they well, I was just explaining that to you. That's what I'm answering right now. I'm explaining it to you. And then, eventually you can get to the point where you can, explain them to other people, but you don't understand the arguments we have here. I mean, we could probably, if you wanted to, somebody could invite you to another server where you might, fit in more. She could go to Land of Misfit Toys or something, but here we're not going to have you explain the arguments to new people until you study them some more. So, Seth, the reason why we say we don't live on the globe is because if we did live on a globe of the dimensions claimed, then the drop over distance would be easily observable in the world. So, are you able to look at the text chat that goes along with this channel? I just tagged you in there. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just put a couple images up there for you. So this image in particular are some oil rigs that are observed off the coast of Santa Barbara in California. Oh yeah, Alonia, that's so deep. Yep, that's so deep. We're so shocked now. Oh my goodness, she's changing her mind. I'm just going to delete that because I'm trying to talk to this other guy. So anyway, that when you look at that oil rig, Seth, where would you see the two oil rigs? Would you say the horizon is in front of or behind the oil rigs?
Behind, right?
That's behind, that's right. Yep, so that's the basic argument of flat Earth here, is that horizon should not be behind the oil rigs because the geometry of a sphere dictates that the horizon maximum distance would be 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the next... we're not going to unmute you, Alonia. I explained that to you in great detail. I'd be happy to tell you later. Oh yeah, by all means, leave. Feel free to come back anytime. All right. So anyway, so you see the next one where then when you put that distance of the observer height into that formula of 8 feet. Oh, DJ's going to unmute you if you self-mute. That's a good idea. Yeah, and then she could leave if she wants. Good idea, because I guess she can't be unmuted elsewhere. Thanks, DJ. So anyway, the maximum distance then would be 3.46 miles, but we know the location of these oil rigs off the coast of California. It's been documented that the closer one is 6.08 miles and the further one's 10.10 miles. So as you just explained, Steph, the horizon is behind the second platform, meaning it's 10 plus miles away. So the math that shows that. Hello. Okay, Mauricio, hold on. Oh, somebody muted you. Thank you. Okay, because I'm talking to Steph right now, but we'll be happy to take your question next. Now who's chattering on? Gosh, we were doing so well here, Steph. Thank you for listening. So anyway, the mathematical conjecture that, if we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, then these horizon distances would be this easily calculated distance for the maximum. That conjecture is proved false by this observation and thousands of other observations. It only takes one counterexample in math to disprove a faulty conjecture, right? Are you familiar with counterexamples?
Actually not. No.
Okay, well, counterexample, is an example that disproves a claim. And since this is a mathematical claim, if you ever took a geometry class or a mathematical class,
It's because of my English, I didn't know though. Yeah,
look it up. Yeah, counterexample. I'll put it in the in the chat there. So it only takes one to disprove a false mathematical conjecture. But we're overkill around here. We have thousands and thousands of counterexamples. So, yep, that's the basic argument. Did you have any questions about that?
Yeah, why? What do you think? What's your opinion? Why the government or, let's say, other people would lie about that? What, are they trying to hide something? What's the reason?
That's a great question. Why would they lie? That is like a common first question. And especially, I don't know, like, for me, it was not my first question, but that's because I had conclusively demonstrated to myself over many decades that the government lies about so many things. It's kind of like rare that they tell the truth. I mean, by the time I saw these mathematical calculations, I was already to the point where, I'm not going to put any emotional energy to anything, even that I see on the news. Like, I can listen to what they're saying is happening, and some of the things are happening. Some of them might be happening, but not the way they said. But, it's clear that governments of the world have secrets. I mean, they have top-level classified information, so on. They clearly do not have full transparency. They don't even have I wouldn't even call it partial. It's like minuscule, the level of transparency they have on any topic. So, they're keeping this secret from us, and, we don't always have to know why, but there's monetary gain, there's the gain of information control. You're familiar, Steph, aren't you, that throughout history, the way to control people, populations, is to grab a hold of the sources of information. That's a great way to obtain and maintain control over population information control. Don't you think that's true? Gosh, somebody's deep sighing. Who's that? Oh, that's Islam. Yeah. Okay, well, you can be up next there, Mr. Sire. I'm talking to Steph right now. Yeah, so Steph, don't you think that information control is a good way to control populations and keep them docile and obedient?
Yeah, it's a good way. But it depends on which information, you hide from people or make them misunderstandable, right? Yeah.
Well, they used to execute people for publishing without permission. Kill them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, so the flat Earth isn't hidden. You can just go outside.
Yeah.
You've been offered a story, and you choose to believe it. It's literally just a choice. It's not. Yeah. It's a semi-conscious choice because a lot of it's emotionally driven by peer pressure. Right. So, you've heard it. The flat earthers are stupid. People in the past thought the earth was flat. They're a bunch of idiots. Blah blah blah. Right. So there's a social pressure there, and they say, "Well, this is the truth. This is the reality. What you see outside, that's not reality." That's really what they tell you. Let me ask you: does the earth look flat? Visually.
From my perspective right now?
Yes, from your perspective, yes.
Yeah, I would say no.
What perspective would you be going by? Someone else's?
No,
You're gonna let somebody
from my
else's
perspective,
perspective
yes, I would agree. It doesn't look,
Yeah.
round. Yeah.
And of course, what they tell you, right? It's just a ball that's too big to see. Okay.
I get it.
And you either accept that, right? That somebody's telling you, from your perspective, the world is an optical illusion, or you reject that. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Do you reject it, or do you accept it?
Yeah, look, the thing is, I was believing my whole life that the Earth is round, right? I need to, get more information about it, because I also saw videos where you can see a ship from a big distance that is, disappearing at the horizon. It's somehow that he's, goes down.
Do you think that can only happen on a ball?
Sorry?
Do you think that can only happen if the surface of the Earth is curved? Do you think that can happen if the Earth was flat? Would you think it would look like that? Do you think it would look like that on a flat surface, on a flat Earth?
I think it could be.
I mean, think about it. Yeah, I mean, like that observation of ships appearing to disappear like that, that's actually rare. Doesn't happen all the time. Like if you went out to the ocean 100 times and did an observation of a ship sailing away, you might see that 2 or 3 times. And we know for a fact, because it's been tested experimentally, that that same type of observation will happen on a flat surface. We've done this on long hallways, tennis courts, warehouses, small lakes, right? So you have to do it on a small scale because you have to eliminate the variable of curvature, right? You want to eliminate that variable so if I see this, it can't be that causing it, right? So this is the way you do the test. Small scale, smaller objects, you just scale down everything, and then you go, okay, it can't be curvature. Can I make this same visual effect happen? And you can.
I can.
So the conclusion that people reach from that observation is flawed because it has that they have the idea in their head, oh, this couldn't happen on a flat surface. But it does. It can and does. So that is actually what we would call not globe exclusive evidence, meaning that observation doesn't prove anything one way or another. That's the funny thing. When you look into this topic, a lot of what they say, hey, this would only work on a globe, it actually does also work on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, thank you for telling me that.
There's the thing about the globe idea is that people think, because they've been told, that everything they experience, that everything that the globe predicts is what's observed in reality, when in fact it isn't. I don't know, someone's like drilling near my house or something. Hold on a second.
What? I don't know. He had to go somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. So what do you think about all that stuff?
Yeah, it sounds logical, but like I said, I need to read more about that, getting more facts, because how let's imagine an asteroid hits the ground of the Earth right from the other side, wouldn't we feel it?
Okay, we don't think the Earth is a disk in space.
So how is it looking exactly? Okay, it's not a disk, right? But it's
there is no outer space, buddy.
Okay.
Okay, Earth isn't like floating. Like we didn't go. Yeah, we don't like balls, so we're just gonna keep everything the same, and we're just gonna stick a flat Earth in there. We didn't do that, right? It's completely different cosmology. Where everything, the sun, moon, and stars are above the Earth. And the Earth is kind of like the ground of reality, right? There's nothing outside. There's no going outside. And this is how we experience it. The only way we leave the Earth, right, is when we bite the dust, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you all ever experience it. You're never going to go outside and look back at the Earth. Ever.
Yeah.
Not you, not anybody you've ever met, not anybody they've ever met. That's like an idea we have in our heads that's been put there by television and imagery and movies. Like, we have this idea that, oh, there's a way I can get outside the Earth and look back at it. Like, I can go from a first person. You play video games?
Yeah, I play.
Yeah, so it's like I can go from a first person shooter to a third person shooter.
Yeah.
You can't. You can't. That's just imagination. And you even said, imagine an asteroid. We don't imagine. Okay. We don't. When it comes to the natural world, we don't imagine what it is. We just accept it for what it is instead of imagining that it's some other thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And imagination is great, dude. But when we're going to talk about what it is and what really exists in reality, you got to ground yourself in reality. And how does reality present itself? It presents itself as a flat, motionless Earth. The sun moves above our head. We don't perceive the Earth spinning. We don't perceive the Earth moving around the sun. What we see is the sun move across the sky, the stars move across the sky, the moon moves across the sky. That's what we see. Why should we think that the opposite is happening? That the sun's not moving, we are moving. That the Earth is not flat, it's curved. The Earth is not still, it's moving. Like, those ideas, it's like diametrically opposed to our experience.
Okay.
Well, isn't it? Do you agree with all that? That, like, what they tell us, what reality is actually the opposite of what we perceive?
Yeah, you would agree. Yeah.
So, if you met somebody and everything they said was the opposite of perceptual reality, you would call them delusional. You might call them mentally ill. You might lock them up in a rubber room with a white coat. So this is how we approach it. Right? It is what it is until someone proves differently. So it looks flat because it is flat. It feels like it's not moving because it's not moving. Okay, not some excuse. There's a funny thing, and we have this other guy. I wish he was drunk. He's kind of funny, but he hasn't been around in a while. He's very excitable. He would say to a globe earther when talking to him, he'd say, "Watch, you'll be denying everything you say in 30 seconds." And they'd say, "Earth is a globe. It's spinning in space around the solar system." And then he would start asking them about it, and they'd instantly start denying that that's the case. They'd say, "Well, it looks flat, even though it's a globe, and that it's spinning, even though we can't feel it." Right? So, in a way, they're arguing against their own their evidence. They're presenting evidence against their own position immediately.
Is that Bong Sao you're talking about? Or somebody else?
XO.
Oh, X. Oh, yeah. Both of those guys are excitable. Yeah. Okay.
XO will be like, and you'll be arguing against your own claim in 30 seconds.
Oh, because is that the video you used to have? Is that conversation?
I don't know.
That little animation
in that video.
Yeah. Okay.
He might. He's funny.
But he is funny. Yeah, I know. Other people don't. He's an acquired taste. Yeah. All right. Sorry to distract. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Seth.
No, that's perfect.
So
yeah, we got some weirdos in flat Earth. Just to let you know.
Okay. So I would have another question. If we, let's say, would all recognize this world here right now, that the Earth is not round like the people are telling us, right? Would it change the fact of, maybe it sounds stupid, but I'm just asking, would it change the fact of that we have a climate change, that we have a big threat of getting hit by an asteroid, and that the world will go down or explode, something like that? Would it disprove this fact, or would it?
That stuff is like fear porn.
Okay.
That's just to keep you, afraid. No asteroid. We're not going to get hit by an asteroid. It's not happening, dude. They changed that. Like, I'm quite a bit older than you, and I've heard so much bull crap. When I was growing up, it was global cooling, that there was going to be another ice age. That's only back in the 70s, man. That's like the end of the 70s, middle 70s. The coming ice age, everybody's going to freeze to death. And that was what they were telling us. And then sometime in the 80s, they started saying, oh, we're all going to burn alive, right? So it went from freezing to death and turning into ice cubes to burning alive and turning into, freaking lobsters, sunburned lobsters. So I don't believe any of that crap. They don't ever provide any actual evidence for it. So, I mean, if you want to live afraid, I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, I guess.
Think about, now to bring up climate change for a minute. Can you name a single place that had their climate change? I'm not talking about weather. I'm talking about climate. So you know how they told you in school what a climate is, right? Here's a temperate climate. Here's a desert climate, right? Here's a rainforest climate. None of these climates have changed. There's never been like a tropical rainforest that turned into a desert, or a temperate climate that turned into a swamp. None of that stuff. It hasn't happened. They're saying, oh, maybe in some future time, it'll all happen. And you know what would happen? We would just adjust, right? There's people that live in the harshest environments on Earth right now. They could move. Right? So say you have some good environment and turns into a bad environment, they'll just adopt the techniques of survival that somebody that already lives in that environment lives in, right? So someone that lives in the rainforest of Java turns into a desert, well, there'll be Bedouins that they'll, adopt the habits of, Bedouins, and they'll be riding fucking camels in Java. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We'll just adjust to it.
Okay.
I mean, it sucks, man. They go from fishers and now they're riding camels, and there'll be a learning curve, but.
Okay. Got your point.
That would be pretty funny, though, to see frickin' camel jockeys in frickin', Polynesia.
Yeah. Yeah, you give me good points. If we go back to this climate thing and weather talk, I was in Germany, right? I was in many European countries and also in winter. And especially in Germany, I was, seeing a lot of snow in the past. But now it's, you have almost no snow. Maybe some cities have it, but, in that city that I went, I think the last snowfall, big one was, I don't know, maybe 8 years ago. Or let's say seeing snow lying on the ground, right? That was, I think 8 years ago.
Well, when I was a kid, I remember it snowed a lot. A lot. Because when it snows, sometimes you get enough snow where you don't go to school. And that happened a lot. But my parents would tell me that, they would always complain, man, you guys get a lot of snow days. It snows all the time. So when they were a kid, it didn't even snow that much, comparatively, from what they remembered when they were a kid. So, weather changes, it varies, you know what I mean? It could just be a normal variation. And even if it wasn't a normal variation, it's the height of arrogance to think you can control the world's thermostat, right? I can turn the temperature of the earth up and down. Dude, no, you can't.
Yeah, okay, I got your point.
You can't even control the temperature in your house, barely.
Yeah. So you would say that it could be possible that we will have, again, a cold time with a lot of snow? Could you say so?
I just think it varies, dude. It varies. It's just a normal variation from whatever it cycles. It's weather. So
yeah.
And we've only been keeping weather records for 100 years, so we don't even know, right? So we have a sample of 100 years, and then you got to remember. I mean, there's so many problems with everything they say. So here's another problem: is that most of the stations where they measure the temperature, Like something like 90% of them are above the equator.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and then you go, okay, how many thermometers do we have, right, to know what the temperature is? It comes out to like there's one thermometer per 23,000 square miles.
Mm-hmm.
You think you can take a thermostat and that will tell you the temperature for a 23,000 mile square? Hell no. Like like if your thermostat reads 70, right?
Yeah.
It isn't 70 everywhere in your house. It's 70 at the thermostat, right? It's not 70 like in the room furthest away.
Yeah.
So what they do is they do something called interpolation of data. So they make these little grids and say, well, there's like if temperature is 100 here and 99 there, we'll smooth average the temperature between those 2 points. But what they found out is that depending on the size of the grid of the interpolation they do, it gives them a different result. So if they use the big grids, they get larger temperature rises than if they use little grids. Meaning, say they got 2 points that are 1,000 kilometers apart. If they make the grids 100-kilometer grid blocks, then the temperature will end up being higher on average than if they use, say, 10-kilometer grid blocks or 1 kilometer. The smaller the grid block they use, meaning the higher the resolution, the less they get a temperature rise in their models.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to get way deep into it, but there's so many problems with the climate change. CO2 lags, temperature rises in the ice cores and all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the other thing, like if the temperature rises, then it means the oceans are going to get warmer, and when the oceans get warmer, water dissolves gases. Did you know that? Like gases will dissolve in water. So there's dissolved CO2 in the water.
Yeah.
And when the temperature rises, the seawater will absorb CO2 more easily.
Mm-hmm.
And when it gets cold, it releases it.
Yeah.
So if the temperature rises, it's going to scrub more CO2 out of the air. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We just...
Can I speak?
We don't know what's going on. They just say a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, sure can.
I want to say that Earth is round because he has gravity. That pull.
Okay. Earth is round because there's gravity that pulls. Okay. Say Earth has gravity that pulls. Why do you think the Earth is round because of that?
Because he has horizontal line like in the ocean. You don't see. I have a video to prove to you. If you want to see, I have one that a man tried to convince a flat.
Is it the Netflix video? The one from Netflix?
No, it's from YouTube. I saw it. Like, it's a man that.
Yeah, it was originally I think it's the video that's on YouTube was originally a Netflix documentary.
No. It's like a vlogger who tried to prove to a believer that thinks Earth is flat to try to convince him that Earth is round.
Okay. You can post it. I've probably seen it.
Do you want to see it?
I've probably already seen it. Just post the video in the chat.
Okay.
I'd be seriously shocked if I haven't already seen it.
It's talking about Bob Nodell's.
Yeah, and Netflix.
Well, that's what Square Foot posted, right? Adrian hasn't posted yet. Adrian that was just talking. Did you see the chat there, Adrian?
One. I think I know the one he's talking about. Did Adrian post anything yet? Is that who we're talking to? Adrian, can you post the video?
1 million views.
Yeah, can you post the video in the side chat, please?
Okay.
Yeah, sent it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Square foot, you need to stop with that. I already told you that.
Dude, the link you posted, this is the image that was in it. Come on, man. Dude, read the links before you post them. Come on, dude.
I have one curiosity. Why do you think Earth is flat?
Because how flat it is.
Because you
How
don't
flat it
see
is.
it in space.
How do you know that?
You have videos.
How do you know what Earth looks like from space?
Bro.
Yeah.
Guys.
Oh, you rode a satellite? Did you ride the satellite to space?
No, but astronauts.
So you don't know what the Earth looks like from space.
Why?
Someone told. Hold on, Adrian. So someone said to you, "Hey, this is what the Earth looks like from space." Presented you a picture,
Yes.
and you believed it, right?
Yes, because
Okay, then.
why the moon? Let me finish my sentence. Why the moon is round and the Earth is flat? How?
Okay, you're gish galloping. Okay, can you stay focused on one thing? Can you just stay focused on one thing? Why? Because I don't want to play whack-a-mole. You know the whack-a-mole game where the mole sticks their head up and you got to hit it with the hammer? Dude, I don't want to do that. Can you stick to one topic? What you're doing is called gish gallop. Where you, instead of having one strong argument, you make lots of weak arguments and thinking you're just going to bury me in weak arguments. Okay, first of all,
No, I don't.
I'll go to your moon thing, so we're going to move on, and we're going to go to your moon thing, okay? So, why would you think the moon and the Earth are the...
I wonder. It's just a question. Why the moon is round and the Earth is flat? I don't try to.
Because they're not similar. Because they're not similar. There's nothing similar about them. There's no reason. There's nothing. There's no reason you should think they're similar. Why do trees have leaves and you have hair?
You're so defense about.
No, I'm asking you. Why do trees have leaves and you have hair?
That's just the way he talks. He's not. That. This is the gentler version of Indio.
Yeah, I know. I'm like calm as hell, man. I'm a city slicker, so yeah. So why do you have hair but trees have leaves? Because you're different, right? You're not the same thing. The Earth is not like the moon. There's no reason you should ever think it's like the moon from observation. Right? If I said this statement, I looked in the sky, I see the planets are round, therefore Earth is round. That doesn't logically follow from the premise any more than if I said, I go to the forest, I see trees, therefore I am a tree. Right? The reason we know we're not a tree is because we can look at a tree and we can look in our body and we can see, hey, dude, I don't have leaves. I'm not a tree. But when it comes to the Earth and the moon, you look at the moon and then you look at the Earth and you can see you're not like the moon. Earth ain't like the moon in any way, shape, or form.
Does that make sense to you, Adrian? We don't look up at the sky to determine what we're standing on.
And concentrate to find a video that proves this.
Oh, you're finding that original video you were talking about. Okay.
Yes, I want to find that video that proves to you that Earth is round, not flat.
Okay, well, while you're looking for that, yeah, maybe some. I don't know if Seth has any more questions. We were talking to Seth. Well, Adrian's looking for his video. Oh, go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Before he moves on to look for the video, before you find your video that proves the Earth is round, how would you prove the Earth is round? How can you do that? What method?
You just need to learn math, physics, and some geometry.
It's only geometry. That's all you need to know is geometry.
and you need to learn about science, not just to say you can believe anything you want.
Okay, I asked you for the methodology. Nothing you said is a methodology. Just a laundry list of concepts.
I don't try to convince you. I try to say my vision that something exists, and you try to prove me that my vision is wrong and your vision is right. It's not the same.
You've seen the Earth as a globe?
Try to say yes, the Earth
from where?
is round.
Hold on, Adrian, from where? Because I want to go there.
From a television.
What?
I know it's from a television. From the couch. That's where he fucking saw. That's where he saw the Earth as a globe. From the couch. This is sorry, Adrian. I know this is probably upsetting. You guys get upset all the time.
No,
the Earth is outside.
On something that you believe, because
I don't have a belief. You do. No, I don't have a belief. You do, because I can tell you exactly where to go.
You believe
no, I don't. I don't have. No, it's not a belief. You have a belief. This is what you're not understanding. I can tell you exactly where to go.
I know
in the world to see that the Earth is flat. You can't tell me anywhere in the world to go to see the Earth as a globe, right?
Nah, man, I can't argue because I don't know.
Go to any ocean and you will see the Earth is flat. Any ocean, any lake, any.
I don't know.
Told you where to go. Now tell me where to go.
I don't know too much English to
express. I want to know the place. The place to see the Earth as a globe. Where do I go?
I just try to find the video. I can't explain because I don't know much English to argue with you.
Does the video? What does the video show?
I want to find it, but I don't find it because I just delete my history on YouTube. I see it on.
Can you describe it? Can you tell us about it?
I can tell, but my English is not accurate because I have on speaking. I have an.
Your English is fine. Listen, buddy. I understand you perfectly fine. Your English seems fine to me.
Seriously, it's fine.
Yes.
It's good?
Yep.
I don't know it.
I understand you perfectly fine.
Yeah, me too.
Me 3.
Yeah, and Sonny hates foreigners. No, just kidding.
I have an insecurity with this because I don't talk too much in English, and my English is bad at speaking. But like write and understand you and listen is right. But to speak it, I don't know to speak it.
Adrian, we understand, and we try to think about that when we talk in this server, because when you talk about flat Earth, globe Earth, we know that it's a lot of scientific words that people don't know. They know it in their language, but they don't know it in English, because normally they don't teach those words first. If you're learning English, they teach the simpler words, like what does restaurant mean, or what is, automobile mean, like that stuff. We understand, and we're going to work with you. Okay? If there's anything I say you don't understand, just ask me what it means. I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm not going to think you're stupid. You know how many languages I speak? 1. I don't speak. So just you trying to speak more than one, you're way better than me at that.
Yes. That's why I enter on this server, to speak more often with you guys, to learn to speak and express myself perfectly good. And the video,
you're doing
I want
good.
to find it, but I can't.
I'm just saying you're doing good.
It's a vlog from a vlogger.
Yeah, you are doing good. And Adrian, Indio was asking you if you could describe what you're seeing in the video that you're talking about. Do you understand?
I see like the man who tries to convince the man that the Earth is like when he travels on the water, on the ocean, and he has a telescope and he see it from the different height. And yeah, that's it. I watch because I watch a few minutes. I don't watch the full clip.
Okay.
And I try to find it because I can't describe it very well.
Okay, that's okay.
Good, because Sonny here was in the Navy.
Yeah, anyway, I mean, that's besides the point, but I'm also a sailor as a civilian too. But in this video, were they looking across like a lake or a body of water and they showed a boat with a flag? Ocean, okay, ocean.
He was on the beach, he goes into a building, and he saw with the telescope in different places, like up and down, in different, on the lower and the higher building.
Okay, I understand. And was he looking at a boat in the ocean or something like that? Or what was he watching?
His friends go to ocean, to horizon line, to prove that the earth is round, and the man who believes that earth is flat,
I've seen it
on the telescope. You see it too,
I know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Is it the one where they're young kids and then the flat earth there's a black guy?
Yes,
that one?
Yes, that's the one. That's the one.
Okay.
Yep.
That's the one I thought he was talking about. Where I wasn't
Do
sure.
you have the video to see it? Can you
Yeah,
send
we've
me
seen
the
it.
video? I want to see it. I want to see it.
It's actually a horrible video for this topic. It's like one of the worst flat earth videos. But okay, did you watch that video closely? Did you pay attention?
No, it's just for entertainment for me. It's not just to prove. I want just to see you too.
That video does not prove the earth is round in any way. If you watch the boat closely, there is an inferior mirage. You know what that is? Mirage?
No, I just concentrate to find the video. I can't tell you much.
Okay. You find the video, then when you find it, we'll talk to you again. Just let us know. Anybody else want to give it a shot?
You moving on to somebody else while he looks for the video? Is that what's happening?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. You caught me.
Yeah, well, we've got Seth still here. I don't know if you have any other questions, Seth. Some other people like Squarefoot. I'd love to hear Squarefoot talk, maybe. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't even ask him. But if you wish to talk Squarefoot, I probably won't stop you, at least not right off the bat. Basty's here. Anybody else? Chic. If anybody has a question about Flat Earth, no will, Savas, now's a good time to speak up. Question, comment, concern. Not too many concerns, though. We don't like those too much.
I want to
Yeah, we
say
got a
something,
forum.
but I will use Google Translate just to know how to express correctly what I want to say. So I will use Google Translate.
Check the side chat. This guy's saying shots from a rifle ranging over 1,000 yards need to account for the curvature and rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, Squarefoot. Yeah, get up on the mic there, Squarefoot, to defend your claim there.
Yeah, I want to see the logs,
So I
the
just
log
want
books.
to say just everyone's opinions are subject. Like
No. The globe is it's the disproving of the globe is not an opinion, it's a fact. It's been measured and verified and documented all over the world. I mean, if you're interested in the topic, instead of looking for this fantasy video that Indio just told you isn't accurate, doesn't prove it's wrong, we can give you some videos that will explain to you the actual information. I've got one that you probably would like. Dr. John D. He's person in England. He has a PhD. He looked into this topic to disprove it, like many of us have done. And instead, he ended up realizing that there's no evidence for the globe. There's one, I think you would like it. I'll find it for you. It's 15 minutes long. This one in particular addresses the horizon, the location of a horizon behind a buoy, and it has a lot more information in there. And then if you go from this video to his channel, you'll find a lot more really helpful videos. Oh, is this the one? Oh, Indio, you're so kind to him. You found it for him. Gosh.
I never find somebody else's evidence either.
Well, this guy's never going to rest. So I guess maybe, you found it for him because he would not be able to sleep at night until he finds
Adrian,
it.
is this the video? Is this it, Adrian? The one I posted in the chat?
Indio found your video. Now you can relax.
Yes. This is the video.
God, he's excited, man. Okay, man. Okay. I'm gonna get a screenshot of that video and show you.
He's going to send you a Christmas card now, Indio. You're his new best friend.
That's my favorite movie.
Wonderful.
Watch it and you will convince it yourself, because this is the best proof that I have. Whatever.
Why you think? I've already seen this video, and just because it's titled "I Changed the Flat Earther's Mind," doesn't mean it's going to change my mind.
I don't need to change your mind, but I'm
talking about the video. Okay, I'm going to show you parts of the video. Adrian, I've done this test myself. Adrian, I've done this test myself on the ocean. I didn't see this.
No, I just want to say that everyone's opinions are subjective. You can say whatever you want.
Opinions are subjective, correct?
Because I don't judge you. I don't want to judge you. I'm not here to judge. I'm here just to talk and learn English.
Weird how you don't speak English good, but you know subjective. It's crazy. It's like you took a philosophy class in English. Anyway, fucking people. I've done this test myself in real life. I did not get this result. And his result is an inferior mirage anyway, and I'll show you. I actually have a screenshot because someone just posted this the other day. That's why I found it so easy.
I don't want to debate about this.
I'm sure you don't.
You
want to pretend you have evidence and run away. Yeah, I know.
I just thank you for finding that video, because this is a favor for me, because to find it.
Yes, I can hear the relief in your voice. You think you found the silver bullet that will cure the world of flat Earth. So what Indio's trying to tell you is
I don't care about what you guys believe. I just find the video and thank you. And
okay, so in
whatever you want.
Thank you. We don't believe it. We know it. In exchange, then, will you watch my Dr. John D video, since Indio so graciously found that for you? Do you see it there? Black Swan Rising. Do you see that one? Because the difference is, like Indio told you, he's actually done the test in the real world, which a lot of us have done. So even though my video is also, a video, it'd be preferable if you would go out and test it in the world. It has the reason why I recommended Dr. John D in particular, several reasons. He has very clear narration, very easy to follow, amazing graphics on the screen. Everything's labeled, explained in great detail. All the measurements are there. So it's something you could easily replicate yourself in the real world. I haven't watched this other one. I mean, if you prove to me you watched Dr. John D, come back and tell me what you learned from it. I'll watch your video. But I'm assuming it probably is like all the other anti-flat Earth globe propaganda, probably has a lot of questionable information, fallacies, emotional appeal, and so on and so forth. Because I've never seen one that doesn't have all those things. So you come back and tell me what you learned from Dr. John D, and then I'll watch your video and we'll talk about them. We'll compare notes.
Okay, so dedicate your life.
He said he only. 1 second, Adrian. Sorry. Wait a second, my friend. Right. So you told us before you only watched 2 minutes of the video anyway. You didn't even really watch it. That's why you couldn't explain what happens in the video. But Indio was trying to explain to you what actually happened in the video because he actually watched the video. Now, we can show you the same thing happening with a small toy boat on a small scale on a flat surface, proving 100% that it's not exclusive to a curved surface.
Man. Oh man, your English is so fire. I want that English to express.
He's great. Yeah, you love DJ. DJ is he's a very good speaker, and he's you should if he has time, he would be able to explain a lot of things to you. He offered to explain to you about the demonstration. Are you interested about the demonstration he's talking about?
That's
fun. So what Indio was telling you, so Indio was telling you is that it was a specific type of miraging effect with the boat. Now I'm just going to post a demonstration that's showing you a similar miraging effect on a small scale, right? Over a small amount of flat ground and using a toy sailboat instead of...
Okay, so, hey, Adrian. So check this out. I just posted 2 screenshots from that video. Now this the first. Okay. So listen. Okay, listen, dude. Listen, please. Okay. This is the part. One of these parts where you can't see the cabin. He goes, "No, I can't see the cabin." Then what are the sails attached to? Because 2 seconds later, it shows the cabin there. This is an inferior mirage. It wasn't over the curve of the Earth because the cabin disappeared. Because you can see the cabin in 1 second, and then 5 seconds later you do see it. Do you think the sails are floating in the air?
I like your dedication about this.
It's not about dedication, it's just analysis. It's really simple. If it's over the curve of the Earth, it isn't going to appear 5 seconds later, not over the curve of the Earth. It's either gone or it isn't gone.
It's just the zoom. It's just the camera. It's not.
And here's another question, which I just noticed, even though I've seen this video a few times. Why is this not a circle? Why is it an oval?
The oval is because of lens of the camera.
Yeah. Why is it not a circle? They don't make oval lenses. I'll tell you why it's oval. Because they stretched it. They stretched this image. In post-production, when they were editing this video, they stretched this vertically to make it look like there was a larger gap than actually it was.
It's just lens and distortion about them. I don't think
it's a circle. It's supposed to be a circle. Lens distortion isn't going to turn a circle into an oval. You don't have the vertical part of the circle, this oval, in the vertical versus the horizontal are not the same length. They're not the same length, man. They're not the same distance. So this is an oval. This is squashed.
Indo, so do you want to invest all your life and hours?
Oh, God, don't make sociological statements about me. You're just a kid, dude. You don't know me.
No, I don't need.
Can you have a look at the video underneath what Indio posted?
He's going to tell me how I live my life. You're like 14 years old. It's fucking crazy.
I want to see the video. I want to see perspective of the humans because I am a human that is open in mind. Like I take this. I don't debate. I don't want to debate. I want just to learn.
We're not debating. We're giving you information and you're rejecting it. And we're giving you information about your own claim. I literally gave you the video that you were looking for and analyzed it for you, which you didn't do.
I don't want to debate. I don't want to make any.
No, you don't want to see flat Earth. You want to be ostrich. You know what ostrich is? Take your head, throw it in the sand.
Okay, sorry if you see this like I don't like your perspective. I just say that this is my belief.
I know reality sucks, dude. I hate my perspective too.
I don't want to judge your perspective that Earth is round because I said it's a subject that has many perspective on the human based brain. Like it's if you believe something, just believe it. Don't try to seek other.
Yeah, we don't believe. You're the one that has a belief. So let's get that straight. Okay. We have hold on. We have objective measurements, actual direct measurement of Earth over water. Not. I was still talking, young man. So we have objective measurement of no curvature of level water over distance. You don't have that. You only have a belief.
Yeah, because
you want to believe Earth. I was still talking. So you only have a belief that Earth is a globe. You have nothing to back this up. No objective measurement, no actual measurement in reality of Earth curving. There is none. You can keep looking, but you only have a belief. We're not the ones with the belief. We have direct measurement, and everybody uses Earth, practically speaking, as a flat stationary plane. So if you could show me anyone that's using the Earth as curved through any technology, we would love to see that.
Yeah, man. I like your perspective. I like your dedication about proving.
It's not about it's not about perspective. It's not about.
Dude, you're in full cope narrative mode. Okay, you're just trying to create this crazy narrative that like, oh, you understand, you poor flat earthers, you have your beliefs. I'm not going to judge you. Blah blah blah. You got cooked, dude. Take the L.
Yep.
Next up, square foot on mute. You're gonna promote this fucking Bob said this, Bob said that on mute.
Squarefoot, stop being a keyboard warrior. There he is. All right, hi, Squarefoot.
Yes, tell us about that article. Tell us about the details.
Bob.
Can you believe in whatever you want? I don't care.
No,
Just-
I mean, I think y'all are making it. I think y'all are making it seem pretty easy to argue with people that can speak fluent English. Which, no offense to this guy, but I mean, look.
Adrian, put yourself on mute.
I want to know how you argue or where the argument comes from. Generally, like where it comes from to argue the scientific evidence that is proposed. Are you just saying that it's wrong? What we already have?
First of all,
we already believe, well, the thing is, we already believe flat Earth. Like,
you want an answer or not, bro? You want an answer?
I would love an answer.
Shut up. No, you're answering it. Shut up, then. Listen, shut your fucking pie hole.
What was my question?
Shut up. I am. If you shut up. And I asked you a question. First of all, what you said is malformed. The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question, so there's no scientific evidence to reject.
The shape of the Earth or the curvature
it's not
of the
a
Earth?
Scientific question. Nope, it's not
What
a
is
scientific
it?
question.
What is it?
It's a geometry question. Stop
what is
answering your own
geometry?
questions. If you ask me a question, you need to let me answer. Stop answering your own question.
Okay, what's geometry?
That gimmick ain't gonna work here, dude.
What is geometry?
What is geometry? Are you serious?
Yeah. Is it mathematics, science? What is it?
Okay, geometry is the study of the figures and abstract figures and forms.
And where do you? Okay, I'm talking about at the core element of what it is. It's math, right?
It's
math is a
no,
form
it's
of
not
science.
math. You can do geometry without arithmetic, dude.
Accurate geometry?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, I can look outside and see that things are flat, but that's
Okay, so when they invented geometry, they didn't even use units. They only compared ratios of objects.
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about.
We're also advanced past mythological times.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Now you're going to run away from your own fucking.
Okay, no. All right. So let's say it's not math. Fine, whatever. Geometry isn't math.
Not science.
Okay, it's not science. It's not math. Okay. It's so the Earth's curvature is based on geometry, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right? So where do you get your geometry from? Like how you're saying you've done the measurements or whatever. How did you do that?
Yeah, you take a laser, you shine it across the body of the water, right? The surface of the water should get further and further away from the laser because it's supposed to be curving away. In reality, it does not curve away. So if I took a laser and I shined it 25 miles, the surface of water should go from whatever my starting point is, say 10 feet. And if I measure the laser...
Endo, you know...
Stop talking. Why are you interrupting me, fucktard?
Excuse you, I'm talking right now.
Yeah,
Don't
no,
talk
you're not. I don't think so. Is that your buddy? He running interference for you? Anyway.
No, I don't know who that is.
You take a laser 10 feet off water, shine it 25 miles, right? That laser height at 10 miles, at the 10-foot laser height, 25 miles away, the laser should be 420 feet in the air. So you should only see the laser from the top of a 42-story building. Well, guess what? Where
light travels in a straight line, right? Like if you
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But regardless, light is like beyond gravity. So like the curvature wouldn't affect light, but that doesn't disprove curvature of the Earth. I get what you're saying. I do understand it because what you're saying is like. But if you took,
I want to ask you: should the Earth curve down away from the laser?
The Earth is like it's a sphere, right? So. Or let's say, for my perspective, my belief, it's a sphere. I'm not going to say for sure because this is basically you can't prove it, you can't disprove it kind of thing. But I believe the Earth is a globe, right? So but I also understand what you're trying to disprove is that because from wherever you're standing, it should be curving away or around because it's a sphere. Right?
Should be curving every direction, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So when you put something straight out, like a laser, which I would say. You can't really use a laser because, again, it's light. It just isn't affected by gravity. But if you took I would say if you took a long-ass stick or something physical, tangible that's affected by gravity, it would eventually curve. If you could, reach a 50, there's just no, way to, I don't think, Bezos could invest billions of dollars to do it and just have people stand on
this is just gibberish, bro. Bro, you're just gibberish. You're just buying time.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I get where you're coming from, but what you're saying doesn't disprove curvature, right?
Yeah, it does.
From your perspective, sure.
Not from my perspective. We can measure the height of the laser from the surface of the Earth.
Again, but only again from the perspective that you can shine the laser.
It's not. There's no perspective. We're not looking at it. We're measuring with a tape measure.
From a perspective of let's say 50,000 feet in the air, you can't.
We're measuring it with a tape measure. We're measuring it with a tape measure. The height of the laser above the surface of the Earth with a fucking tape measure.
Okay, so let's say that. Okay, so let's. All right. So how? I guess the next question would be how. Because I'm not going to argue that. I guess I can't. But
there's no argument. We're not going past this. We're not going past this. You're trying now.
I can't argue that you've done. I don't know what kind of math you've done. You're saying you've used a tape measure on a laser. I don't know how to see that in my head and go okay. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I get where you're coming from.
I have a laser, right? Can I measure it? Okay, we have a lake. Can I take my laser and measure how high it is off the water? Is that possible?
I guess probably. You don't. If you shine a laser far enough, If you shine a laser far enough across the lake.
No, I'm talking. We're going to start at the device. We're going to walk through this step by step. We're going to start at the device. We have a laser
at the edge of a lake.
We stand at the edge of the lake and we take a tape measure. We measure from the surface of the water to the laser. And we have a height. 10 feet. Boom. There's our height.
Okay.
We go 25 miles away to the other side of the lake.
Sure.
We say, hey, flip on the laser. They flip it on. And we're 4 feet above the lake. We measure our height.
Sure. Okay.
Our camera height. We measure it above the surface of the water. It's 4 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And we see the laser. Then we do the math. How high should the laser be at that place where we measured 4 feet? And the math says 420 feet. That means I would have to be 420 feet high to see the laser.
Are you saying because of the curvature of the Earth? It should
Yes,
be 420
because the
feet high.
curvature of the Earth, the laser should be 420
Across a
feet
lake?
over my head. Yes, across a 25-mile lake.
No,
yes.
but you can't use the same measurements for the Earth on a lake. They're two different bodies. Because one is huge, one is much more enormous, and so the perspective again is
Doesn't
different.
water conform to gravity? Doesn't pictures of the
Sure,
Earth
yeah, but within its confines, just like Bruce Lee said, water conforms to the glass, the shape it's in. Yeah, it conforms. But what I'm saying is, it's a much. You can't use the same. That's why it's math. You can't use the same.
Is the surface of the Earth covered in mostly water?
Sure, yeah, and a lot of the Earth, like the gravitation you'll see over oceans at high enough altitudes. Again, from a certain perspective. From the Earth, you can still and not out in space, not out in space either. This is from a commercial plane.
Girl, come on, you're running away from it. You're trying to get away from it.
I'm saying you can't use the same mathematical equation that you're using for the the curvature of the Earth as for a body of water on the Earth.
Why?
Can you? I mean, just like you can't. You'd have to scale it down. You'd have to scale the math, and to that point, there would be no curvature of the lake.
Okay. If you're saying it's the wrong math, give us the right math.
Well, I don't know the right math off the top of my head.
Yeah, exactly, because you don't know what the wrong math is. You don't know what the right math is. You're just saying shit that.
But all you have to, but you don't have to know. No. All I have to know is that the Earth is much larger in scale than a lake on the Earth.
What does that matter?
What are we not getting here? So you can't use the same. You can't use the same mathematical equation for the curvature of the Earth.
Which one to use. You're just saying that, and I asked you which one to use, and you can't tell me which one.
What are you talking about? Which one? What? You're not making sense, man. All I'm saying is that you have to scale the math down.
Bro,
all I'm saying is you have to scale the math down to the lake.
Why?
Okay?
To scale it down.
Why? What do you mean? Because they're two different sizes. Just like you would scale anything down.
Isn't it amazing?
You wouldn't compare. That's why there's weight classes in fucking boxing. You don't compare a 280-pound 6'6" person to a 185-pound person unless you do pound for pound. You have to calculate for that. What are you talking about?
How can you tell me what's wrong, but you can't? Bro, okay, you've been talking.
You're just not understanding simple basic math, and that's what I'm like. That's what I'm kind of.
I don't understand basic math. Really?
Yes. You seem to not understand the fundamental mathematics behind.
Okay, bro, stop talking.
It's really interesting.
My turn to talk.
You're saying it's my turn to talk. So that's what it is.
It's my turn to talk. I'm gonna mute you, dude. It's really simple. How can you? You're telling me you know what's wrong, but you don't know what's right, and then you're telling me I don't understand the math, but you don't know what that math actually even is. Okay, a property of a sphere is that every point on the surface is equidistant from the center. It doesn't matter where we measure on the surface of the sphere. It could be any body of water. It could be any body of land. Okay? The drop from curvature is going to be the same within some margin of error. Even if you say it's an oblate spheroid, the difference in curvature is going to be in the second decimal place of inches. You don't know what you're talking about. You've been trying to do smoke and mirrors. It ain't gonna work. What are you talking the whole time?
All you have to understand is that you have to reduce what you're doing to the relevance of the size of what you're trying to calculate, man.
Okay,
you're calculating the lake for the entire Earth.
What's the radius of the Earth? What's the radius of the Earth at the lake?
What?
The lake that this test was done at. What's the radius of the Earth there?
What's the radius
like
of the Earth?
Yeah, because that's how we calculate how much curvature there is. You got to know the radius, right?
3,900 something miles, I think.
3959. Are you saying that the radius of the Earth, that lake, is significantly different than other places on Earth?
Are you saying that it's not a place on the Earth is not different than the Earth? I don't understand what you're saying right now, man. You're saying, yeah, of course it's different. You're saying, can I compare the Earth to a lake? No, you can't. So the math has to be different. You're doing the same math on the Earth as you are on a lake. That's insane.
So this is the problem you're having. A sphere has a universal property. Every point on the surface of the sphere is equidistant. So if I measure any portion of that sphere as not equidistant from the center, it's not a sphere.
But you also understand, though, that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere, right?
Tell me what I just said, dude.
Wait, but you understand that the Earth's surface is not a perfect sphere,
we're
right?
all aware of the polar radius versus equatorial radius, the difference of 11 miles. So what? You don't
No. What I'm saying is, like, if you took a really detailed... The photos we see make it look like a marble. But the surface of the Earth is not all equal like a marble. It's just from the perspective, again.
I feel told you what they say the difference is. Dude, you're not educating us. You're the dumbest fucker in here.
Okay, all right.
You are.
So,
you're the most ignorant person on this topic.
So how do you explain photos from space?
There's no curvature. How do you explain that?
Yes, there is. It's a sphere from space. That's the whole point you're trying to argue.
No, we measured that there is no sphere. So the photos...
How do you explain the photos so they're fake?
Well, they have to be. Because there's no curving water. Did those images show curving water?
Okay, what about photos from planes?
What? Okay, are all
commercial airplanes?
Water. So now you're gonna hold on. Now you're gonna say you can see curve from a commercial airplane?
They did a test in 1935 where an airplane flew 55 or 75,000 feet in the air.
At what altitude?
That was less than 100 years ago, dude.
What
altitudes where they can see the curvature of the Earth all the time. My brother is in the Air Force. He sent me a video. Actually, I might be able to pull it up. A video of him doing one of those jet fuel exchange things.
I don't care about that.
You can see the curvature of the Earth in the video.
Listen. You cannot see the curvature from the Earth from an airplane at any altitude.
I'll look to this video. He sent it to me.
You're talking out your ass, dude.
Okay, but there's pictures.
You're talking out your ass. Okay, right now.
Hold on.
Right now, go on.
No. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
nope. Okay, it ain't happening. You can go right now. Did he dip?
I think so.
Not me. No, I'm still in here.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay. So you remember the Red Bull jump? Felix Baumgartner jumped out a hot air balloon from 128,000 feet.
Maybe, probably, I don't know.
Okay, it happened like 5-6 years ago. So, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a Twitter post up right now saying you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet.
Okay.
No airplane can fly at 128,000 feet. The highest any airplane flies is 90,000. The highest any airplane flies is 90,000 feet.
Yeah, so which is more than enough to see the curvature of the Earth.
No, not even 128,000. Did you even hear what I said?
Wait, if I'm thinking of that, hold on, what'd you say his name was? Something Baumgartner?
Baumgartner Red Bull jump. He jumped from 128,000 feet. It's called the space
I'm pretty
jump.
sure if I remember, there is the curvature in that photo.
Dude, you're a dunce. I just told you that Neil deGrasse Tyson has a tweet up right this second that says in that video that shows curvature of the Earth, that it's not the curvature of the Earth, that they used a fisheye lens.
They used a... So why the other side not fisheye? What? That's not how a fisheye lens works.
The other side of what? There's only one other camera.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is also an actor.
You're talking over too much, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fucking inconsiderate weasel. Dude, what a fucking snake, dude. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah, we've got another guy with a question if you're down. Squarefoot's taking a break.
That fucking slithering little worm.
It's a good description.
Yeah, I mean... How do worms work on the globe? Who are we doing with next?
Well, I don't know if his question's going to be good, but he says he's got one. Ryder, what's your question?
All right, let's hear it.
Guys, never mind. Honestly, it was just a question, but now that I see whatever is going on here is a little bit too heated, so I don't.
So now meta. So now you're gonna do meta instead. You gonna talk about the conversation?
No, I was simply just going to ask a question about what was actually being discussed. But if that's totally fine. I don't need to ask the question anymore since I'm seeing things are too heated here anyway.
The topic is so you did do meta. You said you